address recent significant depreciation of the cedi. And again, that is captured in the policy statement which has been presented to us. And 8.2 says to ask the Minister for Finance what measures have been put in place to ensure the timely release of national health insurance funds to avoid delays in claims to healthcare providers. These are also captured in the policy statement. Policies such as uncapping, making sure there are more resources, and etc. all are captured in the policy statement. So if these questions were asked and the Speaker admitted them because at that time the policy statement was not before this House, once the policy statement is before us and all things and answer the
yes.
So with great C was filed
to take it. Our people say too much meat does not spoil the soup.
But Mr. Speaker, I'm happy he has the records. Hands had been presented. I didn't file it proud. So I just want the record to capture it as such. On that of my other colleagues, appropriate time, since they are not in the chamber yet. The minister is here to answer. But he has to desist from this practice. He has to desist from this practice that as a man trained in the land of liberty, a land where he now wants the minority from and he got a ruling.
In the name of Osahin Alexander Kwamina Apanyo Makin. And I will want to add Togbi to say Togbi Osahin Alexander Kwamina Apanyo Makin. You have the floor. Yes, Honorable Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I think that you are gradually empowering this House to remove someone as a member of Parliament, because he started Mr. Speaker, to be members of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, if he goes towards the north, he goes to...
Except that Togbi does not necessarily. So Togbi doesn't necessarily mean a chief. Honourable members, let's.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Interior has not taken his seat. Yes, please. As a former leader, he insists that he has to be called before he comes. But he has brought the men in black and then introduced the one you have brought.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is a house of records. And I never knew that the responsibility of IGPs is to help people. So maybe perhaps he needs to expatiate on that, the kind of help. He has information that we may not know, and he needs to expatiate on that so that we'll be able to, because this is a house of record. Because if not, then it should be expunged. It has no place as far as the records of proceedings of this house is concerned. Withdraw and apologize.
Let me also hear Majority Chief Whip.
Speaker, I thank you for... Speaker, in addition to... Mr. Speaker, Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, you being an excellent lawyer, the minority leader's responsibility for national security, that we were helped. And after the man who helped us, he dismissed him. I believe that it should be withdrawn. An apology rendered. And then I believe that we can make progress this morning.
Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, order.
Mr. Speaker, I made a political statement. I made a political statement. Is that I have not attributed this political statement to the NDC. I didn't say that. Mr. Speaker, please. The point is that when the Minister for Government Communications issued a statement announcing Mr. Yohonu as a new IGP, so, Mr. Speaker, but let's sleep in those lines.
Yes. Honourable members, I direct question number 7A.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for the Interior the steps taken to ensure the enforcement of the law in response to the recent violence particularly regarding the...
Honourable Minister, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm here appointed Tete Yohonu this year to answer. The election began on the 11th of February 2025 at around 8 a.m. at the Regional Coordinating Council premises in Kumasi. Mr. Speaker, barricades investigation into the disturbances. Footages of the incident have been obtained to assist in identifying the perpetrators who disrupted the process. The police administration election on the 17th February 2025. Change in the command structure where the regional police commander himself was changed and some other changes were made within the command to ensure to only Electoral Commission accredited February 2025 incident.
Thank you very much. Any supplementary?
Rightly so, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, to introduce the new IGP, I want to congratulate him on his appointment. Suffice to Civil for Government Communication in the service, 40 years as a police officer. So at the right time, we would calculate whether he entered at a 20, 19, or 18, his age and all. But he says, he stated publicly that the new IGP, I am congratulating him because this is the first time he's introducing him. And then he talked about 40 years in the service. Or should we expect this investigation to be completed? And when would the report be submitted for us to know? Because this is a serious matter of national importance. Tax overpowering police. And it's a good effort to be completed and the report be submitted.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as my colleague may know, I have given the police administration up to the end of this month to give me an update. But as to whether the investigation will be completed, like I said, someone, and you cannot find that person, how will you be able to say that at this particular date I can finish? But the update, I'm sure, they will give me periodic updates, and at the end of this month, I expect an update from the police administration on how far they've gone with the investigation and whether they've been able to make some arrests, and if they have, you know. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, we were told of some initial arrests. The media reported of some initial arrests. And these tax in the broad daylight. And we're told of some initial arrests. Can the minister tell us this taking place in a broad daylight?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the leader is telling me, the minority leader is telling me there was some arrest. My report doesn't indicate so. So the police, whether truly on that said day there were some arrests, but what they told me was that they are reviewing the CCTV footage jumped over the. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, the respected minister who acts are being pursued, may I know from him whether he's committed into telling this House that should activists, he will still pursue them.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I treat crime as crime. A tribe or which religion or which group. Once crime is committed.
Mr. Speaker, the regional level, because the result, these officers are only being reassigned to other units of within the police service.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, all the information the police gave me was that the command had to be changed because of the security breach. I want to find out from them whether what happened, the command structure that they are saying had been have regulations that guide what they do and what constitutes a crime, what can institute a punishment or an inquiry on an officer. So I'll find out from them. But the information to me, the election, which happened and it was very successful. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, finally on this matter, can the minister assure us that with the change in the command structure, the people of the
which I'm one, the changes was effective, and we had that. Yes, the people of Asante, including myself, can be rest assured that the changes have brought more professionalism into the operations of the police. Thank you.
Is also standing in the name of Osahin Alexander Kwamina Apenyo Makin.
I stand to ask the Minister for the Interior the circumstances surrounding the attempted arrest of the Member of Parliament for Akutia, Honorable Enes Yakumi, by 10 operatives of the National 25 in Akutia.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Procedural High Court on 19 February 2025, the warrant was of its true by the officers of the NIB was therefore carried out. There was therefore to carry out the orders of the High Court per the warrant dated 19 February 2025 for committer for contempt. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
There is a serious revelation in this reset government. Now, can the minister tell us this and bring clarity? He says that a court order against a citizen who is the people's representatives was served on a national security coordinator at the regional level, Eastern Regional National Security Coordinator. And this metamorphosed into, and I tell us who served this, directed this order to be given to the Eastern Regional Coordinator of National Security for it to be enforced by the NIB against the Honorable Member of Parliament. Can the minister tell us who served this order? Because he said the order was served in his answer. The original, yes, he's a national security.
The server of the process?
No, please, respectfully. The institution, let's deal with the institution. Yes. He says the order was served
yes.
on the regional national security coordinator. And the regional security coordinator also directed NIB. Mr. Speaker, it is important to draw his institution by law and then to know from the minister which institution directed the order by his office or her office.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, a while ago, I just drew the attention of this House that crime will be treated as crime, committed. it is for the state to ensure that that person committed a crime. The court said he has committed crime of contempt, and the court issued a warrant for his arrest. And the state apparatus just have warrant to the National Building where I just earlier said it, says he should be arrested.
I will continue to repeat. We must be careful the president we are. We must be careful the president we are serving. Mr. Speaker, when a court gives an order, when a judge sitting to be drawn, and when the order is drawn, the registrar effects service. The registrar effects service of the order through and know that there are well-respected. The minister is saying that once the court made an order, the NIB, the National Security made an order. The NIB, the National Security, had a duty to be going around enforcing a court order. My question is very specific. Did the court order? My question is very specific. Did the court registrar?
Honourable Minority Leader, what was the order?
Mr. Speaker, with respect, must be served, must be enforced. I am asking, did the registrar of the court serve the order in the Eastern region? Did the registrar serve the order on the officer in Eastern region? Is that what happened? We want to know.
Honourable Minority Leader, you've asked a question, so he's in to provide an answer.
He was served. Service, as you rightly said, is done by bailiffs. But so that I can take all that line to coordinators not going to walk into the court arrest. No. So, Mr. Speaker, a crime was committed, happened, and unfortunately they didn't get him. Because if they had gotten him, he would have definitely been arrested. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister, thank you for your answer.
Last one. Mr. Speaker, the minister, this is a house of records. This is a house of record. The minister says, the minister says, were in Koforidua, in Akwetia to arrest the MP. The Supreme Court had issued an order by a 4-1 decision freezing the enforcement speaker. At the time that they actually folks, through the noise they made on the injustice, they had to run away. But I want to ask him whether it is part of the NIB's duties.
Honourable Minority Leader, I will recognize the Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the Minority Leader, and I said it this morning, the manner in which the Minority Leader uses the facilities of this House. The opportunity to ask ministers questions is closely governed by Order 86. The type of questions you can ask. You cannot make or imply a charge of a personal character or which reflects upon character or conduct. Ask questions that contain charges which the member asking the question is not in a position to substantiate. These are all matters that govern questions. You've just made statements about some people wielding guns, attempt to use a gun, and etc. If we ask you to substantiate that now, can you do that? With videos and etc. Can you do that now on the floor? Can you do that? Secondly, You've just made a statement questioning the character and integrity of the minister, asking him not to condone unconstitutionality. He says, you can ask him further. It's totally out of place. And coming, it's quite unfortunate to do that. We've let him answer the questions, but don't descend into politicking with the questions.
Yes, Honorable Minority Leader, per the rules, you are right. Honorable Minority Leader, ask question.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, thank you. He made an intervention. He went beyond the intervention. I have a right to respond to him. It is very rich that the majority leader and leader of this House is not concerned about an illegal attempt to arrest.
Honorable Minority Leader.
To arrest a member of this House.
Honorable Minority Leader, ask question. Honorable Minority Leader, you do not have the authority to determine the legality or otherwise of an arrest. We cannot warrant emanating from the court.
Majority Leader, after his intervention, wanted to know about the existence of a video that I will make available to him, those videos of that rampage. Make this thing available to this House. Mr. Speaker, I want to know from the Honorable Minister, from his explanation, he's telling us that the court's registrar served of enforcement. May
Honorable
I know,
Majority Leader.
To ask the Minister for the Interior the circumstances surrounding the attempted arrest of the Member of Parliament for Akwatia, Honorable Ernest Yaokumi, by 10 operatives of the National Intelligence Bureau. Is he willing to go to determine the circumstance? Whether it was in the morning, it was in the afternoon, whether they were wearing white or red T-shirts, whether they came walking or in a... I mean, what kind of details do you require from the minister? That is not in dispute, because it was debated in this very chamber. So everyone knows about the court order. It was widely covered. Media reported it. There's no doubt about that. You even went to the higher courts trying to freeze the enforcement of the court order by anybody and to make a statement. And we objected to that for us to allow that to happen. And we even raised the issue in this House that ordinarily speaking, the law enforcement agents should, for what? When thieves steal and they arrest them, do the minister come and answer questions about why the person who stole a fowl has been arrested? When people commit murder and then the minister, they are arrested, then the minister comes to account for how they were arrested. Please, let's not trivialize the business of this House. If he wants that answer, he should come and ask a specific question related to that matter. He will go and prepare and come and answer that.
Mr. Speaker, I think the majority leader is taking his liberties rather too far. The minister is an experienced member of this House and is capable. This attempt at obstructing the whole process, Mr. Speaker, my question
is asked. There is a room for the minister. So emanating from the answers.
Order 89 is very clear. I'm holding Order 89. Mr. Speaker, I am not asking anything outside of any member, beginning with the member who asked the question. May, without notice, ask a supplementary question for further clarity, but a supplementary question shall not introduce a matter not included in the original answer. Now, pay attention. Don't think too political and misconstrue.
So, Honorable Minority Leader, what I said and standing Order 89, is there any difference?
No, Mr. Speaker, with respect, I need my colleagues opposite me said that National Security Officer in charge in Eastern Region received the 89 one. How how was that? The fact that a court has made an order does not mean that any state security did the court directed the order to be served on the national security officer in charge of Eastern Region for the purposes of enforcement? That is my question.
I'm sorry to say that I'm also a member of Parliament, and I want to draw the attention of the minority leader to Order 88.7. Address the House or offer. I told him that in the answer, this notice was served through the National Security Coordinator to the end. So, Mr. Speaker, I'll be grateful. He wants answers, he should ask, but he should.
Honourable Minister, which institution served the order on the National Security Coordinator in the Eastern Region? Which institution?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the court.
Mr. Speaker, that will be all for him. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We move to question now, Majority Whip.
Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity. Honourable Minister, country to enforce a court order.
Come to this premise as a chief whip. I have seen the national security apparatus visiting Honorable Jinapo's residence and taking laptops and other gadgets from him. Mr. Speaker, I have an occasion. Mr. Speaker, when a crime is committed, any of these security agencies, when tasked to do, that has the power of arrest. As many of my colleagues who are here, who are officers of court, know, any of them can effect the arrest. Look as if there's some kind of Rambo star. And I have said it to the security agencies, time without number, whether it is the police, whether it is the NIB, whether it is the national security apparatus, whether it is the prisons, whether it is the fire service, that let's do this with professionalism. And let's not do it as if court in this chamber. No. There are so many agencies that are empowered to be able to effect arrest. And if any of them have to effect an arrest, they will have to do it. I have been arguing whether somebody is even accused of murder, until the person by our constitution is proven guilty, that person cannot be treated as if the person is just guilty on just the face of it, and therefore we should treat each other with some human dignity. But as to the agencies that can effect arrest, it is not out of order to say that national security have gone, or NIB, that's National Investigative Bureau, or the police CID, or the police, what do you call it? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Speaker, you file a search at the registry of the courts to find out matters regarding the mode answered by the court to the effect that the process served on the national security officer was not served by the bailiff of the court.
Well, Honourable Minister.
No, Mr. Speaker.
Speaker, thank you. That'll be all.
Thank the minister whether he is satisfied with the processes that led to the quasi or the attempted arrest of the honorable member. This minister is one person I had looked up to even before coming to Parliament. My question is that this is a process. Somebody did not go to court. And then later, Eastern Regional Court want to find out from the minister whether he, as the minister, personally is satisfied with this process. Thank you.
Honourable Member, you know that the legitimacy of service of processes is not.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would have any opportunity to rebuke any person that was involved in the process.
in the process of arrest,
in the process of the service of the warrant of arrest.
Honorable Minister, do you have a cause or to rebuke anybody? Honorable Jerry Ahmed Shaib.
I can yield to you. I can yield to him first.
Very well, Honorable Nitiwul.
No, it's fine. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Minister is the Minister of Interior, who oversees the activities of the National Security Council. Mr. Speaker, I want to find out from the Honorable Minister whether his officers at the National Security Council were aware, particularly the coordinator, was aware that the Supreme Court had prohibited the actions that his officers were attempting to do. Service is a different matter, but going to do the arrest, the Supreme Court had prohibited.
Having regard to the question, does not come into the question. Minister for Interior, the circumstances surrounding attempted arrest of the circumstances surrounding the arrest.
Mr. Speaker, I picked a cue from his answer. Whether, as the member asked, the circumstances that led to the attempted arrest of the member. I'm coming. Could have been avoided.
Honorable Minister.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. It could have been avoided if my colleague had gone to court. If he had gone to court the day they needed him, it would have been avoided.
The court wouldn't have issued bench warrants.
Mr. Speaker, I recollect very much that my colleague from Bimbila and I were in this chamber. When the clerk and you go ahead to take the oath, you should be ready to follow the consequences. And my colleague, you and I all agreed. And we affirmed to the positive that, yes, we're ready to take the oath as members of parliament and suffer any consequences. So if our colleague is going through this predicament, when he was going to have this challenge, and court, all this will have been an issue of what do you call an arrest.
Yes, Honorable Jerry Ahmed Shaib.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to ask my very respected minister if he ever, first of all, a warrant of arrest is an order of the court. So,
well, you have asked the question. Honorable Minister, have you cited a copy of the order?
Mr. Speaker, I cited a copy of the...
Yes, you have the floor. You can ask your second.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, is able to share with us the details of that warrant of arrest. But if he can...
was not requesting the Honorable Minister to produce a copy of that warrant. The question is for him to come and answer. He was here to answer question based on the circumstances, and you are requesting him to furnish you with a copy of...
All these conversations, all these questions and answers have emanated from the question which were given to us by the Honorable Minister. But I'm guided, Mr. Speaker.
Are you done, Honorable Jerry Ahmed?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'm guided.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister of Interior a question. Honorable Minister, are you aware that the Regional Security Coordinator is a member of the Regional Security Council? And is it strange for any other member of the Regional Security, NIB will be aware that an order of court has been served on the Regional Security Coordinator, since they are both members of the Regional Security Council?
Mr. Speaker,
That's the last supplementary, and then we can make progress.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to find out from the minister whether it is in line with best practices and the laws of the country that a Supreme Court will order a stay of an exercise, then the national security will go ahead to execute the order of a lower court, whether it is in line with best practice. Right to so, Mr. Speaker.
Served on the NIB, who is to effect the arrest.
Mr. Speaker, and the order was actually that was the order to stay the execution of the order of arrest.
Yes, honorable member, you and I are lawyers. The arrest, and very well, by law, if and the NIB has gone to effect arrest, that itself is a contempt. So they know what to do.
The honorable minister is that whether it is in line with best practices that a Supreme Court, on hindsight, because he's now being informed that the Supreme Court had ruled on the matter.
Honorable member, the minister is here to answer questions on circumstances leading to the arrest. If the Supreme Court has given an order and the arrest is made contrary to the Supreme Court order, we know what to do in the circumstances. So thank you very much. We've come to the end of that question. And honorable members, in view of the fact that the Minister for Interior is on the seat, can we defer questions number C and D and proceed to take a normal question number 3, 4, and 5, since they are all directed at same minister? Honourable members, question number 3, standing in the name of Abdul Kabiru Tia Mahama, MP for Wale Wale.
Measures being taken by the ministry to enforce the... Sorry, Mr. Speaker. I'm reading from my colleagues. I rise to ask the Minister for the Interior plans to curb the increasing case of armed robbery in the Wale Wale constituency, especially in the western part of the Northeast region in general. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, crime statistics in the Wale Wale district and its environs for the past 3 years point to the reduction in armed robbery cases. Mr. Speaker, the table below explains it. In 2022, the number of robberies were 30. In 2023, the number of robberies were 23. In 2024, the number of robberies were 18. Between January and February 2025, the number of robberies are 3. However, the worrying situation in the Wale Wale of vehicles. These attacks are related as part of the ministry's effort to sustain the gain with respect to the reduction in armed robbery cases in Wale Wale and West Mamprusi and Mamprugu was found to be, to ameliorate the situation. In addition, 2 form police units bases have been established in Janga and Gombiliga, respectively in the West Mamprusi municipality. This, in addition to the Wale Wale West Mamprusi municipality. This, in addition to the Wale Wale form police unit, with each base manned by 30 personnel. Police patrols have also been intensified in the jurisdiction. Escort of market women to the various markets in the Wale Wale area has also been factored into the operations to provide security for the market women and ward, if not eliminate robbery in the area, in selected communities in the Wale Wale enclave. This enables the police personnel to engage community members to share information with them, educate them on basic to police, etc. This ensures that the people feel being part of the security architecture in the constituency. Mr. Speaker, following the continuous attacks on passenger buses on the Nasia Wale Wale Bolgatanga Highway, the Ministry of Interior, with the recommendation for the Northeast Regional Security Council on Saturday, 15 February 2025, imposed a dusk to dawn curfew, Mr. Speaker, in Walawale and its environs. The police and the military are enforcing the curfew. Police personnel have also been drawn from Tamale to support the district command in Walawale, while
Honourable Member, any supplementary question?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And the cases of armed robbery, particularly for this year, whether there have been any arrests of any suspect in connection with those armed robberies. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I don't have any information as to whether some arrests have been made. As he knows, the predominant mode of transport around that place is using motorbikes. But I assure him that I'll continue pursuing the police, because we've sent some drones to help all those who improve. And once those things improve, it will reduce the armed robbery. But whether there's specific arrest to any of these robberies that has happened since January, I don't have any information. I'll try and get that information from the police and get my colleague to have them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
It's constituency specific. Question number 4.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. I seek to ask the Minister for Interior, measures being taken by the Ministry to enforce insurance of public and commercial buildings in compliance with Section 218 of the Insurance Act 2021, Act 1061.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. All designated premises, including commercial buildings, of the certificates is mandatory and is in accordance with Regulation 1C, F, and 2(1) of the Fire Precaution Premises Regulation of 2003, LI 1724. The Ghana National Fire Service and the National Insurance Commission embark on pre-enforcement and enforcement exercises annually to ensure compliance of the provision in Section 218 of the Insurance Act 2021. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Member. A supplementary?
Yes, please. Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. I seek your guidance that, fire has been a very terrific thing in recent times, and therefore crave your indulgence that if we could intensify the pre-enforcement and enforcement measures to make sure that most of the people who occupy commercial buildings really comply with this provision of the Act. Thank you.
Honourable Minister, it seems you didn't get a question. Honourable Member, can you repeat your question?
I'm asking the Honourable Minister to intensify the level of pre-enforcement and enforcement measures, since fire has been very rampant lately. Thank you.
This is a comment, really not a question. Any further question? Thank you, Asafua, Member of Parliament for Old Tafo.
Thank you,
Deputy Minority Leader.
And ask the question for
Being given you by Honorable Eko Asafua.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
In line with Standing Order 89.3.
So, Mr. Speaker, under the authority of Honorable Vincent Ko Asafua, may I please ask your leave?
Please
Take
do.
your leave to ask the question on the behalf.
Please do.
Thank you very much. Honorable, I rise to ask the Minister to the Ghana National Fire Service in tackling fire outbreaks. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Ghana National Fire Service has a total number of 247 fire appliances of commission and are being worked on at the various mechanical workshops of the service in the regions to ensure their continuous use. Turntable ladder, hydraulic platforms, and water tankers. Mr. Speaker, the Ghana National Fire Service has a total workforce of operational duties. However, the service lacks adequate and require modern firefighting logistics to confront fire outbreaks. As you can attest to research the situation, the Ministry of Interior has earmarked the Ghana National Fire Service as one of the state institutions to be retooled. Effort was fire tender. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Any follow-up?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm following up to know exactly when, if you have a timeline for the purchasing of the state-of-the-art fire tender, because we are very much aware the inadequacies within the country when fire outbreaks occurs. Thank you.
Minister, to see how allocations could be made. So it will be very difficult to give a timeline as to when we can say specifically. The newest tender that we have is over 15 years, and definitely we need to be able to retool the fire service. Knowing that the envelope is tight, the finances are difficult, Mr. Speaker, as the House may know, between October and February, we have an average of about 50 fires to be able to retool them. And I'm sure the Finance Minister is very much aware of this and is taking steps to assist the ministry to get these fire tenders. They are very urgent. But because the finances rest with Minister of Finance, I will not be able to give a specific timeline. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you.
Honorable Speaker, just another follow-up, just to get a confirmation. Since you have established the agency of the purchase of the fire tenders, do I get an assurance from you that by the end of this year, these tenders will be purchased? Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, that's still a very difficult one because, for example, in our talk, he can do. Because as we speak currently, the budget ceiling that has been given to the Ministry of Interior does not include the possibility of buying fire tenders within the first, second quarter, because the first quarter is almost gone. So it means that if there could be any hope, it is when the Ministry of Finance makes available resources, probably into the third quarter, that will be able to start. But the assurance is that when the Finance Minister is able to ascertain some resources, you can start the process of procuring so that it can move faster. But unfortunately, until that is done, it will be very difficult for the ministry to start any process. But I can assure you that the Minister of Finance appreciates this challenge. And the government said by the Mr. President that will be on top of our agenda. But unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, I will not be able to assure you that by the end of this year, you will begin to see all these new fire tenders.
Yes, Honorable Majority Leader.
Honorable Minister, you indicate in your answer that 48 of the fire tenders are out of commission and tasks are fixed, repaired, and available for use.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
We have is that these 48 are as of February. But as we speak even today, you'll be fixing some, getting them out of commission into commission. Whilst those in commission, some are also getting, because of the obsolete nature. Mr. Speaker, since then, for over a decade, they've not seen major retooling, meaning that most of the vehicles are very old and the tenders are very weak. If it is just this specific 48, then I will have been able to tell the majority leader that, oh, by the end of next month, many of them could be put age of the equipment. So it's very difficult at any time to say that you can deploy up to 90% of the equipment that are within the fire service because of their obsolete nature. So, Mr. Honorable Majority Leader, it's very difficult to be able to tell how many we can ensure to be on the run at the time because of the age of the
Majority Leader.
So, Mr. Minister, are you saying that in the past 8 years, not a single fire tender was purchased by the government of the NPP to increase the stock of fire tenders in this country? In the past 8 years, not one single fire tender was purchased. Is that what you are saying?
So when it comes to fire tender, no. You can talk about other logistical like pickups, this platform that was purchased during the period. But when it comes to fire tender, for the last decade, since 2014, we've not procured any fire tender to augment what the service has. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I'll give the.
There was done as of February. Last Friday, I gave a statement, and Mr. Speaker, you benevolently said that you were forwarding the statement to the minister. In the statement, I indicated that the Konongo fire tender, because of the experience we had on the eve of the Independence Day, is now out of commission. Predecessors had given attention to the police and have often neglected the Ghana National Fire Service. My question is, would you give us the assurance that, thank you.
Yes, Honorable
Mr. Speaker, if my colleague had listened to me since I went to the ministry, I've been emphasizing that fire service, the Ghana Prison Service, will no longer be orphans. It means they get the necessary support. And I also take this opportunity to, Mr. Speaker, encourage our citizens, especially the volunteers, come forward to say that they want to donate these items or that items to the police. And constantly I have to remind them that, look, those who are to the fire service and the police, to the prisons, Mr. Speaker, it's not because the police is fully adequate, but because they are more visible to the citizenry. When challenges come, the tendency to rush to solve that of the police is much higher than the others. But I can assure my colleagues are rendered professionally so that they protect all of us, because what they also do are equally important, especially during some specific period. In the case of the fire, between October and February, it's very devastating, and sometimes it's very, very disturbing for a country. So I can assure him that that attention will be given. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Majority.
Speaker, I thank you
Chief
for
Whip.
the opportunity. Speaker, Mayor's regime properly so-called your fire district, when they are worn out, to service coming out with a maintenance regime so that regularly these tenders will be maintained so they don't.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I can assure my colleague that those maintenance regimes are there, but sometimes hasn't released the resources. It becomes very difficult to ensure that at least the few that we have, we're able to maintain them so that they will be running. So I can assure my colleague that the maintenance regime is there. It is only the resources to back it, which sometimes becomes difficult. And then you see them writing to MPs and all other citizens to support. And I want to encourage all of us to continue to support them, because without our support, it will mean that the situation will even get worse than it is. But we've gotten a lot of assurance from my finance minister to see an improvement in the maintenance and the service that they are providing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Samuel Abujinapo.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, the Honorable, in his words, no major retooling took place in respect of the Ghana Fire Service since 2014. The Speaker, I have in my hands a news item from the ministry's own website. The ministry's own website. And Mr. Speaker, with your indulgence, I will read where it says that the government has procured 200 rapid intervention vehicles for the Ghana National Fire Service by the end of as at 2023 to augment its old fleet and also help the service navigate its way through traffic to arrive at emergency scenes on time. And Mr. Speaker, it goes on and on how the sector minister, and it actually shows a photo of these fire tenders or these rapid intervention vehicles. And Mr. Speaker, this is captured on the website of the Ministry of Interior. Mr. Speaker, the question is, Given major retooling, this, Mr. Speaker, as you will agree, is subjective and relative. And therefore, given the information I've pulled out of the Ministry of Interior's own website, which suggests clearly that, contrary to the records that have been provided to the minister, 200 rapid intervention vehicles were procured and were procured for emergency services. Will the minister be in a position, if not now, but later, will he be in a position as from 2014 to date? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable former minister, if I advise you to file a fresh question. Yes, so it should be in the form of a fresh question, but not for him to answer now. Very well, then the substantive question.
I appreciate that, Mr. Speaker, but Mr. Speaker, I wanted to provide some clarity with what he's saying. Remember the question, the supplementary question was about fire tenders. And I even qualified and said that, yes, over the period, pickups and other, I even mentioned, the hydraulic platform. The hydraulic platform are the one that you see are able to put fire at a very long distance like the Job 600. Those were procured. Find out, you have about 266 districts, political districts that we have. Even the 200 that you mentioned, it means that not all the districts could even get the pickup. So when we are talking about major retooling, I mean, what will be the essence of a firefighters if there's fire in this chamber, may God forbid, and then you have 200 fire officers running here, all of them with the gears, but without fire tender? What are they coming here to do? It will be a useless adventure. So yes, getting them pickups to be able to move, getting them water hose to be able to run to a place, getting them of the fire tenders that they use to collect water, get hydrants, repaired, and making sure that water runs into them. You agree with me that that's not retooling. Because to retool, you have to make sure that even when you have the fire tender, the hydrant, you still have not been able to retool the fire service to deal with the challenges that we are talking about. So the specific question was in respect of fire tender. And I said that when it comes to fire tender, the last time that we did retooling with respect to fire tender was 2014. So please get that. But like Mr. Speaker is saying, with those other breakdowns, when you ask the question, I'll be more than happy to come and provide those details. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Majority Leader.
It's read is a report on the website of the ministry that says that the ministry is to procure.
Not procure.
The ministry is to procure 200. And the statement was made when one was deposited for them to inspect. Oh, I can read it. I can read it. August 16, 2023. August 16, 2023. And it says that the government is set to procure 200 rapid intervention vehicles for the Ghana National Fire Service by the end of 2023 to augment its old fleet and also help the service navigate its way through traffic to arrive at emergency scenes on time. The RIVs are expected to be deployed to accident-prone areas, strategic locations within sensitive national installations, affecting one of the RIVs, which have been delivered, one, to Ghana National Fire Service on a pilot basis. One was delivered on a pilot basis, and it was at the inspection of that one that the statement concerning the plan and intention to procure the 200 was made. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to...
The former minister responsible for lands and natural resources made a statement making reference to a publication. He's making a statement to the effect that what the honorable former minister said is not correct, and he's stating the correct position. So, honorable members, honorable Majority Leader, you may conclude.
So, on the basis on the basis of a fuller reading of the publication just cited by the Honorable Abu Jinapo, I want to find out from the minister whether he would check.
Well, Honorable Minister, the question is whether you check. And thank you. Honorable members, let's bring the supplementary questions to the minister responsible for Interior. But C. Honorable Minister, you are hereby discharged. Urgent question number C.
At this dispatch box to ask the minister for following a directive from the president, which was communicated through a press release by the minister.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Right Honorable Speaker, given the reality of the funding gap of 156 million US as part of the resources that will be made available as a result of the uncapping of the National Health Insurance levy, part of it will be used to close the gap created following the suspension of the USAID funding. Additionally, an amount of 100 million US Ghana cedis is being allocated in the goods and services budget of the Ministry of Health under the expenditure line Global Fund. This will be used to procure vaccines that hitherto were being funded by the USAID. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Any supplementary?
Rightly so. It's to be expected from the uncapping the fund. Now, he should be able to tell would be available.
Yes, Honourable Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, this requires some coordination with the revenue authorities to get the figures. So he should ask the substantive question on the matter. But the minister has it, so.
Mr. Speaker, this must stop. The majority leader has been using this to intimidate the backbench. He is a leader of a bully. We don't know him as a bully. That's not his training. He should allow the minister to answer the question.
Well, honorable members, I believe the minister is capable.
Mr. Speaker, the National Health Insurance Authority will be receiving in total an amount of 9.9 billion Ghana cedis for the year 2025. Mr. Speaker, this is because of the uncapping. The uncapping of the National Health Insurance levy has made available additional resources worth 4.2 billion Ghana cedis to the National Health Insurance Authority. Mr. Speaker, this is indeed enough for the National Health Insurance Authority to be able to include in their priorities.
Honourable members, I'm not supposed to take part, but we can all refer to page 137 and 138 of the budget. Honourable, a further supplementary.
This government committed there. Mr. Speaker, don't let us go there. Don't lead us. You give proper assurances. They say one thing and do another. It's only talk government. They say women banking. Only gave 51 million. Women banking.
Honourable Minority Leader, your supplementary question.
Yes, Mr.
Please.
Speaker. They don't keep their promises. Mr. Speaker, I want to know from the Minister of Finance.
Honourable Majority Leader. Honourable Minority, I recognize Honourable Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the minority leader to behave properly in this chamber. Every promise that we have made to Ghanaians, we have kept. Every promise we have kept. We said we will appoint not more than 60. We said we are going to abolish taxes. We have abolished the taxes. Every Ghanaian you ask say that they have confidence in John Dramani Mahama and the government. So you cannot stand here and just throw. Budget has just been brought. We have not yet even considered it. We have not yet even approved it for us to implement our promises. You cannot always stand up and to last time.
Honourable members, the issue of keeping promise or not cannot be a supplementary question to question.
The leader of government business, who I so much respect, was on his feet to mislead the House. He was not up on a point of. He talked about proper behavior. But his
Honourable
approach,
Minority
Mr. Speaker,
Leader.
I need to finish. Mr. Speaker, I need to finish.
Once again, will you ask a supplementary question?
Mr. Supplementary question. However, I need your leave to respond to certain matters that have gone into the record of this House, which matters were raised by the majority leader. And it is my right, if the majority leader talks about improper behavior, I dare say that his is worse. Because he's saying that his government has kept all promises. Even appointing ministers, you gave a promise last week. The 4 that are remaining, you are refusing to. You can't. Which promise have you kept? Which promise have you kept? You said 30% of women. Have you complied with the affirmative action law? Which promise have you kept? Then you say improper behavior. Yours is worse. Women in banking, only 51 million. Agriculture, the farmers, the poor farmers in the north, the poor farmers in the south, 1 million. A chunk of it goes into compensation. What is the Minister of Agri going to do? A redundant minister? What about your big push? Nothing. And you say you kept your promises. You've not kept your promises. You've not kept your promises. This government is even becoming a lame duck. Be the minority. Your majority will go down to less than 100. If you like, declare election. Let the president declare election. And we'll see. If you trust Mr. Speaker, I'm going to ask my question.
Minority Leader.
Can the Minister of Finance assure this House that true to his commitment in his own budget, he's going to comply? We are not supposed to joke with him. Is he going to assure this House that he's going to comply and there would be no story?
Honourable members, before giving the floor to the Minister to answer the question, I think we owe it as a duty to set the record straight. Honourable members, I was part of the people who shepherded the affirmative. If you look at the first schedule of the Affirmative Action Act, the 30% is a range, and the target was up to 2026. The law is very clear. Honourable members, the law is. Honourable members, so the information is there very clear in Schedule 1 of the law, based on Section 69. Yes, you have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to use this opportunity to, one, assure the House that unlike the previous government that capped the national health insurance levy, we will not cap the national health insurance levy. And as such, the National Health Insurance Authority will have enough resources to intervene and be able to resolve all the challenges that has. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, that will be all for him.
Efija, Sectorial East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask the Minister of Finance what measures the ministry is reading. Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, let's listen to the question in silence. Honorable members, I intend to ask her to repeat the question, but let's have the courtesy to listen to the question in silence.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Finance what measures the ministry is taking to address the recent...
Order!
Mr. Speaker, Right Honorable Speaker, cedi exchange rate, Ghana cedi and dollar exchange rate was 15 cedis, 53 pesos to a dollar, 3% against the US dollar. Mr. Speaker, this compared to 5.7% over the same period in the year 2024, when the cedi dollar exchange rate was 12.62 period. The Ghana cedi has depreciated. This shows a reduction. The cedi depreciation is driven by tight FX liquidity, increased demand from energy sector payment, and commerce. Mr. Speaker, the cedi has, however, witnessed stability since the 19th February on the back of central bank's forex intervention aimed at improving FX liquidity and market confidence. To maintain this exchange rate stability that we've seen relatively from February 19th, the Ministry of Finance, working with the central bank, have outlined a number of policies, and this include currency to help the central bank accumulate enough forex and to intervene as and when they are supposed to intervene. The Bank of Ghana will also continue the implementation of its FX forward action to support the stability of the Ghana cedi. The government is also front-loading its fiscal consolidation through expenditure reduction, and we believe that will also help in the support of the Ghana cedi. The Speaker, measures which will be announced to Parliament in the coming days, and we believe that will help. As a result of our import substitution policy, the Ghana cedi will see some significant stability, and I strongly believe that the cedi will improve from its current state. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable member, do you have any supplementary question? Honorable Mavis Nkansa-Boedo, do you have a supplementary question?
No, I don't. Thank you.
So, yes, honorable member, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to find out from the minister responsible for finance whether or not the gold for oil deal that has been purportedly suspended could be a factor in why some pressure has come to bear on the dollar. Because the whole essence of the gold for oil deal was that the BDCs, instead of going to buy dollar, scarce dollar, will no longer be doing so, but rather we would buy gold with cedis.
Honorable member, file a substantive question on gold for oil.
We'll buy gold. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable member, standing in the name of Dr. Kinsley Ajiman, Member of Parliament for Abuakwa South.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I seek to ask the Minister for Finance what plans have been put in place to resolve the tension among commuters as a result of the recent directive by the Chief February 1, 2025.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, on the 28th of November 2022, the National Insurance Commission, represented by the insurance industry stakeholders and the General Transport, Petroleum and Chemical Workers Union of the TUC, signed a memorandum of understanding for the increase of third-party motor insurance premiums by 30%. This increase was to be spread at 10% per annum over a period of 3 years, effective 2023. The Speaker, for the purpose of clarity, this 10% annual adjustment was to be applied in the first quarter of 2025 by the Speaker, following a meeting between the National Insurance Commission and the industrial players on the 19th February 2025 to address the challenges associated, determines the minimum motor third-party premium will be reviewed and determined as a percentage of the third-party property. In the year 2022, they will implement the 10% additional increase for the year 2025. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Any supplementary question?
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Two quick supplementary questions. With regards to the subtitle, Way Forward on the Concern, paragraph 1, you did indicate that there was a stakeholder engagement on the 19th of February, annual policies.
Mr. Speaker, I was not part of the stakeholders' consultation. I will consult and come back to the House if need be. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. The second paragraph, you did indicate that one of the key interventions was the scrapping of a VAT or motor insurance policy. The policy on VAT that has been implemented all these years, because so far as I'm concerned, there has never been a VAT on third-party motor insurance. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as part of the 2024 budget, the then administration introduced VAT on non-life insurance. Mr. Speaker, the implementation of the VAT non-life insurance will mean that third-party insurance will attract VAT. Mr. Speaker, I have said in the budget that before we implement such a policy, and that is why, Mr. Speaker, you will see in the budget statement and as part of the policies that we've submitted, to exempt third-party insurance or all insurance increase in insurance premium that will be paid by motor vehicle users. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. I don't know if I did not hear answer.
Right, Honorable Speaker, yes, as we speak, there is a law that was imposed in the year 2023, imposing VAT on non-life insurance. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Member.
No, Right, Honorable Speaker, I'm not done.
You have exhausted your supplementary questions, so please resume your seat.
Thank you.
Yes, Honorable
Thank
Member.
you very much. Mr. Speaker, I would like to ask the Minister whether the VAT on motor insurance was enforced. We're not talking about whether it's in the books, whether it was implemented. That's the question, please.
Honorable Member, the word used by the Minister is that there was that element of tax imposed in 2023. The word he used is imposed.
Mr. Speaker, with the greatest respect, my point is that if it was not implemented, then there's no need for
yes, but if the word used is that the tax, ought to know the answer that you want to elicit from the person who said the tax was imposed.
Mr. Speaker, I just want to be very read to us last week said, categorically, that there is motor insurance, VAT on motor, third-party motor insurance. And I want to find out from he just said to us that that was passed.
Are you running away from the question?
Honourable Minister, your answer. Whether the tax imposed has been implemented.
Mr. Speaker, the Ghana Revenue Authority issued a practice note after the passage of the amendment to the value-added tax. The Speaker, subsequently, if anyone had failed to pay the VAT, the person is committing an illegality. The Speaker, as we speak, the laws of the Republic of Ghana mandate collecting, but we have laws in this country mandating the charge of value-added tax on motor insurance. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Yes, Honourable Member.
Thank you.
And I will take that as the last supplementary.
Enough to tell this House how much was real
calculations. So file a fresh question. Honourable members, we've exhausted item numbered 7 and 8 together. We then move to the item numbered 9. Statements. Honourable members, the budget statement and economic policy of the government.
Mr. Speaker, there's an addendum to the order paper. Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
To who?
Yes. Honourable member, sorry, I think we are left with question number 2. Also directed at the Finance Minister. So I recognize Honourable Frank Yeboah. Echima Nwabiaja.
Order 88.3. And I read, in the absence of a member, any other member so authorized may, with the proper permission of Mr. Speaker, yes, right, Honourable Speaker.
Is it oral or in writing?
It's oral.
Honourable member, proceed to.
For finance, what measures have been put in place to ensure the timely release of national health insurance funds to avoid delays in claims of payment to health care providers? Thank you, right, Honourable Speaker.
Honourable Finance Minister.
Mr. Speaker, this issue. Right, Honourable Speaker, the Ministry of Finance has engaged the Controller and Accountant General to prioritize release to social protection programs, including the National Health Insurance Authority. The Ministry of Finance will also streamline it. Additionally, the Ministry of Finance has increased the resource envelope for the National Health Insurance by uncapping the National Health Insurance levy for the year 2025. Right, Honourable Speaker, consequently, an amount of 9.93 billion Ghana Healthcare and the Ghana Medical Care Trust. The Speaker, I want to entreat honourable members to assist us pass this formula as soon as possible so that we'll be able to make the releases to the National Health Insurance Authority. Right, Honourable Speaker, to add, in the National Health Insurance Authorities Act, Government of Ghana is supposed to ensure prompt releases month in, month out, bi-monthly. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, no Minister of Finance has been able to achieve that. Right, Honourable Speaker, my assurance to the House is that I would...
Thank you very much. Honourable Member, any supplementary question?
Thank you, right, Honourable Speaker. I'm happy he said he will try as much as possible. he is entreating this House to pass the formula as soon as possible. I want to find out from the minister if he can confirm to this House whether these formulas are already in this chamber. Thank you very much.
The formulas will be submitted to the House by the minister responsible for health and not the Minister of Finance. Thank you.
What the minister said, his answers, I'm not sure I heard him.
He said the answers will be submitted by the minister
given out to this House.
He said it will be
submitted. He's entreating us to fast track it. All right, thank you very much.
Well, honorable members, we've come to the end of question time. Item numbered 7 and 8 has been exhausted. Honorable members, we have to move to item numbered 9. Yes, Majority.
Mr. Speaker, with your leave, I wish to vary the order of business so that we can take the addendum dated Tuesday, 18th March, presentation of instruments. Mr. Speaker, we want to lay the environmental protection, mining in forest reserves, amendment regulations of 2025. The Minister for Environment, Science, Technology, and Innovation is here. And if you grant leave, we will lay the instrument. That's the Environmental Protection, Mining in Forest Reserves Amendment Regulations of 2025. That is the amendment intended to place in forest reserves. So, Speaker, this was a major promise of President John Dramani Mahama and the government, and today we are seeing the implementation of a major promise aimed at dealing with the issue of galamsey in our forest reserves. We are taking away the discretion of the President to grant permission for concessions to be given. But the minister is ready, the instrument is in the House, and we want to lay it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Minority Leader, the application is for me to vary the order of business so that they can lay the item contained in the order.
And it's not in our place to obstruct policy direction of the government. I am not opposed to the application, however, of this House, respected. That is to do what we call a pre-laying of such important instrument so that a broader actual laying is done. So, Speaker, if we pay due regard to Article 11, I proceed to read the Constitution. Any order, rule, or regulation made by a person or authority under a power conferred by this Constitution or any other law shall c. come into force at the expiration of 21 sitting days, the order, rule, or regulation by the vote of not less than 2/3 of all the members of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, on the basis of this provision, what it means is that if the paper is laid, the instrument is laid, and there is any amendment in number as provided for to even annul or amend or do any other thing to it. So on the basis of this provision, this House reached a consensus that allows what we call the pre-laying to enable the committee engage further on this matter so that when the final instrument, together with the minister, is laid, processes. So I shall pray you that the minister, so that after that, the laying is done. Mr. Speaker, you can give them 14 days 7 days, whatever, as it pleases the minister, to allow for that consultation to be done. That said, I am in principle in support of all steps that government intends to take to ensure that we preserve our forests and we deny some of not well addressed. It would lead this country to a place we don't want to go. And even so, some of these get affected and they lose their investment. They would see it as a breach of the law, and the state then become a victim because they will sue in arbitration, and it will mean that government of Ghana would have to cough for monies lost. So, Mr. Speaker, if government,
Mr. Speaker, one clause amendment to the regulations, which simply withdraws the powers of the president. Mr. Speaker, there is consensus across the country that this is a matter that should be done. We don't think that any stakeholder engagements will change anything. It is a commitment that this government made to Ghanaians, this president made to Ghanaians, that this power granted to presidents to allow mining in forest reserves, I don't want it. It should be taken away. And he has instructed his minister to come and lay the instrument that takes away the power. Mr. Speaker, there is nothing to discuss about this. A power granted, somebody says, I don't want to exercise the power. Take it away so that I'm not tempted to exercise it. Why do you want to tempt him? Why do you want to keep the law in place? Even by 1 day, why do you want to keep the law in place? Mr. Speaker, we are already here, and we are clearly not breaching any provision of the Constitution. As he said, it's a practice that we evolved. We are very confident about what we are doing. We are clear about the matter, that the president doesn't want the power. He wants to take it as a speaker. Let us lay it. If the committee meets, and then the committee thinks that there should be a revision, they can come here. But I'm assuring you, any motion, any attempt to change anything in the regulations that are being laid. So, Mr. Speaker, let's lay it and then let's move on. We don't need any pre-laying ceremony in a matter that we are all clear on.
Honorable Minister for Education.
Minority leader and majority leader. And the matter of Article 11 is a real train. The only power of Parliament, maybe Honorable Whip help me, I want to quote the exact words, is to by a 2/3 resolution 7C come into force at the expiration of 21 sitting days after being so late, unless Parliament, before the expiration of the 21 days, announce the order, rule or regulation by even without Parliament taking a decision. Once a report is made, sometimes even the report is not brought before us because, Mr. Minority Leader, the President is responding to a national emergency of a crisis in Galamsey. And he is determined to say that take off my authority and mandate as President so that the power to grant it is not. May I speak what the President is seeking to do? Maybe let me provide further information. I see the former minister trying, but seek to be recognized by the Speaker. But Mr. Speaker, I was a member of the Environment Committee of Parliament. And when the EPA, my chairman is here with Dr. Mafu, you remember, Dr. Mafu belonged to this side of the House. He presided over the meeting, which made recommendations that this should be the position of government. So you can call Dr. Mafu and find out. He was then chairman of the Environment Committee, chaired by the Honorable Taylor Labi. We met, please, these regulations, I think the Attorney General came to work on it, that the Attorney General have laid is wrong. It is not best and good for the country. So, Mr. Speaker, what the majority leader is saying is that, yes, if it is a matter you want to do pre-consultation, this House is just there that I think that has the numbers as majority leader get there. The matter of livelihoods It's affecting the future sustainability of our country. And I do not think that this should tear our heads where the majority leader have led. So, Mr. Mandatory 21 days, after which effectively it becomes law. I thank you.
Yes, Honorable Samuel Jinopo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the position of the minority leader. Mr. Speaker, on the need, and Mr. Speaker, the point about this provision being a one-clause provision, Mr. Speaker, really, you look at the provision of the Constitution which vests all mineral rights in the President. Mr. Speaker, the previous government, I had the privilege of being minister. The previous government announced publicly, the Attorney General actually took steps in the course of the 8th Parliament to effect this same amendment. It's all because the submission, Mr. Speaker, in some respects, does not contextualize the issue because the President has the right under the national constitution, under statute, to exercise a discretion for mining to take place in a forest reserve. Mr. Speaker, as we speak today, happening almost in all the forest reserves of our country. Today. Mr. Speaker, today. Mr. Speaker, led by the venerable, respected Ken Ashigbe, has actually come out with a report about how political party kingpins, believing that their party have won power, taking over the forest reserves of our country. Mr. Speaker, so what is the point I'm making? Mr. Speaker, the point can have this debate here. Let's attempt in contributing to the fight against Galamsey. Mr. Speaker, the only thing that can prevent the fight against Galamsey is a lack of candor. If anybody stands here and says that political party kingpins have not taken over forest reserves and are mining, let's say it, and let's give ourselves 6 months, 1 year, 2 years, and we'll see where Galamsey will be. Let us, Mr. Speaker, let us accept the truth and let's be honest about what is happening today. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, I'm saying that. Mr. Speaker, that's why I'm saying in conclusion. Mr. Speaker, that's why I'm saying that the pre-laying is necessary. It's necessary for us to be able to have a thorough, in-depth interrogation and discussion as to how this can be formulated and presented in a manner which will truly, if that is what we want to achieve, pursuant to the provisions of our national constitution, where all mineral rights have been vested in the President, and pursuant to Article 256, and pursuant to the Minerals and Mining Act 206, Act 703, Mr. Speaker, the President has a discretion, in spite of this amendment, the President has a discretion to grant rights for mining to take place in any forest reserve. And I want to conclude by submitting and doing so forcefully and vehemently that as we speak today, 18th of March, Tuesday, the forest reserves of our country have been invaded and they are being mined. They are being mined.
Honorable Minister, the issue on the floor is not an instrument being laid without pre-laying consideration. For me, that is the issue at stake. Honorable members, we all know the constitutionality that before the instrument is introduced, it is subjected to a pre-laying consideration. The document is laid. You can dot I or cross T unless you have two-thirds majority in line with Article 11.7 to annul it. Honourable members, we know the agency involved in the ally before us, but with all due respect, I will want to direct and urge upon the Subsidiary Legislation Committee to, as a matter of urgency, conduct a pre-laying within Thursday. Honourable members, with all due respect, we established the practice to be conducting a pre-laying consideration. So, having regard to the agency involved, honourable members, let's give ourselves for some pre-laying consideration. Then the ally can be laid, and once it is laid, the report will come. We have 2/3 majority to annul it. So, honourable members, I will plead that we subject the ally to an urgent pre-laying consideration. Yes, honourable member for Kumbugu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to also suggest that we include the Environment Committee. Since we look at the technical bit of the subject area, I think that including the environment.
This is a subsidiary legislation. There is nothing technical for environment to look at. So, the minister, before coming to the majority leader.
Thank you for lands. When he indicated that mining is actually going on in the forest area, it's true. But he issued those permits. He issued those permits. And what we are seeking to do, he issued them. Yes.
I agree perfectly with you. But I zero it down to the fact that the issue for consideration is whether or not we should go ahead and lay the instrument without pre-laying consideration, or we should abide by the practice and convention and go by a pre-laying consideration. Honourable members, with all due respect, once that is the practice, Parliament has over the time abide with Honourable Patrick Yauboma to organize a meeting and then look at the instrument, bring their report. Yes, Thursday. That is why I'm saying that, with all due respect, the instrument is either going to be laid on Thursday. And the honourable members, I so direct. Honourable Samuel, let's not go back to the issue. Honourable members, let me have your indulgence to acknowledge Parliament, led by Dr. Tewia Agbesi, constituency, Latte, led by Ellen Eyim Pokwa, assistant head teacher. They are from Equiapim North. They are 54 in number. We also have Amponampong, Ghana Muslim Mission School. Let's in numbers. We also have Liberty Academy and New Will Academy, led by Florence Caesar, teacher, New Job and South constituency. They are 65 in numbers. Honourable members, leadership, we move to item numbered 9, statement. Yes, Honourable Samuel Abujinapo, on the statement.
Order 93.1, Mr. Speaker, of the House, and leave of the Speaker, a member may explain a matter of personal nature or make a statement on a matter of urgent public importance at the time appointed for statements under Order 67. Mr. Speaker, I believe that the matter I'm about to raise is one of public importance. Mr. Speaker, and Order 195, Mr. Speaker, Order 195, with your permission, I read. 1951 states, the statement of the estimate of revenue and expenditure of the government in respect of each financial year referred to in these orders as the, quote, budget statement and economic policy of government, end quote. Mr. Speaker, with emphasis. And I repeat, quote, budget statement and economic policy of the government, end quote. 1. It names it, defines it as a budget statement and economic policy of the government. Mr. Speaker, I then will respectfully refer you to Order 201, Mr. Speaker, Order 201 is titled Debate of the Budget. Mr. Speaker, with your indulgence again, I will quote. It states, on a day to be determined by the Business Committee after the budget statement and economic policy of the government is presented, and at a time that the Business Committee may allot for the purpose, the House shall debate the budget statement and economic policy of government. So, Mr. Speaker, you will see that under Order 195, where the statement is classified as budget statement and economic policy of the government, in Order 201.
But, Honorable Member, is that not the same issue raised by the Deputy Minority Whip, Honorable Habib? Honorable Member, come along to Standing Order 1235 and read. All right. Standing Order 1235. For the purposes of the House.
Mr. Speaker, it says a member shall not raise any specific question upon which the House has come to a conclusion during the current session, except on a substantive motion for rescission. End quote. Mr. Speaker, I'm raising a different matter altogether.
So, honorable members,
Mr. Speaker, I'm raising
Whip has raised this particular matter based on Order 1 on it. So, based on standing order by a substantive motion, what you are doing is not the proper procedure. You are therefore overruled. You are out of order. Honorable Habib, let's make progress.
Mr. Speaker, my name has been mentioned, and I just want to clarify was to the effect of the form of the presentation of the budget. And that was it, and nothing more. Speaker gave his ruling, and it's coming from.
Honourable Member, it boils down to whether it is a statement, it should be by a statement, or it should be by a motion. And that is what exactly Speaker has dealt with. Honourable Member, I am sorry. You are out of order. Resume your seat. Honourable Majority Leader.
Right, Honourable Speaker. Right, Honourable Speaker. This morning I was approached by my friends on the other side because we are at the stage when the House is going to consider the budget statement and economic policy of the government for the year ending 31st December 2025. And my friends opposite drew my attention to Order 1953. And Order 1953 says that whenever the budget statement and economic policy of the government for the year ending commentary, the use of the word there, the commentary on it shall stand adjourned for not less than 3 days, Then, after 3 days, we come to Order 201. And Order 201 is captioned Debate of the Committee after the budget statement and economic policy of the government is presented, and at the time after the Business Committee may allot, at the time that the Business Committee may allot for the purpose, the House shall debate the budget. The House shall debate the budget statement and economic policy of the government. So the argument that was made is that there is some confusion reading Order 1953 and Order 201 because 1953 anticipates commentary, which was the ruling that the Speaker gave. But today, we are coming under Order 201, which anticipates is to debate under Order 201. But then, Order 19 is commentary. So, Mr. Speaker, what we are going to do is under Order 201, which is the debate, because that's what the budget, the provision issue as to whether it is commentary or debating that should take place here, then the Right Honourable Speaker may take a decision on the matter. Because what was raised the other day was whether the Speaker should come by motion or by statement. That was what was raised that day. And the Speaker ruled that what the orders and the Public Financial Management Act provides for is a statement to be presented. And since our rules make provision, so that was my understanding of the ruling of the Speaker on that date. And this issue about whether it should be debated, a statement, we cannot debate it. So it should be a motion so that we can debate the motion. But the Speaker ruled that it is provided for that it should come as a statement and that afterwards we will comment on it. But then today we notice also that Order 210 makes provision for debate. So, Mr. Speaker, I think that this is a matter that, in my opinion, there was an oversight, and so let's just allow the process to continue unless you want to make a ruling on the matter. But I think that what will happen today.
Honorable members, as you rightly, very well. Let me hear one.
Speaker, when matters come up in this chamber, Mr. Speaker, first of all, let me tell colleague Abu Jinapo was out of order and to resume his seat. I mean, Mr. Speaker, to what he just said, by saying that our colleague was not in any way out of order. In fact, he wasn't rooting his submission on Order 1952. 952 to enrich the jurisprudence of this House. I am aware of Order 127 to challenge the ruling of Mr. Speaker on this matter. And I don't know when the motion will be taken. But it was raised to cure this very important matter. Mr. Speaker, when we are interpreting procedure and prudence, we look at them conjointively to enable us avoid absurdity. I'm particularly happy that the respected leader of this House is getting closer to the earlier position of the minority on this matter. Because, Mr. Speaker, on the said date, the gravamen of that contention really was this House is empowered to determine the form. And we did so mindful of Order 201. We did so mindful of Order 201. But here we were, because we are a mighty few. Today was created, and he, the government before, who knows the procedure, important matter, that as we find ourselves, are we going to make commentary or debate from debating? Because, Mr. Speaker, even on that day, directed me not to debate, but I should make comments. Whenever we said, Mr. Speaker, please, I would plead with you, because the respected majority leader, I would pray that with your special leave, the applicant be allowed to mount his application, conclude this on this matter. No, Honorable Kwame Abuja, I am not, the application was not rooted on 1952. As for that, it's coming under 201, and he's laid the foundation through order 91. Is it 93 or 91? 93. So he laid a foundation to take oxygen from 93 to proceed. Leader, and I supporting that view. May you allow him to please make the application, unless there's something else.
Majority Leader.
I thought the clarity was to terminate any attempt to hijack this house. I thought that was the essence of the clarity that I brought. The clarity that I bring to this discussion is that the issue is whether or not we should be commenting on that. Let's not belabor the point. Order 1953 makes reference to, then makes provision, elaborate provision for how to deal with the budget statement, and it says debate. Mr. Speaker, I don't know what your statement was. I don't know whether you said we are going to come. We should go to item 9. Item 9 simply says statements. It doesn't say commentary or debate. It just says statements. Now, Order 201 tells us that we are to debate the statement. Oh, yes. Okay, yes. So,
we need to be guided by the standing orders. Honourable members, take it from me. When the Speaker of Parliament made a pronouncement on a certain matter, no application in a different form would be entertained by me. That will tempt me into reviewing the order of which the table office brought the business statement, and the item numbered 9 is saying statement for the year ending 31st December. That we are moving to the commencement of comment, because the budget came in the form of a statement under Order 195, but not in the form of a motion. So let's go by Order 195, and then we take commentary on the budget. Honourable members, with all due respect, I proceed to mention honourable members, Dr. Mohammed Amin Adam, you have the floor.
We abide by your guidance. Mr. Speaker, I only wanted to make application to you to relax the rule in Order 91.3, provoke debate. Mr. Speaker, the budget itself is debatable. So I just wanted you to please relax that rule as members comment on that statement.
Members,
so that when members comment on that statement,
this is not the first
because the budget
time
itself is already generating debate.
Honourable members, this is not the first time that we'll be taking comment on budget. This is not the first time. This is not the second time we'll be taking comment on budget. We've done this severally. So we know what to do when we are supposed to make comments. Honourable Majority.
In fact, 2 years ago, and the year before now, comments by members was limited to commentary and not debate. The former, the Honourable Ken Oforiatta, presented the budget statement in the form of a statement. So we were limited to only making comments. So I believe that speak to a matter by way of commentary to the budget statement. So, Mr. Speaker, I agree. Mr. Speaker, I agree that we go by way of commentary, and then that specific provision, Speaker, you interpret. So I agree with the prayer that relax the 91(3) so that we can make
budget is in the form of motion, we debate. When it is by a statement, we make comment. So I have experienced all in this house. So, honorable members, it is agreed that the ranking members will speak for 15 minutes, and then the non-ranking members or chairman or vice will speak for how many minutes? 10 minutes. Because I want to be guided.
Speaker, the further agreement is that chairman and second chairs, rankings and deputy rank. So
honorable members, allow him to finish, and yes, I'll give you the floor.
Come back. Then, Mr. Speaker, members will have 5 minutes. So these are the further agreements that we have had. Mr. Speaker, please, the honorable minority leader should be patient with some of these matters.
Minority leader, let's know the issue in contention here. He is saying ministers 15 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, you just finished a ruling. You definitely not allow. This is another form to say that because all the ministers are from their side. We don't have ministers here.
Has there been a ruling by the Speaker to that effect?
There was never agreement. There was never agreement to the effect that ministers are going to speak 15 minutes. Mr. Speaker, can I finish my submission?
No.
Mr. Speaker, at the case that ministers will have more time or say that we are giving special allocation to ministers. It should be, Mr. Speaker, this is the House of Parliament. And if you want to see how things are even ranked, go and read Order 21. When we are debating or we are talking about ranking of how people speak in this chamber, we are recognized as members of Parliament here. And we agree that if ministers and chairmen and ranking have the same time, we don't have a problem with it.
Yeah, what he said, I put it down. He is saying 15 minutes. So ministers don't have a time different from the ranking and chairman. So it means you are all speaking the same. Ministers, ranking and chairman should be given the same time limit. And that is what exactly is here. Very well. Majority Leader, I think we've resolved the issue.
Yeah, but Mr. Speaker, an additional matter that we discussed at pre-sitting meeting. Mr. Speaker, on the day that the Finance Minister presented the budget, he did not present sector-by-sector policy statements. And he indicated that the individual ministers will come to this House and present their sector-by-sector policy statements. So arrangement is being made on a daily basis to have the different ministers come and lead the commentary with a presentation of their sectoral policy statements. Then we can comment on it. So that is the arrangement that we are putting in place to take on board the statement made by the Minister of
Honorable
Finance.
Majority Leader, I believe if a minister is here based on or pursuant to the budget to come and make a policy statement as promised by the Finance Minister, he should be accommodated to do so. But for now, comment on the budget starting from Dr. Mohamed Amin Adams. Ranking member, so you have 15 minutes.
Well, Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity. I actually prepared to debate on the budget. Now I have to make a comment. Mr. Speaker, this budget that was presented by the Minister for Finance lacks credibility in many ways. They promise to give jobs to the youth of our country, but the budget cannot deliver jobs. They promise to grow the economy. The budget cannot deliver growth. For example, a criminalist almost all the priority initiatives of the government is heavily underfunded in this budget. If you look at appropriation, it's heavily underfunded in this budget. If you look at appropriation, Ghana cedis has been provided. But if you go to the appendices to see the specific expenditure allocation to the various MDAs, goods and services total 22 billion Ghana cedis. And so I see a mismatch, inconsistency between what is in appropriation, which led to the fiscal balances the minister announced, and what is actually contained in the appendices. Underfunded to the extent that we have a funding, how the minister is going to implement this budget. When you have a funding shortfall for goods and services of 15 billion Ghana cedis. And this is why I say that this budget lacks credibility. I'll give you, Mr. Speaker, and honorable members, 4 provides for the free tuition for first-year students in tertiary institutions. The amount allocated under this paragraph 374 is 449.8 million Ghana cedis. In paragraph 375, allocation for sanitary pads for students, 292.4 million Ghana cedis. Paragraph 380 provides for 565.6 million Ghana cedis for textbooks. If you total all this, Mr. Speaker, you get 1.3 billion Ghana cedis. Meanwhile, when you go to appropriation in the appendices, only 800 million Ghana cedis is proved. Again, Mr. Speaker, how, when the same government is heavily underfunding these initiatives? Mr. Speaker, let's look at agriculture for economic transformation. The budget lists the initiatives under this program as Feed Ghana, Ghana Grains Development, Vegetable Development, and Nkoko Nkiti. Mr. Speaker, paragraph 390 of the budget provides that a total of 1.5 billion Ghana cedis has been allocated towards the implementation of the Agriculture for Economic Transformation Initiative. But, Mr. Speaker, again, you go to the appendices, which is the meat of the budget, and only 924 million Ghana cedis is provided there. Again, a shortfall of 575.6 billion Ghana cedis. And so, Mr. Speaker, we can also look at the Big Push initiative. It's a $10 billion initiative. Average for the 4 years of President Mohammed's term will give you 2.5 billion United States dollars. If you use the exchange rate used in the budget, 16 cedis to $1, $2.5 billion will give you 40 billion Ghana cedis. Meanwhile, in appropriation, only 13 billion Ghana cedis is provided for the Big Push for this year. Again, there is a funding gap of 27 billion Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, all the major initiatives are underfunded. Many inconsistencies between the text of the budget and the appendices. And Mr. Speaker, with this underfunding of these great initiatives, as they want us to believe, I am wondering if President Mahama is ready to fulfill the promises that he made to the people of Ghana.
Minister, be careful.
Mr. Speaker, the credibility of the budget is further questioned by the fiscal balances announced in the budget, both for the 2024 outturn
and the projections for 2025. A deficit of 7.6% for the overall fiscal balance. These fiscal balances, Mr. Speaker, do not reflect the true fiscal performance of the economy. The IMF, now 49 billion Ghana cedis, which the minister, Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Minister himself said in paragraph 135 of the budget.
Honorable Majority Leader. Honorable Majority Leader. Honorable members, if the rule is that if the majority leader and the minority leader are on their feet, I should not recognize them. Please, let's set it out like that so that we can all go by it. But when I am advised that when leadership, majority leader and minority leader are on their feet,
Mr. Speaker,
Honorable Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the former minister, Mr. Speaker, to say that the minister is manipulating figures and feeding the manipulated figures to the IMF, Mr. Speaker, that is a very serious charge. It's a very, very serious charge. And it's manipulating figures in order to derive a certain outcome. Is to impute improper motives and conduct
Honorable
to the minister.
Members,
so please,
objection is sustained.
Can you
we need
withdraw
to
that
be
and continue?
guided by the rules. Accordingly,
Withdraw that and
I
continue,
direct
please.
that the statement imputing that the minister has manipulated figures should be expunged from the record. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, first, I want to make this plea to the House. This issue about the budget is all political. This House is the highest debating platform, is that we should allow the comment to flow. I will plead with all of us through our leader that we should allow same to be observed. If we will take turn to be raising points of order to, then we should say so. As far as I'm concerned, the former Minister of Finance, and what has happened within the last 5 minutes is basically to distort the flow of the majority leader. Majority leader, it should never be said that you are now, distorting the debates. It shouldn't be said that this is being done by the majority leader, because now to Honorable Amin Adam, a very innocent soul. If point of order against a very innocent soul, he too is receiving, let me carry all the sins, but not to an innocent soul. Mr. Speaker, please let debate flow.
Honourable members, let's make reference to Standing Order 123 2B and be guided accordingly. Honourable member, you may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Speaker will take the chair.
I'm talking about the famous 49 billion Ghana fiscal balances, as a result of which the IMF itself has called for an audit of that figure. 35 stated that he is yet to audit these figures. And so I am wondering why the minister will use unaudited figures, to determine fiscal balances for the economy. Figures he himself is yet to audit. Then the minister will use that to derive fiscal balances and announce the fiscal balances to the whole world. Mr. Speaker, this is not how we manage an economy based on which you make economic decisions. Mr. Speaker, as a result of using the unaudited, Mr. Speaker, Ghana's sovereign bonds, our sovereign spreads, that is the cost of borrowing, is now, Mr. Speaker, Bloomberg actually reported on the same day the budget was presented to drive that fiscal balance. Ghana's dollar, our dollar bonds due 2035, declined by 1.8%. Declined by 1% on the dollar. Mr. Speaker, we are already suffering from financial losses as a result of what the minister has done. Economy by international markets. And if we have to manage this economy well, the confidence of international markets, it's clear that Ghana has breached the IMF program. I was very shocked why the Minister of Finance of Ghana would stand on the floor of Parliament and declare that his country has breached an IMF program when the IMF itself is to start the conduct of the review in April this year. Mr. Speaker, this is not done. After realizing the effect of such declaration, that infamous declaration by the minister, the government is now considering waivers. They are now considering asking for waivers before the IMF does the review in April. If you're asking for waivers, it shows that you have no credibility in implementing an IMF program. It means that you are failing in implementing an IMF program. That is, they still want the review to happen because they need the IMF money. If you take the budget on the financing side, for example, Mr. Speaker, the budget projects to receive $720 million from the IMF and $600 million from the World Bank, which are tied. But what the minister also does not understand is that it is not only the money that will come from the IMF and the World Bank. The reliefs we got as a result of the skilled negotiations we did with our international Eurobond holders, $4 billion in outright debt cancellation and $7.5 billion in debt service relief will all be lost to Ghana. This is why the minister, after declaring that Ghana has breached, is now thinking about applying for waivers because they know the implications of what the minister has done, of breaching an IMF program. And important, Mr. Speaker, what the minister has done is just put Ghana in unnecessary challenges. And as we often ask, who will bear the consequences? It is the people, the very people who have voted for them to come and solve problems. It's the very people, innocent Ghanaians, who will suffer from this. Mr. Speaker, when we look at revenue performance, in 2024, a growth of about 8 billion Ghana cedis. Meanwhile, the revenue measures outlined in the budget are very weak. They are mostly compliance measures. And I'm wondering who I am saying that this budget lacks credibility. The numbers do not add up. This budget will not solve any problem. It won't.
Honorable members, order. I proceed to give the floor to Honorable Azika Dongo. Honorable Azika Dongo,
thank you very much.
You have 15 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, listening to my colleague, they never expected Ghana would ever have. To borrow $3 billion from the banks with borrowing on the international capital market and even use some of it to celebrate with kinky and fish. So we have come to teach them how to run an economy properly, so to speak. In fact, at some point in time, I was almost going to ask MTN to audit their books whether some of the quick loans have not found their way to these people. But Mr. Speaker, by performance criteria and applied for waiver for the non-observance of performance criteria. So if we have those people who have ever asked for waiver in the program, they run away from the program by us. That is what they did. But Mr. Speaker, audited financial data. deficit that we inherited. What type of logic is this? Where does that happen? I don't know when that started happening. So, Mr. Speaker, our situation, our country has been messed, and we are doing a lot of work to bring this economy back on track. Mr. Speaker, when you inherit an economy that is a galamsey economy, you inherit an economy that has borrowed up to the roof and declared bankruptcy. Mr. Speaker, you need to do a lot of heavy lifting in order to put the economy back on track. You don't generate growth when you are doing heavy lifting. You do that when you have reset the economy, then the economy will be on the path to growth. So wait until the following year, you will see when the resetting starts working. That was the budget you brought here. So why are you speaking to outturns? Wait till the outturns come and the amount of heavy lifting that we need to do. Mr. Speaker, they are surprised that we are running an economy where we understand that as social democrats, you don't take money from the poor to take care of the rich. Empathic, a humane president who says the poor has been shouldering the development of our country, so I am going to give you a post on the poor. E-levy is no more. We are abolishing e-levy. And tomorrow he will be with me to move the processes towards abolishing that tax so that His Excellency can sign it into an act and repeal it. Mr. Speaker, we have a country where the government of the day was sanitation tax. They said there's a disease called COVID-19 tax. The people of Ghana are very lucky. By now, we have been hearing deportation from the United States levy in our country. The war of tariffs, the tariff war, we have been hearing tariff levy because our economy is suffering from Donald Trump. But here, Ghanaians don't even know that there's a tariff war. Ghanaians don't even know that Ghanaians are being deported because we will not ask them to pay levies for their people that are being deported. And this is how we are going to run this economy and teach you so that next time Mr. Speaker, I heard somebody mention gold for oil. Please, this is the last time you should even attempt to talk about gold for oil. I'm surprised that as a government, we decided to carry the risk of everybody onto the Bank of Ghana. So the Bank of Ghana was losing money from price fluctuation in the purchase and sale of gold. Then when we gave it to BDCs and BOST, the leakages and the losses on fuel, Bank of Ghana was bearing it. Exchange losses, Bank of Ghana was bearing it. Billion Ghana cedis. That is what we are seeking to stop. That is why we are seeking to make the people of Ghana know how the best people who manage economies operate. You can't take a bank with stated capital of 10 million and generate a deficit of 73 billion and still counting. And you are asking us to continue that obnoxious policy which created this type of situation. We will not do that. We will find a better way to support the system and make sure. I heard him talk about the budget allocations for education. We were in this country when a government refused to provide textbooks, but rather teaching our children PASCO. You go and buy past questions for our children. So chew, pass, and forget. Our children were learning past questions, learning and critical training of the brains of our children. We are providing enough textbooks and not past questions. And you should know how much money he will make from the uncapping. You are not even ashamed. Who capped it? You were rather centralizing get farm money and sending it to the government so you could construct a hole just behind. And we are making sure that those monies are spent properly, and you are questioning that also. Of a Greek that was supposed to be growing rice was importing polished rice. Where is my good friend? polished rice from China. What type of ministry is that? You are here complaining that we have not made enough allocation. When you were making allocation, that a Ministry of Agriculture was now at the forefront of importing and distributing rice at Makwala. Please, we are resetting this country away from importing rice to growing and producing rice. Don't you like that? Mr. Speaker, we want to process the chicken so that we will reduce the import bill of $300 million that we are using to import chicken. Mr. Speaker, this budget is a budget for the poor and the downtrodden. It is a budget that is making the people with disability laugh because for the first time, they can have access to tertiary education whether they have the funding or not. Thanks to my big brother, the Minister for Education, that will happen in our land. This is a budget that makes sure, at the end of the day, this is not the type of budget that puts our children into NAPCO and rob them of their allowances. This is not the ghost in paying them. And failing to pay national service personnel, but they had money to pay ghosts. This is not a type of budget. This is a human-centered budget where the ghosts are back. Some are sitting at the back there. When you are going, look over, there's a cemetery there. They are back in the cemetery. If you pass through Awudomi, you see some of them that they are crying that we have taken away the money. But Mr. Speaker, we have a government which for several years prioritized sloganerism and not develop our country. But when you said the year of roads, what we saw was that your own vehicles were getting stuck in your campaign travels. We are not. This gentleman will give you an update on what we are doing to fix our roads. But Mr. Speaker, apart from that, we were in this country when we heard that there was a minister for railway development, a minister for aviation, a minister for port, and a minister for transport. Now we have almighty one man. He doesn't have macho hands, but he has this one. It's the work that 5 of you were doing. Oh, Mr. Speaker, when you see that man, you have to clap for him.
Honorable member, you have 1 more minute.
Thank you very much.
But we are happy you have concluded.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. You have scared some people. They don't want to see me.
We go to the next person, and I'm informed the next speaker. Is it 15 minutes? That's what is on the paper here. 15 minutes, 15 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm really delighted to see you in the chair. You see how my brother was struggling to debate on their own budget. Clearly, you now understand that there is a big problem. Mr. Speaker, just last week, my own friend and brother on a global village. And so whatever happens globally also affects Ghana. Mr. Speaker, 0.2% in 2024. Advanced economies also saw their economies declining from 5.5% in 2021 to 1.7% in 2024. And here comes Ghana, who is also part of the global economy. We saw our economy coming down from the 5.5% in 2021 to 5.7% in Clearly, Ghana is the envy of the advanced economies and the world at large, with a growth rate of 5.7%. Mr. Speaker, let me remind my brothers on the other side that when they were leaving government in 2016, what was their growth rate? 3.6% against a revised target of 4.1%. The minister acknowledges that inflation is a real concern in the ECOWAS region. And Ghana is also part of the ECOWAS, trying very hard to tame or bring down inflation. Mr. Speaker, from 2022, we brought inflation down from 54% to 23.8% in December 2024. Mr. Speaker, ask them, prior to 2016 and all the 3 years 3 years to 2016, Mr. Speaker, they never went through what we had to go through. But what happened? In March 2016, their inflation was 19.2%. And in December 2016, all they could do was to bring it down to a few basis points, to 15.4%. They missed their target of less than 11% of inflation. So please, you should know better. Mr. Speaker, again, my brother on the other side, Honorable Adongo, you have 700 million coming from IMF and 600 million coming from the World Bank. What is that? Is that free money or is that your own money in US dollars? I always tell people that the devil is in the detail. Always seen. In 2016, this government increased. It resulted in a dip in the GDP by 8.8 billion Ghana cedis. This same 20 billion is what we put on our debt from 2017 to 2024. And what did we do? We rather added 20 Ghana cedis. I know they always come up with one thing or the other, but facts are sacred, Mr. Speaker, and it has found its way. I want to talk about it. That is the issue of expenditure. Mr. Speaker, they presented to us, and they should tell us where in this budget have they rationalized expenditure, where in this budget have they cut waste. Rather, they have sought to add 43.5 billion Ghana cedis to the expenditure budget. This is not Abna saying it. This is your budget speaking to that. Mr. Speaker, they are hoping that at the end of appropriation, we will give them the permission to spend 290 billion, did an appropriation of 250 billion. So when you come and you tell Ghanaians that you are rationalizing the expenditure and you are cutting waste, what are you doing? Nothing. Mr. Speaker, again, to be honest with you, I was hoping that the NDC would take advantage of the goodwill that the Ghanaians gave to them and voted massively for them. But what have we seen? Spending, fattening salaries at the office of the president, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I was hoping that they would come and then claim the waste in the system. They claimed there was waste in the system in 2024. So I was hoping that they will come and cut things and make sure that the people of Ghana, get what is due them. But Mr. Speaker, what do we see? We see 2.7 billion increase in the office of the president's salaries alone. And then they want to explain it away with the fact that it is Ministry of Information that they added. There's 76, 2.7 billion allocation to them. But Mr. Speaker, facts are sacred. When you look at the budget for OGM in 2024, SIGA was part of OGM. The Internal Audit Agency was part of OGM. Mr. Speaker, Scholarship Secretariat was part of OGM. There were quite a number of ministries as well as the development authorities. They were all part of OGM. But today, they are no more under OGM. So you ask yourself, all these ministries have been scrapped of government machinery. Mr. Speaker, in 2024, the compensation for national security, let's say it comes to 1.45 billion, and you add the existing 326 million to it, you still have $1 billion to explain to Ghanaians. Mr. Speaker, is this the lean government that the president talked about? That's fine, okay. To the optics, I will reduce the number of ministers I nominate to the optics. But in the real deal, I will fatten the salaries of my officials and make sure they live well at the expense of other Ghanaians. Mr. Speaker, again, let me also speak to the fact that the big push had continued to have served a very good purpose. One is the Youth Start. The Youth Start was an initiative that was addressing problems of the youth and the SMEs. And they were adding on to growth because they found themselves in the productive sector of the economy. But Mr. Speaker, which was allocated just 120 million in 2024 to help boost the economy. And we have given national apprenticeship 300, more than 200,000 jobs. These are permanent jobs. And then we are now going to do what? Spend 300 million for national apprenticeship, where it's not about cutting expenditure, but rather promoting wasteful expenditure. Mr. Speaker, one thing I also find interesting is that my people on the other side, and they come up with fanciful names for some existing initiatives. Mr. Speaker, everybody knows the year of return in the diaspora. It's a big thing. They claim they want to reset the economy, and they just change it to what? Black Star Experience. Interesting. Interesting. Year of return. It has more meaning than just what? Black Star Experience. Concerns about the state enterprises and the fact that they should do more to make sure they encourage reforms and make state enterprises fit for purpose. So I was thinking that just as they saw the national apprenticeship as a very important thing and gave it 300 million, they would have also given SIGA, which is the agency to take care of state-owned enterprises, some money. Mr. Speaker, in the budget, it is just 50 million Ghana cedis. Meanwhile, we have close to 2.7 billion Ghana cedis at the office of the president. How then do you want the state-owned enterprises? The other side say that, oh, they are social democrats too. Make the poor and the vulnerable the heartbeat of all your policies. But what do we see here, Mr. Speaker? Clearly, in the 2024 budget, Mr. Speaker, for human trafficking fund and the domestic violence fund, we gave 2.7 million Ghana cedis for the domestic violence fund. Ask me how much they have allocated for this. A social democrat, 337,000 Ghana cedis. I thought your heartbeat was the poor and the vulnerable, Mr. Speaker. And then when you go to 2024 to an abysmal 497,000 Ghana cedis, and Mr. Speaker, they claim they are social democrats. Is this champagne democrats or what, Mr. Speaker? They have to come again. They have to come again, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, one other thing that I noticed that was missing in the minister's speech, because usually all ministers do that, is to give an update on the sectorial performance of every ministry. But this was absent because what? The minister feels that if he should come and update Ghanaians, that notion that they've been trying to build, that notion that he decided to avoid the updates. And majority leader is saying us that the sector ministers will come and update us. We had wanted it in the minister's speech as well, because that is what has been done, or that is what is done every day. Mr. Speaker, yes, in conclusion, I just want to say that ultimately they failed to recognize in their updates that we moved GDP from 219 billion Ghana cedis to 1.2 trillion in December 2024. Mr. Speaker, they failed to recognize that we invested and connected 276 communities to the national grid in 2024. Mr. Speaker, they failed to recognize that we completed 1,072 units of affordable housing, and also we invested in the construction of the flyover and the flyover that leads to East Legon and the Spintex Road. Mr. I want to conclude by saying that, isn't it a shame, Mr. Speaker, isn't it a shame that the policies that they talked about so much, the 24-hour economy, did not find any meaningful expression in this budget? Rather, we are being told to go and come back again, and that we should give it another week to bring it back. And Mr. Speaker, isn't it scary that no feasibility studies has been done, yet government decides to push our oil revenues, 13.8 billion, to a policy that, Mr. Speaker, they did not bring any framework for us to implement it. Rather, for the oil one that they are refusing to talk about. Mr. Speaker, so you ask yourself, clearly, this budget is all talk and nothing. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, Honorable Peter Lajite ruled that the use of the word shame is unparliamentary. I think that was stop using the word shame. It's now on 15 minutes. 15 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity to comment on the statement made by the Finance Minister. Mr. Speaker, I heard my honorable member say that a lot of support. But, honorable member, sit down and listen to me before you leave. The honorable member failed to tell this House that Bible quotations are also missing in the budget. Did you find that we said we are cutting waste, but it can't find any expression in the budget? Mr. Speaker, if you had 123 ministers, go and check the overhead expenditure on them. 63 ministers. How much you guys spent on 123 ministers? Was it not a wasteful expenditure? We have a government who will not fly with a chartered flight with other friends. And you know what I'm talking about? Mr. Speaker, we have a president who will not take national resources to pay ghosts. You are not paying ghosts. And you are saying that GDP grew by 1.2 billion. The streets, 2 billion. There must be a physical manifestation, Mr. Speaker. The people in the country must live good. But what do we see on the streets? What do we see? Announced to us to abolish about a new patriotic party. Mr. Speaker, I refer my colleagues to the 2017 budget. I refer the House to paragraph 5 of the budget statement. Mr. Speaker, I read. Mr. Speaker, let us acknowledge that we have inherited a challenged economy with considerable debt overhang and rising interest payment caused by excessive borrowing. These are your words. At the time, Mr. Speaker, our debt stock stood at 122 billion Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, at the time, our interest payment was 10 billion Ghana cedis. You ended 2024 by paying an interest of 46 billion Ghana cedis. So 46 billion and 10 billion, which one is higher? Which one is higher? And you have a former deputy finance minister, a former minister, so we should clap for them. But Mr. Speaker, after she was done, I saw them clapping. Do you clap in Parliament? Oh, we invited you to her, you refused to attend. You see the effect. You see the effect. I refer you to table 33, 34, and 35. You grew cocoa sector by negative 22.4. Livestock, NDC did 5.4%, you did 3.5%. Forestry, we did 2.9%, you did 2.5%. Fishing, we did 3.1%. Asking me when? 8%. Financial and insurance activities, we did 8%, you did 1.5%. This is your scorecard. And you are here, want us to clap for you. We can't do that. The results is the 88 that you have over there. The people of this country saw your performance. You started from 169, you came to 137, and now you are 88. 2028. Only 5 seats will be remaining here. 5. Mr. Speaker, depreciation of the cedi. By the end of 2016, and then this it was 9.6%. In 2024, the cedi depreciated 19%. Mr. Speaker, inflation stood at 15.4%. Just recently, 23.8% inflation. And you have the boldness to even talk, organize press conference. Mr. Speaker, sometimes I get confused when I hear them speaking. I I will not use some of the words, 4 months of import cover. Mr. Speaker, we are not paying your debt. Go and pay the debt. You suspended payment of interest and principals. You are here bragging that we left for Mr. Speaker. I refer the House to table 13 at page decided that all statutory payments should be in arrears. By the end of 2024, Mr. Speaker, statutory payments stood at 10.4 billion in arrears. And government is saying we are going to decap national health insurance, road fund, and make sure that resources are made available for those institutions to do their work. And we are allocating 7.5 billion to DACF. Mr. Speaker, and the instruction is the administrator should transfer not less than 80% to the local level for development. You go to the district, you ask the DCE or the regional minister, who's the consultant, who's the contractor, they don't know. Chief Justice, he has no idea whatsoever. So the money that was meant for local development, somebody sat in Accra, and what the consultants are there, working, but no resources. They take monthly salaries, but they don't have resources to work. NDC say no, we should transfer not less than 80% to the local assemblies for development. To wait, you don't like this good news. Do you want people to beat you again? Do you want beatings? Mr. Speaker, in the budget, the minister has allocated 1.5 billion for agriculture for economic transformation agenda. The minister is here, and they are saying they can't see this in the budget. We promised the people of this country that we'll set up Women's Bank. We have allocated 51. We have allocated 300 million for National Apprenticeship Program, 100 million for Jumawura Program, 100 million for National Coders Program. They can also do their work effectively. And this is for the first time in the history of this country. Mr. Speaker, we have allocated 292.4 million for free sanitary pad distribution to our young ladies. And you hear them say, NDC should mention one social intervention program to the good people of this country. We were distributing fertilizer free of charge. Is it not social intervention? You came and sold the fertilizers to the farmers. It's only us. Mr. Speaker, so this budget that was presented to the House is giving us hope. It's budget of the future. We need to put our hands together and make sure us will benefit. If you go to the market, nobody will ask your political affiliation before they quote the prices for you. So this is a government, because the good people in this country gave the NDC 1.7 million vote difference. It tells a story. They wanted to separate us from you. So, Mr. Speaker, we are inviting everybody, including our friends from the other side. Because you know, whether you join us or not, we can do government business. But it will not be fair to leave you behind. Come on board so that together we'll develop this country. Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much for the opportunity.
Are not able to exhaust 15 minutes. With your kind permission, we may reduce it, because he has about 4 more minutes, but he's finished.
Mr. Speaker, it is extremely important that is not just like having the discretion to describe what you see. Essentially, you deal with numbers. I'm holding what Dr. Atufo-Asen came to this August House to present to us. Just an extract. And I'm quoting him. 2025 budget speech presented by Dr. Kesel Atufo-Asen, MP, Minister for Finance. Mr. Speaker, we inherited an economy in deep crisis, hard hit with debt. Mr. Speaker, the same budget they presented this year. I want each and every one here, Tom, Dick, and Harry, to understand the fact that anybody that concentrates only on the nominal figure when it comes to debt is suffering from unconscious incompetence. Because pick a very rich man such as Kwame Despite, as we all know, whose debt runs into billions of dollars. And you can pick somebody like Dr. Stephen Amua. It's an issue because it can only be analyzed based on my asset value. So we talk about debt to GDP. And this is where I want us to teach that reputation. It is extremely important. Mr. Speaker, they presented 61.7 thereabout percent in terms of debt to GDP that we left for them. They are saying we left it in crisis. This is their own budget. Mr. Speaker, this is 2016 budget. They did it. They left debt to GDP over 70%. It's only Ghana. A caretaker of an institution will leave a debt to asset value or percentage over 70%. Comes back for this because the NDC, our brothers and sisters, they believe only in communist infrastructure, propaganda. They think it's all about lies. Mr. Speaker, let's not go there. We are talking about our GDP. This is what I have. This is the world's global economic growth target. Mr. Speaker, this is their own budget. They just presented. This is debt to GDP is 61.7, better than yours. See this. This is the most recent budget they left. Mr. Speaker, just look at a few of the relevant items. 2016, agri growth was 2.7%. We left 2.8. They left 4.3. We left 7. Mr. Speaker, I think it is appropriate you accord this house the needed respect. It's a reputational house. Your constituents are watching you. So can you allow me to speak? Mr. Speaker, when it comes to mining and quarrying, they left negative 0.2. We left 9.4. When it comes to electricity, they left negative 5.8. We left 2.0. When it comes to construction, we left 2.8. We left 5.9. Then you come to trade, repair of vehicles, household goods, negative 0. You brought it. So if it's not correct, tell me. I don't think you are deceiving us. For once, I trust your work. Mr. Speaker, education all over the world, the most essential areas in a lot of Ghanaians were surprised that as a social democrat, you could even withdraw. Mr. Speaker, 2016, they left 2.3. We left 2.7. Health and social work, they left 4.0. We left economy that is in crisis. Thanks be to God, talking about the economy, as I said, it's not describing what you see. Mr. Speaker, then let's talk about serious issues here. COGM against education and other aspects. In fact, the monies they are actually taken to Office of Government Machinery, Mr. Speaker, in terms of percentage increase, it is 700. Do you mean to build this economy? Do you mean to build this economy for tomorrow? Do you see the poor ones on the street there? Do you care about their future? Do you drive between Adanta and Ridge? Do you see the case there? Have you been to Mokola? See how our mothers are suffering, and you are taking everything to list. Yeah. Mr. Speaker, then we want to come to taxes. This is of great is driving all of us to the extent that we don't even care about our fiscal policies or frameworks. They say anything, they quote anything, they decide, they've forgotten that managing tax policies are calibrated in nature. You look at the relationship between the elementary or the fundamental or definitional elements of your thing. They do any serious econometrics or mathematics. They just wake up and they say, we are increasing this, we are increasing that. There is no. Check 2017 under His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, the man that you guys will remember one day, amounting to about, in terms of nominal figures, between 12 and 17. These were the days. But after we got to a situation where our fiscal space got bad, he started increasing. That's a prudent management of any economic jurisdiction. It's not the way you do yours. Unprecedented record in the history of this country. 2009, NDC government met total debt of 9.2 billion Ghana cedis, 3 billion. In terms of past, never occurred. Sometimes I want to ask you, nobody wants to tell me, that are you truly social democrats or capitalistic in nature? Because you can't do proper policies. You can't manage economically. Are you socialistic or you are always bundling around propaganda? Only lies and deception. Mr. Speaker, name all the proper policies in our country. Name all the proper policies, both in kind and cash. Any proper policy of national tenacity and international reputation, you cannot dip your hand in it. Even in this very August house, when we're passing national health insurance, you run away. Only for you to come back and say you started it. When it was Roman Catholics that had started that as a pilot project in Kransa and Techiman. When you realize that Ghanaians were buying to, so we want to do it incrementally. Mr. Speaker, they only added 25 million that year to the education budget. The fact is, NDC has to be dissolved. You have to be dissolved. It's not about numbers. You have to be dissolved. Because we are talking about quality numbers. See, our numbers are small, but quality, minority. Mr. Speaker, for this, I respect that I won't say it, but I'll tell them out today. Mr. Speaker, let's come to this, something they call 24-hour economy. I've conducted my own research. I've collected primary data from them. I've asked 31 NDC MPs. They all give different definitions. One policy, in terms of definitions, infinite. The fact is, the NDC guys do not stay down, sit down, analyze things before they come out. Ghanaians, Ghanaians have regretted. Ghanaians is.
Mr. Speaker, he said he interviewed 31 members of NDC MPs. That is not fair, because you cast doubts on the integrity of the entire membership. If you conducted interviews, mention the names of the MPs. It's not fair to this side for that particular statement to be allowed to stand. You can say all the lies you have said, I don't have a problem. But to add this one, I think that it shouldn't be accepted, Mr. Speaker. It shouldn't be accepted.
I want to name the 31 members. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, what the leader of the House is trying to do will generate debate, Mr. Speaker. It will generate debate. So with respect, I'll tell him that he should let it flow because we are doing comments on the statement. But when a member name is mentioned, whether the member has said so or not, might deny or say so, and it will generate debate. So, Mr. Speaker, I think he should let it flow so that we can...
Habib, what has gone on so far? What do you term it? Is it debate or comments?
Mr. Speaker, I cannot say debate, but it looked like debate. I cannot call it debate because when you look at your guidance the last time, it is understatement. And then, but it looked like debate, Mr. Speaker.
Statement is too general, and it has placed the other side to understand your own policy of 24-hour economy. That is what they are talking about. So if you don't have the names, you may withdraw that aspect and go on. Honorable member, you have the names to give us.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I don't have the predecessor ruled on a word that it is unparliamentary to say shame. And for that matter, we should... That he can continue with his lies, but he should name. So I just want your guidance if lying is parliamentary. Since he's our leader, I just want some guidance from you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
So your call is for me to give a ruling on what he has said, whether the word lie is parliamentary or unparliamentary.
Exactly so, Mr. Speaker.
I'm not too sure my ruling will be obeyed. My experience so far has shown that it's a common word that is being used by both sides of the House. I know the challenge we all have in trying to use a foreign language. I know in our languages we use mountain. And so the lie in Ghana is understood differently from what the Englishman would use of the word lie, even though in strict parliamentary terms or language is unparliamentary. It's unparliamentary. So please, if you want to be guided, that is the proper. Are you promising me that you will not use it again?
Maybe the majority leader will give that assurance.
On your behalf?
On our behalf. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
No, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah. I didn't hear the other word.
We will move away from lies and substitute that with misrepresentations.
Well, there are a number of words you could use. Either is misinformation, misrepresentation, disinformation, Well, falsehood is better than for you to even use the word falsehood. Even untruth is also in the same category. So please, the communication people will guide you, and I think it's better to talk about misinformation or misleading. People don't tell lies. Yes.
Mr. Speaker.
You gave some directives. You gave some,
Mr.
either
Speaker.
he mentions or he withdraws.
Yes. No. The general reference.
No, Mr. Speaker, I put what I said. I never said any. Mr. Speaker, out of extempore, and call them one by one and ask them. Some of them know I asked them. But Mr. Speaker, when it comes to data collection, you want to talk about ethics and integrity of your data collected. Unless your respondent allow you to mention their name, I would have mentioned their names. This you understand. I never said you got it wrong, but each of them, Mr. Speaker, I am in an August house. Each of them gave a different answer. So I was...
Now, he says that what he earlier on submitted was that each of...
Mr. Speaker, our issue is that he said he conducted research and interviewed 31 members of this side. And I'm saying that he asked, and you directed that he should mention them or withdraw. No, that is my position on the matter. No. Mr. Speaker,
no.
On the contrary, for 2 weeks now, his side has been insisting that they don't have clarity on what 24-hour economy means. And so I went to the Flagstaff House and Jubilee House, the Flagstaff House, and convinced Guzitano to come here and present to us the meaning and the policy components of the 24-hour economy. And so that, and Mr. Speaker, the presentation was excellent and unusual of them. They had no questions to ask. They had no question to ask. For once I was impressed. Unusual. They understood everything. And then it was only this side that was asking questions.
Yes. So his submission, anything against your side, it's just that you wanted the names of the people he interviewed. Is that the case? Yes, Majority Chief Whip.
Speaker, the essence of 31 of our members gave differing meaning to a policy and names of our members who gave him 31 different meanings to the policy of 24 hours. And Mr. Speaker, instead of doing that, he's gotten up and he's on a different tangent. That was not your directive. Your directive was that the position taken after campaigning for 1 year with 24-hour policy will tell you, sticker, the honorable member for Ishiaesu, different meanings. And this is a house of, please, can you, if he cannot, this is a house of records. If he cannot mention the names, he could humbly tell Mr. Speaker that, Mr. Speaker, I may not be able to give the names as you have directed. And therefore, I withdraw that component of my submission as if it was never said. But I want to make progress. But if you insist that that should form part of the record, then Speaker's directive has to be obeyed. I think that is where we are, with all due respect, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, please.
Mr. Speaker, the majority chief whip, she understands that when the member, you ask for clarity, he said he did a research. Mr. Speaker, since when are we going to tell researchers to give us their research? So that means that he has respondents. So how can we compel him to mention the names? And he never said. So, Mr. Speaker, I think that you should rule them out and let the member continue to give us present papers to us. So this is a research work, and I don't think it is proper to tell him to disclose his respondents. So else it will hinder the work that he is doing, Mr. Speaker.
It's not the same, Dr. Stephen. Yes, the 31 names, are you prepared to submit them to the information of the House. That is a request from the Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, not in mailer fide. They should understand. I did that bona fide. They should understand. So, for the good of our country, I wanted to understand. I'm coming to your question. Mr. Speaker.
No, but you have raised the issue of good faith.
Yes.
Yes, but nobody.
Judicial position. They think I have bad intention. No, I was doing to support them. But Mr. Speaker, coming back to their question.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, first thing is whether your respondent is ready to own up what he said on.
You didn't tell us the type of research you conducted.
No, I said
you said
I
you did
collected
research.
primary data.
Now you are talking about primary data.
No, I said it. Mr. Speaker, no, you can check. Mr. Yeah, we can replay. I won't lie to you. And
you
it was
see,
oral. It was oral.
Honorable member, have you heard the word he has used? You heard him?
No, I said
I shall return.
Mister, I will not lie.
I shall return.
Guidance. You told us that it's 1%. So let's all be guided by that.
You authorized the Majority Leader to speak for and on your behalf, which he did, that none of you should use the word. Now he has used it. What should I do to him?
Mr. Speaker, the only thing.
The word lie, I withdraw. Mr. Speaker, can I have the opportunity to continue my debate?
You want to inform us that you conducted the research under confidentiality.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, so do so, and let's proceed.
Yes, sir. Mr. Speaker, I think I said that initially. I talked about confidence. Yes, sir. Mr. Speaker, I think today I want us to redefine our corporate focus as a country, especially this House. It is time we took our budget statement extremely serious. I think our brothers from the NDC should learn from us. We should understand the entire cycle of any socio-economic framework. First, you need to understand that foundation that we talk about, primary macro indicators. That's the springboard for the secondary macro indicators, which includes social intervention, agriculture, education, and all of them.
Honorable Member, just a minute. Honorable Majority Chief Whip, let's allow the... Yes, please.
Speaker, I wouldn't do this ordinarily. It's now an infra dig against my caucus. That 31 of them. Please. For the honorable member. So it is viewed by him, whether true or not. It is so even under Speaker's directive, it is not fair to my caucus, Mr. Speaker, with all due respect. It's not fair at all to my caucus. Even with your directive, it's not willing to amend that portion of his submission so we can make peace and make progress. That's the difficulty for my caucus.
The challenge I have is that in the submission so far, there is no indication that the different answers, he has not stated anything to show that they got it wrong. So it's difficult for me to insist. A policy is quite a general framework, and describing it will be different, coming from different people's perspectives. And your understanding, it doesn't necessarily mean...
Different understanding. So it presupposes that we don't have a coherent position on a single policy. And therefore...
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, the last part of the majority whip statement, those are his statements, and they are not his statements. He never said anywhere that they have given wrong meanings to it. And Mr. Speaker, you guided us enough. I don't know why he's still litigating this. You guided him enough, and he was able to tell you that it's a research work, which is confidentiality. So why would he think that he can force him to? So, Mr. Speaker, we should continue. You have already guided us on this issue. If he wants, then he can also be able to guide.
I am not an examiner, but I know when you give a question to students or any person, a group of people, I should say, they will give different answers. Then you try to assess them to see whose answer is the best scheme. And so once he insists that he's not imputing any bad motives, and this not, we have to proceed. Let's oblige him.
Speaker, I'm guided.
Well, Honorable Majority Chief Whip, that submission could be made later on by any of you. You are permitted to do so.
5 minutes.
You still have 3 minutes.
Okay. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, for clarity purposes, in terms of percentage, I did just 16.5%. But if right now we give each of them plain sheet to write, the answers will be different. Mr. Speaker, without copying, they know. So, Mr. Speaker, I'll proceed with my submission. Mr. Speaker, they have 4 years. They have additional 3 budget statements as stand to be corrected. They should do their best to consult some of us. Pick budgets presented from 1992 up to now, and make sure that the deviation from the standard in terms of presentation will not be more than 0.9. Mr. Speaker, a budget should be able to bring out, as I was explaining, a picture from primary macro indicators, secondary macro indicators, then move into social interventions and other things. The budget that they have here, are they stating figures that you cannot connect the numbers to the social gains they are promising. You inherited 5.7, you are promising 4.4 assets, or gross foreign assets, and current balance. They are giving us target, telling Ghanaians that what we inherited, we cannot perform same. Ghanaians that they shouldn't have any confidence in them. Mr. Speaker, it is extremely pathetic that now that things are getting better for Ghana, you are setting targets far below. It's like telling your parents that, Mama, this song was energetic, was fabulous, was fantastic, was growing, was stable, was resilient. An Ongukaya approach. You can.
Honorable members, your time is up. Your time is up. Thank you. Honorable Thomas Ampem Chiako, 15 minutes.
To the former finance minister, the former minister of state at the Ministry of Finance, their views about the wonderful budget that was presented by Dr. Kessil Ato-Forsen has been described by many Ghanaians as a very sensible budget. And the more you criticize this budget, the more you show your ignorance about finance minister. And Dr. Amin Anta, please stay and listen to this. I have heard him suggest that, Mr. Speaker, we have reduced the amount of allocation that we have given to goods and services. And because of that, we do not intend to grow this economy. I was shocked to hear him say that. Because, Mr. Speaker, what he failed to realize, that yes, we have reduced that to 6.9 billion. But they allocated 14.7 for capex. We have allocated 21 billion cedis for capital expenditure. Between goods and services and capital expenditure, which one will help the economy grow? Which one will help the economy grow? Somebody says they like chop chop. Mr. Speaker, our approach is to invest in capital expenditure. What did you spend the goods and services on? Was it not on the purchases of vehicles, computers, and others? We want to construct roads in this country. Mr. Speaker, another thing that they have been talking about that surprises me is about the GDP growth that we have estimated. You, in your 2024 budget, you projected to grow this economy first by 2.8%. The figure you projected to grow by. We have projected to grow by 4.4%. Compare apples to apples. You projected that in 2025, we will grow the economy by 4.0%. You yourselves projected 4.0. We have even increased it to 4.4. So wait for us to end the year and compare the actuals to your actuals. And stop doing this kind of comparison. Compare apples to apples. Mr. Speaker, I am shocked at some of the statements made by the former finance minister. In fact, he came here and he is questioning the arrears figures that we have put out. And he's cooking figures. That was very, very unfortunate. And he also mentioned that we have included figures that have not been in 2017. Paragraph 7, you stated, and I quote, page 2, paragraph 7, that is most important. Speaker, total expenditure at 26.4% of GDP, with an outstanding stock of arrears of nearly 7 billion cedis. This is at variance with the performance criteria on the non-accumulation of arrears for the 2016. This figure audited the 7 billion you quoted. Mr. Speaker, so it is surprising that they will turn around and question figures that we have provided. Mr. Speaker, look, the finance minister stated here that we have 49, that we have decided to audit it. We will be very happy if after auditing we realize that the arrears is even 0. We are not happy to pay huge arrears, but the to office was to request all MDAs to bring stock of arrears to the finance ministry. They did so. We further went to conduct a validation exercise with them. And we have stated that beyond this, we are going to audit it. You were complaining about an arrears stock of 7 billion. 8 years, you have shot it up to 49 billion. Mr. Speaker, that is not all. Apart from that, by ECG, it does not include the 32 billion cedis owed by Cocoa Board. It does not include the 1.73 billion by the road sector. Mr. Speaker, this is what they left us. And what is shocking, Mr. Speaker, the shocking part is what I'm going to talk about. From 7th December, when they lost power, the Accountant General's Department shows that they made payments to the tune of 32.7 billion cedis. These people were determined to deplete the coffers before they leave office. In addition to this, the Controller and Accountant General Office is a public institution, and these are verifiable. In addition to that, bank transfer advice, BTAs, certain accounts were not made because they had depleted the coffers. They wanted to pay all this. Why were you doing this? What was Ghana? Was Ghana going to die? Did you have to pay everything, deplete the coffers before leaving office? Honorable Upon Krover says yes. This is unfortunate, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is what our people left for us. Why have we put all these figures out there and international communities, and so what? Did you expect us to lie about, oh, I'm using lie again. Did you expect us to, international community is listening? No. We had the responsibility to let Ghanaians know the true state of the economy so that we can carry everybody along in the attempt to reset the economy. Mr. Speaker, they was making statements that we did not make any provisions for social intervention programs. And I was asking myself, has she really read the budget? Because if she has, she would have realized that we have increased the allocation to LEAP. And we have increased the beneficiaries from 350,000 people to 400,000. We have indexed LEAP to inflation such that if inflation, as long as inflation remains positive, every year the LEAP allocation will increase. We will adjust it with inflation. Mr. Speaker, we have increased the allocation to school feeding program from 1.3 billion to 1.7 billion, increase from 1 cedi 50 pesos to 2 Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, we have provided 242.5 million to support victims of the Akosombo Dam spillage, something you could not do. You could not do. We have made provisions for this, and we will do it. Mr. Speaker, look, if you have children who are girls, maybe you are privileged, and so you don't know how girls are suffering in our various schools. That school attendance reduces because of simple sanitary pad that our girls are not able to get. So when they are in that time of the month, they have to skip school. Today, President Mahama has made provision to supply free sanitary pads for our girls. Is this not a social intervention program? Is this not a social intervention program? You are members of parliament, and you know the demands on you when the new academic year begins. The number of tertiary students who knock at your doors to get support to pay admission fees. Today, President Mahama says that is going to be a thing of the past. Mr. Speaker, somebody is asking how about free SHS. Look, in your 2017 budget, you demonstrated that you were clueless about funding for your own free SHS program. Paragraph 877, you said this, Mr. Speaker, we will initiate discussions with religious organizations. The diaspora will be encouraged to establish a funding mechanism to support high schools of their choice. This will reinforce community. Look, for you didn't find dedicated funding for free SHS. Today, President Mahama has found dedicated funding for free SHS for continuing some of these interventions. Mr. Speaker, I want to appeal to our friends on that side. But you see, don't just be finding criticisms where there is none. Support a worthy cause. Support President John Dramani Mahama. Support Dr. Atufos that you left us. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Well, you were also left with 3 minutes. I will now grant permission to Honorable Kojo Opong Nkrumah. I have seen some asterisks here. I'm sure they were suspecting you won't be around. So they put one Honorable Koko Asante. In case
Speaker,
you are not
Mr.
around.
Speaker, let me clarify. In fact, Mr. Speaker, to clarify that after Honorable Kojo Opon Nkrumah. On our side, it will now be Honorable, so that after Honorable Opon Nkrumah, then Honorable Koko will now come. Thank you.
So, Honorable Member, you may give your submissions now.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to make some comments on the statement before this House. It's unfortunate that the Deputy Minister for Finance has just left the chamber. He's Nicodemously sneaked out of the chamber. We would have wished that he would be here to get feedback, and here is why. You know, sometimes when you are in government, you suffer from a certain disease. Any feedback that is given you, you think your job is just to defend. I was information minister. You think your job is just to defend and explain. Sometimes if you listen, you will get free advice that can help you to improve what you are doing. So it will be good that you bring him back into the chamber. Raising this 49 billion, this phantom 49 billion, is that in 2017 we mentioned arrears of 7 billion. We did not proceed to adjust the national account with that 7 billion and change the primary balance. We proceeded to say it will be audited, and thankfully, a good chunk of those claims were thrown away. What he has done differently, what he and his boss have done differently, is that they have proceeded to adjust the national accounts and adjust the primary balance for numbers that they themselves claim they have not audited. I'm happy he's coming back into the chamber. So the difference is that you have proceeded to adjust the national accounts with figures that you are confessing you have not audited. Who does that? And that is why we are telling you to hasten slowly. Mr. Speaker, he says they have indexed leap to inflation. He goes on to say that they have provided dedicated funding for free SHS. Honorable Deputy Minister, you did not index leap to inflation. The MPP government that just did indexed leap to inflation. You did not do it. You did not do it. Don't take credit for what you haven't done. Also, you claim there was no from you. You probably haven't read your own budget. You haven't read your own budget. Because if you have read your budget, you will find out that the dedicated funding for free SHS was a goods and services allocation of ABFA. Honorable Deputy Minister, ABFA. What you have done, and again, let me show you why it's not true. It is the Earmarked Funds Capping and Realignment Act. What that law says is that you cap 14 funds. And if you find that any fund requires its full allocation, you restore. That's what you have done. If you wanted to uncap, you know what? Repeal the whole legislation. Why have you not uncapped all the 14 funds? This will be nothing to write home about. You told us between pages 3 and 20. You told us between pages 3 and 22 of your manifesto that your economic program, Honorable Deputy Minister, let me have your attention. You told us that your economic program will be built on 3 foundational pillars: the economic transformation agenda, the economic recovery program, and the 24-hour economy for this House. Sunday, you brought in Mr. Guzitando to do an informal presentation, and he himself admitted that he has some further work to do, and then he will bring it here. You have brought us an economic policy. The economic recovery program, that's the foundation. The economic transformation agenda, that's the foundation. The 24-hour economy, that's the foundation. You have not finished preparing it. Who built the first? That is why when we go into your economic policy, there's no coherence with your manifesto. You made 273 economic promises in your manifesto, 273 of them. If we prorate your 4-year period, each year you should be doing about 68 of them. Do you know how many of your economic promises you have responded to in this first economic policy? Do you know the number? I'm not sure you have read the budget. You haven't counted. You have only responded to 25 of your economic promises. Mr. Deputy Minister, that is just about 36%. If you continue and you roll out programs as government, not all of it succeeds.
I've told you that we've been in government before. The MPP in the first year rolled out free. And so, Honorable Deputy Minister, we are drawing your attention. This is free feedback to you, that you need to find more coherence between your economic policy and your own manifesto. Else, by the time your tenure is done, you would have disappointed yourself. The second point I want to draw your attention to is that your budget, even the one that you brought, your budget, it betrays your priorities. A budget in which you have told us, first of all, that you value Ghanaian women so much that you're going to set up a bank for them, the Women's Development Bank. 51 million cedis allocation in this budget for the Women's Development Bank. And then you have put 70 million cedis for research to betray your priorities. You give all of the women in Ghana who are looking for this bank 51 million, and then you give research at the office of the president 70 million Ghana. Something has happened that's never happened. The president has gone to negotiate minimum wage. How much? 10%. By the way, the previous administration did way better, 25% plus. But while you are increasing minimum wage by 10%, you have increased the compensation budget at the office of government machinery. But this is what the leader of the minority said, that very soon we will see the true colors of the umbrella. You see, your priorities are beginning to show. You need not less than about 1 billion Ghana cedis to close the infrastructure gap within senior high schools. You say you don't have fiscal space, you don't have money for it, but you have found 4.1 billion cedis to buy gold. Gold that was being bought from liquidity. You want to take taxpayers' money, 4 billion Ghana cedis, to go and buy gold. Are you seeing your priorities now? You have made available 100 million Ghana cedis for capital expenditure at the office of government machinery. What are you buying there? More cars or young people of this country, that there is no space. Paragraph 478. That's why I'm worrying whether you've read it. Paragraph 478. You say there's no fiscal space to recruit young people into the public service. But you find into a further analysis of your own numbers. Honorable Deputy Minister, your own numbers. Like my brother John Jenapo used to say, Mr. Speaker, we have run the regression analysis and the correlation analysis on this side, and we know all the figures. I'm happy he's here in the chamber. Mr. Speaker, we have also run the analysis. If you look at compensation allocations, Honorable Deputy Minister, do I have your attention? You will find that for the Office of Government Machinery, by the way, when it was 327, you used to complain and do press conferences. Now it's 2.7 billion. But what is even more worrying, the economic sector ministries, 7 of them, the ones that are responsible for generating growth, expansion of the economy and jobs for people, you have given them a poultry to more than 7 economic ministries. You were telling us a few minutes ago that infrastructure is the most important thing. While you have made available to check your budget, the numbers, do you know how much you have given for compensation for the infrastructure sector ministries? A paltry 700 million Ghana cedis. So your budget is showing your priorities. I keep reminding you that the most important things that the people of Ghana are looking for, improvement in cost of living. Between the State of the Nation address and your economic policy and your budget, you have conveniently forgotten about them. You told us that you were going to use SONA budget and economic policy. You have conveniently forgotten about it. Today, you have increased the... You know what it means. What it means is that the cost of power produced is going up. Then to add insult to injury, you have added to it that every 3 months there will be adjustment every 3 months. That food planting for food across borders, you have not done anything about it. Transportation. Today, the Minister for Transport is now asking transport unions that they should hold on with. And so, my brother, the economic policy you have brought, it doesn't respond to the key issues. Worse is that you have introduced new 2027-2028. It's going to affect banks, non-banking financial institutions, insurance companies, telecom companies, breweries, oil marketing companies, companies and institutions registered under SEC. electronic money issuers, and all other companies by 5%. All these industries, they are going to pass the cost on to the average Ghanaian, and cost of living. Point, Mr. Speaker, and I'll take my seat. You see, when you gave all of these policies to the Ghana Statistical Service and the Finance Ministry people, they marked it. And they said that the economy that you said was a crime scene, it did a modest 5.7. Remember that in the first 3 years before COVID, we were doing 7%. When the recovery, on top of the 5.7% this year, Ghana should be doing nothing less than 8% growth. This year, by our model. So, if you want to consent, I have in my hands here the Deloitte economic forecast for 2025. It was issued in December. They said in December that when they look at the MPP's economic recovery program, inflation, following our disinflation trend, is supposed to be 11% this year. This year. 11% this year. You promised a reset that you are going to do better than us. The MPP did 7.9% inflation. This is after 2 years of single-digit inflation. And so respectfully, I beg of you, if you listen to the feedback, your overall performance, in fact, some more data we have. The Office of Government Machinery used to be the 7th highest expenditure item. Today, because you have inflated it, it is now the 5th highest. It is higher, it is higher than local government. It's even higher than roads and highways. Mr. Speaker, to conclude, we call on our colleagues on the government bench, try and find coherence between your economic policy and your money, the budget, and let your money follow where your words have been. The big things that will create growth and expansion of the economy. Finance Minister came back to correct himself that he wants to amend the Income Tax Amendment Act to actually include betting tax. You can still come back and make corrections, and we in this mighty minority will support you to pass that budget. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Honorable members, I don't know why, but the indication here is that you have 5 minutes. He's an ordinary parliamentarian.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker.
Member, please, you may proceed.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. It is important to note that when it comes to lessons on managing the economy, the minority side or the MPP should be the last to offer such suggestions. Because the verdict on your 8-year mandate is what resulted into this. How you performed resulted into this number. I dare say the 2025 budget is the most well-received budget. This is because the preparation of the budget 2025 was preceded by 4 major activities. First of all, we did the National Economic Dialogue. This side that is criticizing the output of the various aspirations of our people, we also did meeting traders by the Finance Ministry, and then the popular youth engagement on the expert platform. Mr. Speaker, it is important trends that when a new government comes, having subjected us to economic hardships like this, where incidence of poverty is 23.4%, what it means is that 1 out of every 4 Ghanaian is very poor in Ghana as we speak. When you inherit an economy like this, what finance minister across the world would have done would be cost burden sharing or cost sharing. However, this budget seeks to shift away, putting the burden on the ordinary Ghanaian into that of production. And I think this is one of the innovative ideas. It is also important to note, Mr. Speaker, the MPP, when you talk about public debt, our government added this amount in dollars, and they added this amount in dollars. It is important to know when you look at IS 37, in reporting standards, you use your functional and presentation currencies in reporting your debt stock, and not the dollar or the foreign debt component. Mr. Speaker, in 2015-2016, an asset quality review was done by the Bank of Ghana and the IMF, where it projected that the total depositors amount that was at risk as a result of poor banking supervision, poor to the cruel and the bad governance these people inflicted on the Ghanaian populace we were subjected to pay through the taxpayer 30.3 billion. The banking sector that needed only 9 billion. Mr. Sport, agriculture and commercial activities of Ghanaian sector. As we speak, we need 2.2 billion Ghana cedis to recapitalize those two indigenous banks. It is important to know that the current participation rate of Ghana local banking sector is less than 10%. These people came and collapsed suggestions, landed you with 886. Your superior strategies landed you with a micro minority. Mr. Speaker, because of time, let me come to the real sector development. The former finance minister, I wish he was here. Honorable Kojo Oppong, and let's not repeat that at all. One thing that you shall, what is the drivers of the 5.7%? It is mainly the Galamsey economy. When the governor's statistician came here and I asked what was, and he said it was asset. Mr. Speaker, the MP, but what they forgot to understand was that you did a 37% cut on the external bondholders to our external creditors. 37% on their principal. So if you were not servicing your debt as a result of the debt suspension policy that you did in 2022, 2023, and 2024, you were not servicing your external debt. So why won't you have enough reserve in your external sector? So it is not enough management of the Ghanaian economy. I already said initially, as for the verdict as to how the MPP manage the economy, the jury is out there, and the political party. And I think that it is a period of reflection that you must learn. Despite all the excuses you are giving, Ghanaian people saw through the deception. And no more deception to the Ghanaian person. The average Ghanaian knows that 2.3 million Ghanaian people cannot afford 3 square meals. That is the bread and butter issue that this budget seeks to do. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I'm grateful.
Honorable members, the Honorable Atta Issa did very well. The submission, your submission was within the 5 minutes. And we should encourage people to do so. Honorable members, just a few minutes for me to you may be misinformed. The first one had to do with the nomination of the administrator of the District Assemblies Common Fund. You recall a few days ago, I think almost 2 weeks, I read an earlier communication. That one dealt with, is dated 10 February, which meant there was some problems with it getting to my office. We got it just yesterday, and it reads, nomination of administrator of District Assembly Common Fund under 1992. I submit through you to Parliament for approval the appointment of Mr. Michael Harry Yamson as the administrator of the District Assembly Common Fund. The nominee's credentials are actively. Attached is a copy of his curriculum vitae. Accept, Mr. Speaker, that I refer this communication to the relevant committee, and that committee is the Appointments Committee for consideration and report to the House. The earlier reference has been withdrawn, and this will now be the operating reference. I am informed that the Thursday, yes, so committee and the public hearing could be conducted on that day. The second communication is dated 17th March 2025, and it reads, notice of absence from Ghana, pursuant to Article 59 of the 1992 Constitution of the tomorrow, 18th March, 2025, and return the same day. During my absence, Article 68 of the Constitution assume my duties. John Dramani Mahama. Honorable members, the second Deputy Speaker to take the chair. We will now give.
Not only me, we were expecting more communication from the presidency since we don't have 60 ministers yet. The 4 ministers, the president had informed us that he was doing. So, Mr. Speaker, we were all expecting, as you were presiding, that at least we'll hear the 4 ministers. And if it is not available, now that the vice president is acting, she should appoint the 4 so that we can be able to know that the 60 ministers are all in place.
The minority deputy whip is completely out of order. Yes, second deputy speaker to take the chair. Time limits. We have still left with about more than 6 from each side of the house.
Is it the turn of Honorable Gideon Boako? Well. Let's invite the member for Etiwa West.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to comment on the budget statement presented by the Finance Minister. Mr. Speaker, this budget is a clear reflection of the NDC government and the harsh reality that they presented to Ghanaians. In effect, Mr. Speaker, the big push couldn't push. Yes, the big push couldn't push. The big push could not push. Mr. Speaker, the NDC government campaigned heavily on the cost of living, promising to abolish and also rationalize some 14 taxes outlined in their manifesto to ease the burden on Ghanaians. However, when it came to actual implementation, they only abolished, in effect, 3, 1, 2, 3. Failed to deliver on the government's promise to ease the cost of doing business, particularly at the ports. Devoid on this issue. No major downward adjustments to port fees or import fees have been announced, leaving the business community deeply disappointed. Mr. Speaker, when the Finance Minister presented the 2025 budget, references to adjustments, a term that in reality signals even higher costs for Ghanaian businesses and consumers. So, Mr. Speaker, instead of providing relief, the government has extended the special import levy from 2024 to 2028. This conflicting approach by the government of extending, on the one hand, an import levy from 2025 to 2028, while promising tax rationalization or reduction, raising The business community deserves and investment. Overburdening businesses with additional taxes, particularly in sectors that drive economic growth, could have long. Paragraph 657, the NDC government talks of expanding pension coverage of the informal sector through the worthy to note here that the MPP government, under the SEED initiative that was done by SNIT, expanded the coverage 39,768 registered members between March 2023 and December 2024. Mr. Speaker, the budget statement also promises prompt payment of pension contributions. While this sounds promising, we on this side can only hope that they follow through on their words, because history tells a different story. History tells a different story. Mr. Social Security contributions for public sector workers amounting to over 972 million Ghana cedis. 3 years.
Thank you.
Conclusion.
Honourable Member.
Okay. Unlike the NDC government, which
Your time
arrears
is up.
to date. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, I'd like to also touch on the women's bank. Women in my constituency were actually pleased to hear about a development bank, women's development bank, because many of them saw that. I'm not sure how the NDC is going to set this up, because under the banks and specialized deposit taking.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, initially they gave us 15 minutes, so therefore we
5
prepared
minutes.
for that.
5 minutes.
And
Time.
we reduced to 5 minutes.
Yes, honourable members, it is now the turn of Honourable Suleimana Adama.
The honourable member for Ishaya.
Honourable, you have 5 minutes.
10. I'm a deputy ranking.
Deputy ranking.
Yes. Argued that the GDP was 73% in 2016, but it is 61% in 2024. So we should clap for them. Honourable Mr. Speaker, the highest inflation to GDP ever recorded in this country was in 2022, when we made 94%. Debt to GDP. Mr. Speaker, debt to GDP in 2022 was 92%. Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, please.
Mr. Speaker, I'm coming to him.
Honourable members, please. He found something wrong with Honourable Well, just dot it. Just. Honourable Kojo Pankroma. Yes, Honourable Adama, please continue.
Mr. Speaker, in 2022, the debt to GDP 4%. Mr. Speaker, debt to GDP.
Honourable members, can we please give him a hearing?
Mr. Speaker, debt to GDP is 61% in 2020. Was 61% in 2024. Not because of any magic, but because the government is not paying the debt as we are supposed to pay, because we have undergone the DDEP. Mr. Speaker, the 2025 budget has brought back confidence in the political class. Hitherto, when you meet anybody, they said, we don't trust politicians, because there were always disconnects between what we promise in the manifesto and what we deliver as a policy. Mr. Speaker, when you take the NDC 2024 manifesto, when you listen to President Mahama's State of the Nation address, when you listen to Honourable Atoforsin's budget statement, you see a well on page. Mr. Speaker, the NDC manifesto states that we will scrap the following draconian taxes within our first 100 days in office to alleviate hardship and reduce the high cost of living.
Honourable members, please.
Mr. Speaker, we will scrap the e-levy. We will scrap the 10% levy on bet winnings. We will scrap the emission levy. Mr. Speaker, flowing from the promise and in the spirit of staying true to the Ghanaian people, the budget has proposed to scrap all these nuisance taxes. Mr. Speaker, again, the NDF manifesto promised a big push policy. It's an ambitious policy to bring infrastructure development and for economic transformation. Mr. Speaker, 13.8 billion Ghana cedis for the big push program. Mr. Speaker, the president understands the vulnerabilities in the economy. He understands that there are vulnerable groups in the economy. So he promised in the manifesto. So if you go to page 23 of the NDC manifesto, it is stated that the president will introduce various social interventions to alleviate the current economic hardship. Mr. Speaker, he promised to bring no academic fee policy for first-year students in all public tertiary institutions with disability. Mr. Speaker, he promised allowances for assembly members. Mr. Speaker, staying true to the people of Ghana, the budget has made allocations of tertiary institutions, 292 million Ghana cedis for sanitary pads. Mr. Speaker, 3.5 billion Ghana cedis for free SHS. Mr. Speaker, 564 million Ghana cedis for the provision of comprehensive free curricula. Mr. Speaker, the budget has made an allocation of 3.5 billion.
Honorable members, there are so many movements in the chamber. Please, is that your case? Honorable members, please, let's give me a hearing so that we can also listen to you. Yes, Honorable.
Mr. Speaker, the budget has made a provision of 3.5 billion towards the free senior high school. It is the highest allocation ever since the project was rolled out in its current form in 2017. Mr. Speaker, this is coming from the president who was described as the scary alternative. If he's the scary alternative, he's the one who has made the highest contribution. When he said we are going to review a free SHS, they said the understanding of review is cancellation. If cancellation means provision of 3.5 billion, then we need more cancellation. Yeah. Mr. Speaker, if cancellation means making a dedicated funding by uncapping the gap and economic growth of 4.3%, 4.4%, when they made 5% and over in 2024. Mr. Speaker, how do we grow the economy? All in debt and in crisis, Mr. Speaker. How do you grow the economy? When you are supposed to use the chunk of your resources in servicing debt, not in areas where you can grow the economy, not in productive areas. Mr. Speaker, as I speak to you now, the ECG owes 68 billion Ghana cedis. Cocoa Board owes 32.5 billion Ghana cedis. Cocoa Rose, we are owing 21.7 billion Ghana cedis. We are owing 840 billion cedis are the revenue losses as a result of the rollout of the Cocoa Board that we are actually owing. Mr. Speaker, so assuming we are using all these resources in the productive sectors, aren't we going to grow the economy? Yes. So I'll urge my colleagues and Ghanaians to keep faith with President Mahama. Yes. When we are able to stabilize the mess, stabilize the economy, by the end of the year, you will see economic growth that is commensurate with output and productive sectors. Yes. Mr. Speaker, it is the best policy document ever witnessed in a very long time. He has kept faith with the Ghanaian people. He has actually demonstrated that when you have a well-thought-through policy in a budget statement, it can result in economic development. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Yes, Minority Leader.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I am on my feet to raise a matter that has come to the attention of the caucus. That has to do with the referral minute made. The District Assembly Common Fund Administrator, the letter that came, which you made reference, referral to the appointment committee. Mr. Speaker, a moment ago, Mr. Speaker annulled your referral and indicated that you did so in error and that you were misled. These are his words, I'm quoting, that the second deputy speaker was misled into making the referral. That notwithstanding, he upheld the effect of the referral to say that he has become aware that on Thursday we are going to do the vetting. Mr. Speaker, the rule as have been made to understand in law is on which the fruit bear is poisonous. The fruit itself cannot be edible. It will also kill. So, Mr. Speaker, I do not know the exception to the rule being introduced here. We know that Mr. Speaker is not in the chair, so we would follow the appropriate processes. But it is important that then all other things must go with it. And Mr. Speaker re-echoed that this is the new referral he's doing, and the earlier one was not properly done. So, Mr. Speaker, I don't think in terms of the committee writing to the nominee to come on Thursday, that if the actual referral is annulled, then all other things become void. And we start the process again. I'm concerned about the precedent we may be setting as a result of this. But these are matters that we will take up properly through in a position to rule on this matter. But we felt it has to be brought to the attention of the House for the purposes of Hansa. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Majority Leader, will you comment on that?
Mr. Speaker, I really don't understand the drift of this whole discourse about rules and practices, and I have some indications regarding what happened. If you raise an issue and that is being addressed, you pay attention. No, but you raise the issue. If you raise an issue and then we are called upon to comment, and I think there was an error. And what the speaker, you can find exactly what he was trying to address. There was an error. I mean, he explained to me, yes, he explained to me that there was an error, and he requested for a second communication. So the communication came, and he thought to find a way of correcting it. So anything of that sort. But also because you have already started the process based on the earlier communication, whilst he's trying to address some issues of error in our records, I think that you should continue with the arrangement. You've already created an expectation. You've invited the nominee. The nominee is still the same person. Nominee hasn't changed. So let him come and then take him through the process. Besides government activities in their constituencies, the longer you delay the appointment of the administrator of the Common Fund, the longer our...
Yes, yes.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the majority leader, who is leader of government business, he alone goes to the Jubilee House, and he alone knows what happens. I had my turn. It is his turn. I cannot enjoy that privilege forever. You should enjoy it. It is his time. Mr. Speaker, he goes there alone. And if under this whole reset government, a letter could come all the way from Jubilee in error, and it has been corrected, which we don't have a problem. Mr. Speaker, we believe that if it's indeed been corrected, let us start the processes properly. Mr. Speaker, because the originator the originator of the letter concedes that there was an error. But notwithstanding my concerns, he's a leader of the House. He's made a point that we should engage the Speaker and find a way out of this. Who misled you will litigate it later. But Mr. Speaker, there's a gentleman seated behind the majority leader. I watched him in my office. He's a first-timer. He debated strongly with some energy. And Mr. Speaker, when you see talent, you must say it. This parliament, making solid points. I don't know your name, but I watch you in admiration. And I want to acknowledge that for inflation to be 94%. Next time, never you say inflation to GDP at 94%. Inflation to GDP, 94%.
Leader.
Is that what you were taught?
Leader.
Is that what you were taught in majority?
Minority leader.
Inflation to GDP.
Honorable members, please. Leader, I think this issue, we should let it rest. The communication came, Mr. Speaker read, but you observed the clerk informed me that Mr. Speaker didn't make the referral. So I should...
Guys, you leave here and go and work.
Oh, are you responding to your friend?
Mr. Speaker, I get to the office at 7 o'clock in the morning. I agree that I'm still a member of Parliament and I enjoy this as well. So I'll be here as a member. For the rest of the day, I'll be here with you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Member, it's part of the business, so let's enjoy it. So let me now turn to Honorable Eric Opoku, Minister for Agri. Excuse me, hold on, Honorable. Who just spoke? No, Honorable Koko spoke. Oh, yeah. Yes. So, honorable members, please. Yes, that is right. So, let me turn to Honorable Osenyako.
Thank you very much.
Honorable Osenyako.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
You are chairman. You have 15 minutes.
I'm the ranking. I'm no more the chairman.
Ranking, 15 minutes.
Time has changed.
Time has changed indeed.
Yes.
You have 15 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I just want to make a few comments on the motion on the floor. Mr. Speaker, we on this side, our duty on this side, Mr. Speaker, our duty on this side is to scrutinize whatever the executive brings to this House and point out deficiencies in whatever they bring and profess alternative to the government. And that is exactly what I want to do this afternoon. Mr. Speaker, and the economic policy on behalf of the President, that I've gone through the budget statement, I've read through it, especially on the road sector. And I find it very curious that a whole budget, which is the major determinant for any resource allocation and any investment requirement, failed to give or failed to tell the House or inform the House about the network, the national network size, the road network size of this country. I'm sad. I've gone through the budget. So if a budget that the government is making allocation, that he is saying that I'm going to uncap road fund and provide an amount of 2.8
1 billion, the road sector, fails to tell us that this is the amount of kilometers that we have, the kilometrage of the country in terms of the network size, then how did they come about with the amount of money that they are allocating to the sector? Mr. Speaker, I quite remember that in 2016, at the end of 2016, the NDC government, when they were leaving office, the network, the total network, and I'm quoting from the Presidential Transitional Report, which I have it. I'm sure my colleagues and the minister is here, they also have the Presidential Transition Report. Mr. Speaker, we are talking about 137,683 kilometers. It is contained in the presidential, to help him with the pages that he can find it. If we have such a huge network size, tell us anything about it. He even fails to tell us the condition mix of our road network as to which percentage is poor, which percentage is good, which percentage is bad or fairly good. Then how did they come about in allocating resources to this sector? Mr. Speaker, no wonder that priority sectors, key priority sectors under this government, the road sector is not part of it. And it's very sad. I have it here. It's here, if you want to doubt it. I have even gone ahead to design and make maps for you. Graph is here. In 2024, I will call it Dedication Under 2025 is the number 1 on it. Health is number 2. Government machinery is number 5. I want to tell you, let me tell you about 2024. 2024, education is number 1. Health, number 2. Interior, number 3. If you take the report, their own budget statement, if you want to go to if you want to check appendix 1C, paragraph 2.1, under construction. Sometimes they're not saying it. I have the report here. They should read. And they will see the performance of the construction sector. The performance of the construction sector in your own budget is 9.6. That is how we perform. So if you see that from Ofanko to Nsawam is being constructed, if you see that Tema Motorway is being constructed, if you see other major roads, if you see Aflao, Tema to Aflao is being done. If you see Tema to Akosomo Road is being done. Then, Mr. Speaker, you should know, Accra to Dodo, I have not even mentioned, then you should know how much the previous government have spent in making sure that he fixed our roads. Mr. Speaker, of Ghanaians to win power now is telling us they are coming to construct a road. They themselves are presented to this house. Those people who are expecting their roads to be constructed, I am telling you, the Mahama government says that it doesn't have enough money and your road is not priority for them. But you want the government to come and tell me, if you want to understand and you want to know, if you want to know what I'm saying, go and read the budget. The budget is for you to read and understand, not for you to read alone. Read and understand what it is contained in the budget. If you don't understand it, how would you be able to? Mr. Speaker, I heard the minister talking about the road minister, the road ministry has committed this country into almost about 103 billion. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to use this time here. You hear this commitment is, they have committed 100 billion. But when you are reporting, when you came to this house to even report about the liabilities of of the country or the ministry, why didn't you give us the details of those commitments that you are talking about? Mr. Speaker, in fact, let me tell you, when you go to the Ministry of Roads and Highways, they give a project. So this year, for instance, the budget that they are allocating to the ministry, even if they say they are going to construct the road from Parliament here to, let's say, Circle, they have programmed it for 5 years. The following year, and create the impression that as if the previous government have saddled this country into. In any case, they are saying are not liabilities sitting in the books of the ministry. Most of these projects that they are talking about, most of this have not even gotten commencement certificate. They are sitting in the books. And I am claiming that we are owing this, the ministry has committed into almost 103 billion Ghana. How much of it is a running contract? I remember the last time I threw the challenge to the minister to be able to go back and audit it. In any case, when they were leaving office in 2016, there were a lot of commitment they have also done. But Mr. Speaker, I'm not here to politicize the issue. It is time for us as a country to be able to deal with this. There is some kind of commitment and indebtedness because there is a funding gap at the ministry. Nobody wants to talk about it. If you have a ministry that presents a budget and they come and out of the budget, government says that I can only provide only 30% of your budget. How do you expect the ministry to work? Mr. Speaker, so that is why I'm saying that we are here for the people. We are here for God and the services to the Ghanaian people. Then we have to do the right thing. Mr. Speaker, it is not news. Page 84, page 85 of the media budget review in 2024 media. But Mr. Speaker, processes started, stakeholder consultation started at the ministry. So it is not news. But I am happy that the new every Ghanaian is talking about, we are able to do it. Speaker, it is not because if we want to bring a toll collection, the reintroduction of the tolls, if we want to bring it back, and we cannot put measures in place and accumulate enough to fix our roads, then there is no need for us to reintroduce it. So, Mr. Speaker, yes, the government want to please the Ghanaian people because they are voted for, but they have to be cautious how they want to carry on or how they want to execute their programs. If they are doing the right thing, we are going to support them. But if they are doing the wrong thing, we will put them on their toes. And I'm happy the minister is here.
Thank you.
The former thing. You have to pardon me to just make this small comment. Mr. Speaker, data. I want to know how much of it is going to the road sector. $1 million. That is equivalent of about 13.8 billion. So, I want to urge investment that is needed by the road sector so that the road sector can thrive. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Well, cool.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Oh, no, hold on.
For the opportunity.
Leader, hold on. Leader, what is it?
Mr. Speaker, with respect, the Honorable Minister of Agri But again. But your deputy is here.
Mr. Speaker, the arrangement was that the sector ministers will lead the commentary on their sectors, but they would present a brief on their sector policies at the dispatch box. So I actually thought that was what he was trying to draw the attention of the minister to. So I was waiting to hear what he would say. So that really is the understanding, that they are not really debating, but they are going to come and then present their sector. Of course, yes, and even the discussion was that after they have presented their sector positions and policies, need to respond. Started with the finance minister because the finance minister presented his meeting, his deputy could respond. So that's the arrangement.
So with that arrangement, it means once the minister is on the dispatch box, there wouldn't be any interruption.
Yes, the minister will not be interrupted.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much.
You want to stand there?
Oh, okay. Wherever.
I hope you enjoy. You want to be there. Very well.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to comment on the 2025 budget. Mr. Speaker, first and foremost, to have a better appreciation of the contents of this budget, you must understand the theme. The theme of this budget is resetting the economy for the Ghana we want. Mr. Speaker, what is the meaning of reset? Reset means to set again or differently. It means that the economy of Ghana was on the proper track to deliver prosperity unto the people of Ghana. And within the last 8 years, we veered off completely. And so this is the time to bring back the... Mr. Speaker, this is the explanation, the meaning...
Honorable, you see, that's why you were asked to come, and that is why... Yes, leader.
Mr. Speaker, to defend a budget, Mr. Speaker, he should look at the allocation. The minister said he was giving you 1.5 billion. When you look at the expenditure, only 924 million. Even so, you have over 40% of it in compensation. This budget, and you're saying what? That your ministry has been rendered redundant. Mr. Speaker, politics are Greek.
Leader.
No, but
leader,
ask him.
Thank you.
Look at the figures.
Leader, thank you.
Look at the figures.
Leader, thank you. Leader, thank you.
And you are here to defend this budget? Mr. Speaker?
Yes, let me. You have 15 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the budget is presented. We look at the policies first, and then we move to the appropriation. It is when we are dealing with the appropriation that we look at the figures involved. We are not there at all. So this is the time for us to look at policies, and I'm here to present the policies and to explain. Mr. Speaker, the theme of the budget says that resetting the economy for the Ghana we want. Cut off completely, and now we want to bring it back. And that is what this budget seeks to do. Reset means set again or differently. And so this budget intends to bring the economy of Ghana on the proper track of two, and the measures we are putting in place in the budget to bring back the economy on the proper track to deliver prosperity to all Ghanaians, including our minority, the few people who are here as minority members, was 3.7%. And they said that 2024, they recorded
5.7%, and therefore we should praise them. Mr. Speaker, in 2016, when the Ghanaian economy recorded growth rate of 3.6%, as they are saying, was 9.7% from your own budget in 2017. Today that you are talking about 5.7% growth rate, your food inflation is hovering above 23%. And you know the implications of rising food inflation. When your food prices are going up, it means that you are pushing a lot of people into the rate of 5.7%. Mr. Speaker, in 2016, the Bank of Ghana, that has the mandate to print money for this country for 2022, 2023, 2024. You are claiming that growth rate is 5.7%. But look at where you have landed the Bank of Ghana. In just 1 year, unprecedented in the history of this country. That amounted to $5 billion United States dollars. And for the first time, your government in 1 year from the Bank of Ghana, source, you are asking for source. It's in your own records. It is here in Parliament. It is something that the Bank of Ghana must indeed be reset. And that is exactly what this budget is seeking to do. Mr. Speaker, in 2016, when the growth rate was 3.6%, food import bill was hovering around $800 million. And today you are touting growth rate of 5.7%, when the food import bill is above $2 billion. Have you forgotten the unemployment rate, which in 2016 was around 5.23%, and is today in 2024 was around 14.7%. And you sit here touting 5.7 growth rate as an achievement? It appears you don't understand the budget. You are lost completely. In 2016, there was nothing like that exchange program. You came into office, you borrowed, you expended the money, and when the time arrangement for you to pay, and so you had to go to your creditors to plead for the postponement of your debt. That is the meaning of the debt exchange program you implemented. Because of the debt exchange program, in 2025, the debt that you postponed, the money you expended and refused to pay, and postponed for us to come and pay, that amount alone, 2025, under this budget, we are paying 18.3 billion. 2027, we are paying 58 billion. 2028, we are paying 53 billion. All together, we are paying 150 billion. And you have the guts, the effrontery, to come and sit here and then chastise the NDC for resetting, for correcting the wrongs, the damage that you have done to the Ghanaian economy. Please and please again, important is this. When the GDP growth was 3.6, the growth rate was 3.6% in 2016, the credit agencies, we were rated B+. You took the economy to junk status. Our economy was rated junk status. You understand the meaning of junk status? Junk status, non-investment grade. Non-investment grade. It means that nobody should invest in our economy. It means that nobody should invest in the Ghanaian economy. Somebody is saying that before leaving office, you had CCC+. Do you know the meaning? It means that high risk of default. Even that high risk of default. That is where we have landed us. And so what we need to do is to do, Mr. Speaker, was 120 billion. 120 billion. In 2024, the debt had ballooned to you with a growth rate of 3.6%, on the back of which you were able to borrow and borrow and borrow to the extent that now Ghana can no longer borrow again. You created it. Under your economy, the economy that we have today, Ghana cannot borrow from international sources. We can't issue bonds. Ghanaians have lost credibility. They have lost faith in government of Ghana bonds because of your recklessness. And I'm surprised that you can come and sit here and create the impression that all is well. Have you forgotten that we left with you the sinking fund? And we left in the sinking fund almost $300 million fund with just $64,000. What about the Ghana Infrastructure Investment Fund? What about the Ghana Infrastructure Investment Fund?
Honorable members,
we handed over to you the Ghana Infrastructure Investment Fund, in which we have $274 million. You have expended everything and even collateralized the process. You have collateralized the process. Into the, yes, Jeff, you don't know. You see, you are lost. What about the Ghana GET Fund? What about the GET Fund? We gave you the GET Fund with direct inflows into the fund to support education development. And look at what you have done. You created special. We introduced into this house the energy sector levies to rake in almost 3 billion Ghana cedis and collateralize the process for 15 years. 15 years. So what we have to do now is to change the status quo. We have to change the story. And that is what this budget is seeking to do. That is the meaning of the reset that we are talking about. Mr. Speaker, in 2016, we needed 10 billion Ghana cedis to pay as interest on our nation's debt. Today in the budget, because of your reckless borrowing, we need 65 billion Ghana cedis to pay as interest. Now we are talking about cocoa equiafo. Look at how we have damaged the cocoa sector. Mr. Speaker, in 2016, when the growth rate was 3.6%, cocoa production was 969,000 tons. Today, you are talking about growth rate of 5.7%. Meanwhile, cocoa production is around 530,000 tons. Mr. Speaker, in 2016, when the growth rate was 3.6%, the total debt of cocoa board was 1 billion Ghana cedis. Today, the total debt of cocoa board is 32 billion Ghana cedis. 9.7 billion of that is due for payment this year. And you are here defending this. Your credibility is at stake. Please, give us the opportunity to reset. Give us the opportunity to reset. Now, how do you reset it? Now, listen to the reset. This is how we want to reset. For the reset is what we call agriculture for economic transformation agenda. Our government has decided to use agriculture as the vehicle to engender economic transformation. Is what we call the Feed Ghana program. Under the Feed Ghana program, we want to drive this nation towards food sufficiency so that we can reduce the huge food import bill, restore stability to the exchange rate. And Mr. Speaker, we are dealing with the policies. When you come to appropriation, I hope you understand. You have been in this house for a long time, so you know what appropriation means. Now, under the Feed Ghana program, we have the Vegetable Development Project. This one is focused on the production of vegetables like tomato, onion, pepper, and the rest of. Specifically, paragraph 401 of the 2024 budget, you reported to this house that Ghana is still importing pepper, that Ghana is still importing tomato, and it is estimated that we are importing tomato at a cost of $400 million annually from Burkina Faso. This mass budget, under which we want to increase production of these vegetables to win ourselves off of the import.
So,
and
Honorable Minister, you must begin.
We're also implementing the Grains Development Project. This one, we are targeting the rice, maize, soya, and the rest project. And then the Nkukwan Kitenkete program. Mr. Speaker, let me put on record today that Nkukwan Kitenkete program is an ongoing program. It was started by your government. You don't know. You are saying, hey,
Thank you. Let me now turn to Honorable Dr. Doc, are you ranking? Doc? Oh, okay. So, Honorable Dr. Kabiru.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much for giving me the opportunity and for my colleague to cede that opportunity for me. Mr. Speaker, today our various with ocular proof that this government is a chingilingi government with obolo budget allocation going into consumption. We have demonstrated that this budget cannot. There are some factual inaccuracies contained in this budget, which goes into the credibility of the budget. And I'll refer members of this particular house to paragraph 50 of page 11. The minister deliberately misrepresented our GDP, our GDP, by saying that central government arrears was 5%. Speaker, that is not the fact, because their own budget on paragraph 12 stated that infrastructure owing, the total infrastructure sector is 22 billion. This goes to the core of the credibility of the budget that earlier on speakers talked about. Mr. Speaker, let me talk about the allocations. It is quite important to know that, Mr. Speaker, the Office of Government Machinery, as alluded, has increased the allocation of compensation by percentage increase in allocation. The house that is supposed to approve this budget is having only 8% increment in allocating the priority of government in this budget. Mr. Speaker, they mentioned about allocations. They stated that, they have increased allocation to LEAP, and they are saying they are doing 33% increase allocation to school feeding program. Mr. Speaker, they forgot that we did 39% increase. This is a matter of fact, and a matter of fact, they are born out of the records of this house. You are doing 33%, and you want us to give you credit on school feeding program when we did 39%. Mr. Speaker, they want us to pat them on the back and saying that LEAP has increased by 30%. Mr. Speaker, in 2023, we increased LEAP by over 100%, and in 2024, we increased LEAP by 85%. Now they are doing only 30%, and they want us to clap for them that LEAP has been increased. In the first place, the LEAP financial policy of the government, 15. We are supposed to do some 32 billion accumulative floor in terms of the IMF program, in terms of social spending. So they are not doing anything different apart from flagship program, 24-hour economy. It did not budget for it. Mr. Speaker, their budget failed and has actually reduced funding to domestic. When their vice president is a woman who should be championing funding to domestic funding, the funding has been decreased by 85%. And Mr. Speaker, they have also reduced funding to trafficking by 78%. Mr. Speaker, let me go you by sector. In fact, administration has safety by 19%. Not prejudice to their cap, to their big push program. Mr. Speaker, this is the budget we are talking about. And this budget can speak to the system. Mr. Speaker, they're saying that rest, let me not even go there, because the fact of this budget speaks for itself. Mr. Speaker, let me conclude by some of the hidden hardship. Mr. Speaker, they have hidden some hardship under the budget, and I'll conclude with that. One, they are going to increase tax on small-scale mining and upstream oil sector by 3%. Mr. Speaker, they are introducing 2% tax on gross profit of other companies. Mr. Speaker, they are doing 1 to 2% taxes on all imports, including catalyzers that are used for farming. Mr. Speaker, they have introduced road toll. Mr. Speaker, they are doing 3% tax, 5% tax on banks.
Honourable member, please wind up. Your time is up.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker. So this is what they are doing. It is clear that this budget is designed for consumption. It is clear this budget is designed to give the office of the president much spending space to spend unlimited and unguarded. It is clear that this budget does not address their own agriculture program. So, Mr. Speaker, it is a budget that is supposed to create, loot, and share. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let me turn to Honorable Dr. Godfred Sedujasa.
Mr. Speaker, I have been upgraded to a
Are you chairman or deputy chairman?
Chairman now.
You are chairman?
Yes.
Then you have 15 minutes.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to add my comments to the statement on the budget and economic policy of government ably delivered to this House by the Minister for Finance. Mr. Speaker, I think it is clear now to everyone, after listening to my earlier senior colleague, Honorable Eric Opoku, explain the theme that is underpinning this budget. Is resetting the economy for the Ghana we want. And so I noticed that most of our colleagues today, instead of debating the economic policy, are actually already interested in jumping the gun and debating the appropriations and the figures. Mr. Speaker, allow me to, once they've taken us to appropriation, I shall introduce the debate on appropriation as well, whilst we wait for the appropriation dates to come. The economy that we ran in the last 8 years is clearly problematic. Mr. Speaker, I refer you to the table outlining the growth that we have witnessed for the sector. Mr. Speaker, page 45, read page 45, you would see a table 33. Mr. Speaker, is it not curious that so clearly point of the policies, Speaker, that tells forthright in determining what our priorities are as a country. Mr. Speaker, we've listened to the last 3 budgets at least, where they push a lot of resources and investments into for us to get the kind of growth that we need. Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, we've not been able to see that. Mr. Speaker, what we kept on hearing is that there has been a program called Planting for Food and Jobs. Mr. Speaker, as of October 2023, it was determined by the NPP government itself that the Planting for Food and Jobs Phase 1 had failed and that there was a need to deal with Planting for Food and Jobs Phase 2. Because, Mr. Speaker, as we speak, we still do not have an end report of what Planting for Food and Jobs 1 actually delivered to this country. Under the Planting for Food and Jobs Phase 2, we were told that the government was shifting its focus from input subsidy to input credit. Mr. Speaker, input credit, when you ask what arrangements does government have to support input credit, Mr. Speaker, they tell you that they will let the private sector give the input credits to farmers. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, nothing really happened. And yet, in 2024, the budget reveals 700 million cedis was allocated to Planting for Food and Jobs Phase 2. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, we did not see any real application of the 700 million cedis on the ground towards food production. That's how come, Mr. Speaker, you had the food inflation rate still being a hard context. And in addition to that, you also had the drought of last August, where we had, again, the 700 million was expended in administrative and big talk English. We didn't see any production or support to inputs on the ground. And so at the end of the day, we didn't have any food to boast of. And so you saw that the Ministry of Agri was busy going around Ministry of Finance trying to look for money and import food in the end. Mr. Speaker, when the food came, we couldn't even distribute. And so, Mr. Speaker, this is the context in which we find ourselves. That's why I'm very excited with the policy statement on agriculture for economic transformation. That agenda is clearly what we need as a country. Mr. Speaker, that agenda has been very much aligned with the manifesto promises of the NDC administration, and that has been endorsed by the people of Ghana. That's how come we have this supermajority. And so, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, you see that if I refer you to paragraph 518, it says clearly about what the agriculture for economic transformation is, and then 519 will tell you about the Feed Ghana program. Mr. Speaker, what is transformational about this program is that production comes up, there are arrangements to ensure that we are able to process the produce that we get in the country. And so you see that a whole resource envelope has been allocated to make sure that this kind of processing and transformation that this country so much desire is taken care of. So, for example, the Minister of Finance announces a 1.5 billion Ghana cedis for the sector. Mr. Speaker, some people have made arguments that, oh no, he promised 1.5 billion, but that when you go to paragraph 4.4a on page 140, that he's only allocating 924 million Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, which program comes without administration? Mr. Speaker, the 900, even if you go by the argument of 924 million Ghana cedis, that's still above what the previous government allocated for its flagship program, which was the Planting for Food and Jobs, which is 700 million Ghana cedis. And so clearly, there has been an appreciation of the allocation to flagship or initiatives that the government of the day stands for. And so I think that we should commend the Minister of Finance for having this forthrightness, for giving that additional allocation to that initiative. And so nobody should argue that, oh, he promised 1.5 and then he's allocating 924 million. Mr. Speaker, components for compensation as well. Now, these together, the programs don't come in isolation. The programs have to be administered by an administrative setup. They have to be administered by personnel. This personnel ought to have compensation. This personnel ought to have administrative arrangements for them to be able to deliver that. So, Mr. Speaker, if you read the budget in totality, you see that the 1.5 from GOG that the Minister of Finance actually promises is really what is allocated in the budget. Mr. Speaker, the other one that is exciting is that we have, over the years, been busy with agriculture and the drudgery of production. Machinery supply has been a huge problem. And so the Farmer Service Center initiatives is one other solid policy that we are excited about. Now, in this budget, the Minister of Finance indicates to us that what this 50 farmer services centers are going to do is that they will have a full complement of machinery that will be required, inputs that will be available for these farmers to be able to prosecute. Mr. Speaker, can you save me from Honorable Patrick Boama, please? Honorable Patrick Boama knows that the Farmer Service Center is the game changer, and that if we can have not be misled that there is nothing in this budget. There is actually the solutions to our problems in agriculture. And if we can to support these initiatives, these laudable policies that have been so clearly defined in the budget statement. Mr. Speaker, we also have another important thing. About 98% of our poultry requirement is actually imported into this country. That's a shame. What are we doing with all the resources to be able to reverse this trend? And so, Mr. Speaker, the poultry farm...
Use the word shame. So, please...
Mr. Speaker, I respectfully withdraw that and apologize.
Very well.
Mr. Speaker, so the shame was actually to the country, not to any member. But I respectfully withdraw that, Mr. Speaker. The point I'm trying to make is that it's unacceptable that we will be importing 98% of our poultry needs into this, led by President Mahama. And so the Poultry Farm to Table program is something that is targeting at reversing this trend. And so this year, we hope to do the Nkuko Kitten, and I go by what Professor Edward Onuma proposed to us, and that 55,000 households are going to benefit from that program this year. Mr. Speaker, my thinking is that if we can achieve this, and all of us high import bill that is attributed to poultry. Mr. Speaker, the next one is that because of the climate change that we've been suffering as a country, production, in fact, is difficult now for farmers to predict when the next rains will come, and so on and so forth. And so irrigation becomes so important and so critical. And so the Ministry of Agri already have launched, and what you find there is ground, just clear trees and nothing in irrigation facilities. Knowing the kind of terrain that we are in, the kind of climate that we are suffering in, I think that this policy proposition is a huge cure, is the appropriate cure to solving that problem. And so some allocations have been made to this program, and this program is also often in small-scale irrigation, so that where there is rain failure, we will be able to compensate that challenges. Is what is referred to as agri-next. Mr. Speaker, this is targeting youth, where traditionally many youth are not interested in the drudgery on land banks, and then develop these land banks, get support and training for youth, get them develop into some skills, get them the priority crops that they are interested in, and disease and all that, will be able to get them to see how they can input servicing, marketing of the produce that they process, etc., into them to support the transformation of the sector in the medium to long term.
Begin to wind up.
Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, I'd just like to say that for the diseases of this country, changes in financing, the national fight, the sector, to be able to support and direct investments in this sector. I'm confident that if we can all sing from one hymn book, we'll be able in the medium term to transform the sector into the desired output that we want. I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for this.
You want to speak? But not. Honorable members, why?
Mr. Speaker.
Honorable member.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. Please, thank you for...
Honorable member. The honorable member, just hold on. One by one.
So he wasn't part of it.
Honorable member, I think leadership will do the necessary thing and bring your name. But for now, it is the turn of Honorable Gideon Boaku.
The Speaker, for
Honorable Gideon Boaku, you are deputy ranking, and therefore you have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. Finance Minister. Honorable Mr. Speaker, I have listened to colleagues on their views on the budget, and it is refreshing to hear the different shades of arguments. But Mr. Speaker, it is important that as we debate the budget, we do so conscious of the fact that we are here by virtue of the honor done us by the people of this country, and therefore we owe it a duty to let our submission budget taught us. It revealed something important about the economy of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, right from my childhood through to senior high school to the universities, I have been taught the need to have economic diversification for this country. And throughout my formative years, I got to learn that the mainstays of the Ghanaian economy were cocoa, gold, and later on oil. At a point, we lost timber and we continue to lose timber. Mr. Speaker, we were all grappling to see where we can have proper diversification of our economy to move away from the over-reliance on cocoa, gold, and oil. Nobody, Mr. Speaker, thought that Ghana was going to discover something that will contribute so much to the economy other than gold, cocoa, and oil. But Mr. Speaker, interestingly, on Monday, when the Statistical Service reviewed the quarterly data, that for the first time, the economy of this country had grown in nominal terms by 1.2 trillion, where the growth is coming from. And for the first time, it is reported by the Ghana Statistical Service that the massive come from cocoa, it did not come from gold, it did not come from oil. But guess what? This growth, because for the first time, Ghana is seeing a growth fueled by a new element, that is digitalization. And so today, if we are talking about the mainstays of this economy, we can comfortably say that the digitalization within the last 8 years and championed by the former Vice President, Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia, has led to higher growth in this country. Mr. Speaker, it is important to stress this. If there is anything magnificent that has happened to this decades, in the last 3 decades, it is the economic diversification that has taken place as a result of the digitalization agenda. And Mr. Speaker, it is in the new government making decisions and coming to Parliament to seek for more funds in terms of our GDP and how much government wants to spend. Anybody would have thought that a government that decided to come on the back of reset and cut expenditure will spend less than what it came to meet. But today, we've seen the government seeking to spend 290 billion cedis. Whilst we have grown the economy, that is why the government can decide to spend more. So it is important to put this into perspective. But Mr. Speaker, whilst we are spending, we must be mindful of where the chunk of our expenditure is going to. I was a bit surprised when I went through the budget, went through the appendices and the tables, and I saw where coming to Parliament to seek to spend 290 billion cedis, and out of this, how much we are allocating to improve, how much we are allocating to spend at the presidency. Mr. Speaker, I'm worried about this. I'm worried about this in the sense that everybody would have thought that this government will prioritize the needs of the ordinary Ghanaian. And so we should not be spending so much at the top and leave those at the base. And Mr. Speaker, I say this in the sense that if you look at the expenditure tables and you want to categorize them, whilst in 2024, the expenditure prioritized stationary ahead of local government and ahead of roads. But Mr. Speaker, our people in the rural areas need roads. Our people in the local communities need the toilets. Our people in the rural areas need rural electrification. Why are we seeking to prioritize expenditure at the presidency and at the office of government machinery ahead of expenditure at the local level and for our roads? What in them is that we don't care so much about them. We want to spend so much at the presidency. And Mr. Speaker, if you look at the budget, you'll be shocked. In the sense that in 2024, the ruling party complained so much about expenditure at the office of government machinery. By the entire 2024, how much was allocated for compensation at the office? A whopping 2.7 billion cedis at the office of government machinery. Mr. Speaker, when you talk about this, so insensitive, then they say that it is increased because we have added other ministries. And what do they talk about? They talk about the National Security Ministry and they talk about the Ministry of Information. Mr. Speaker, granted that it is true. And they also say that there are other 30 agencies that come under the office of government machinery that hitherto was not there. Mr. Speaker, this is a falsehood. I take them to page 188 of their own budget. At least in page 188 of the budget, we are given a description of what constitutes office of government machinery. And Mr. Speaker, in Appendix 7A, it talks about the Ghana Investment Promotion Center, the National Identification Authority, the Ghana Card Project, Office of the Chief of Staff, State Interest and Governance Accountability Authority, Internal Audit Service, Government Communications, Ghana Broadcasting Corporation, Ghana News Agency, and Information Services Department. Mr. Speaker, this does not include any 30 ISD and the Ghana News Agencies were under the Office of Government Machinery. And in addition to that, we had the Zongo Development Fund, we had MASLOC, we had a rental scheme, and the public enterprises. Mr. Speaker, there were more agencies under President Akufo-Addo and the Office of Government Machineries than there is today. We are seeking to spend 2.7 billion. And the breakdown, Mr. Speaker, is what is shocking. We are saying today that under the Office of Government, allocating 8.8 million pesos, some office at the office, 8.8 million cedis, and we are allocating 70 million cedis to government communication for CAPEX. What exactly are they going to use that for? Why are you prioritizing this ahead of roads in this country? Mr. Speaker, that cannot come from a government that is a socialist government. And it is so important to know that. Mr. Speaker, before I rest, I have heard arguments here about the Bank of Ghana situation. And people have said that the Bank of Ghana is in negative equity, and therefore the finance minister said they should go and sell some of their assets to pay for that. We need to understand, Mr. Speaker, what we mean by negative equity of a central bank. Mr. Speaker, we are talking about basically is that the liabilities of the bank are exceeding the assets of the bank. But Mr. Speaker, you need to understand how this is coming about. When government send haircut, not a single Ghanaian bondholder. Speaker, it is important. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you.
Mr.
Thank
Speaker,
you, Honorable Gideon.
1 minute, Mr. Speaker. It is important to know
Honorable Gideon.
Mr. Speaker, it is important to know where this debt is coming from. The debt, Mr. Speaker, the debt that the Bank of Ghana was made to suffer the haircut for is a 20-year debt. Majority of it was loans the Bank of Ghana advanced to Cocoa Board in 20. You need to understand it. And Mr. Speaker, just 1 second.
Thank you, Honorable.
The Bank of Ghana is not seeking for tax buffer in the framework. That is what the government must use to pay the.
Honorable, thank you. Honorable, thank you. Honorable, thank you. Thank you. Honorable members, at times that's how it is, but I beg of you, when your time is up, please just bear with the chair. Thank you very much. So it is now the turn of Honorable Eric Affo.
Chairman for the Economy.
Okay, so 15 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. Honorable Speaker, before I make any comment, I would like to reserve some comment now and comment on the statement Dr. Stephen Amwa made on the floor. If he's not here, you should listen to me. Mr. Speaker, debt to GDP ratio, after rebasing, it was 56%. Let's correct that. We should go into the records. Mr. Speaker, I've listened silently to my colleagues on the other 28. I'm shocked. Mr. Speaker, a government which has not received its maiden budget, we don't have budget, but they are speaking like as if we are in 2028, we should keep quiet, silently, and listen to what I want to put on data before acts. Shows that into a serious jeopardy, which it takes. Let me comment a little on the state of the economy, though previous speakers have spoken about it. Mr. Speaker, the debt portfolio in this country now, as has been said, is 726 billion. You have added 607 billion within a span of 8 years. Is it not serious? What are we seeing in this country that warrants this gargantuan borrowing? Mr. Speaker, is serious. Mr. Speaker, within the next 4 years, we need to pay 200 billion. For which 150 billion should be paid domestically and 130 foreign. Within the year, about 64 billion. Interest rate alone, 64 billion. Out of 290 billion appropriation, what economy have we left in this country? It's very serious. Mr. Speaker, we have been told that the IPPs
We owe them $1.73 billion. Mr. Speaker, ECG owes about 68 billion. That is why you see that erratic power supply in this country. But we are going to fix it. We are going to fix it. Mr. Speaker, ministries, department, agencies, as has been said here, owes about 67.5 billion. Not that one alone. On commitment basis, not that alone. In terms of commitment, as you have been lamenting, we owe 194 billion. Cocoa Board, apart from owing 32 billion, Cocoa Board wasn't able to supply 330,000 metric tons of cocoa for 2023-2024 crop season. This is serious. Mr. Speaker, let me say that the government-owned license buying company, for over 6 years, they have not produced. That is serious. That's the economy you have left, you have inherited from you. Mr. Speaker, road fund alone, Bank of Ghana, all of us, we read electoral economics. Bank of Ghana is the lender of this country. They need 53 billion Ghana cedis to survive. Na bank esenukura eguna bank to an then the larger ones are collapsing. What about the smaller ones? Mr. Speaker, this is the economy, the status of Ghanaian economy as you speak today. Mr. Speaker, the Ghana Commercial Bank and the AD make sure we capitalize these banks so that they will collapse. So, Speaker, this is the economy we have inherited. And you know, keep quiet. You indicators that we have set for this country to grow again. Mr. Speaker, for emphasis, we'll grow again by 4%. And that is the base. It means that it will grow more than 4%. This is what we are saying. It will be 11.9. We are saying that the primary balance will also be in surplus of 1. Mr. Speaker, on 24-hour economy, Mr. Speaker, we are saying that we bring this policy into the House for the House to have a bite be managed. Mr. Speaker, we are unlike the MPP, we are unlike you, which most of your flashy the program, I'm talking about 1D, 1F, never came to this House. One village, one dam, never came to this House. Mr. Speaker, planning for food and jobs and export did not come to this House. Mr. Speaker, almighty $1 million per constituency never came to this House for MPs to have a bite on it. Mr. Speaker, removal of road tolls never came to this House. Mr. Speaker, we are saying that we shall make sure this economy will grow again. Will grow again. We are going to fix it, as the President has assured Ghanaians. Lastly, Mr. Litmus test. Litmus test about Speaker. Listen to me. I'll give you more. I'll give you more. Mr. Speaker, the business committee of Ghana's Parliament, the 9th Parliament, has programmed about 40 of you from other side to ask the minister when your roads are going to be fixed. You don't have budget. So you are testing that, or you are attesting that to the Speaker. You don't have the roads. And you are saying that you have constructed 13,000 kilometers. we know, we from the other side, we know that we don't have the roads. Mr. Speaker, this side, 88 MPs from the stronghold of the MPP, do not ask about road construction again. But yet, you are here complaining about your roads. Mr. Speaker, I'm tempted to say that the 13,000 kilometers of road that we have constructed is a mirage. It's a myth. It doesn't exist. So, Mr. Speaker, showing our friends on the other side that we accepted that we have a problem with respect to our economy. We shall make sure to dedicate ourselves to fix these roads, to fix this economy, to fix this country, so that you stay in and enjoy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. Thank you so much.
Honourable members, it is now the turn of Honourable Onyina Echampong. Yes, Honourable, you have 5 minutes, unfortunately.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to this budget statement. Mr. Speaker, various speakers from our side have spoken at length on the records of the 2024, dwell so much on it, only to add that our friends from the other side want to pick and choose one. And the debts that have accumulated, they are very happy to speak about it. But when it comes to the debt to GDP ratio, that has been better and has improved, they don't want to admit to it. When it comes, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to the growth rate that has increased to 5.7%, Mr. Speaker, about the growth of the economy from 219 billion to 1.3 trillion, they don't want to hear about it. This is at the 2025 budget figures, the revenue and the expenditures. You know that the 2025 budget is projecting to have an increase in revenue from 2024 of 38 billion Ghana cedis and an increase in expenditure from 2024 of 42 billion. Mr. Speaker, one may ask, why spend 42 billion extra to gain only 38 billion extra? This is only the deficit on the revenues and on the expenditures. Mr. Speaker, it will interest you to note, that a supposedly criminally managed economy, a reset economy that is meant to give us better results, is projecting 4.4 and 3 months. He said, the devil is really in the details. Mr. Speaker, let me go to some of their policies that they said. They outlined some key policy initiatives and resource allocation that they are in this 2025 budget. Mr. Speaker, it will interest you to note, which have only been renamed. This is copycat. Mr. Speaker, it is not bad to continue an existing policy, but the fact is that give credence to the MPP for initiating this policy. Mr. Speaker, with your indulgence, I will go to page 70 of this budget statement and then mention a few of these policies and see if, Mr. Speaker, you truly recognize them. Mr. Speaker, National Apprenticeship Program aimed at generating self-employment. Speaker, this in actual fact, Mr. Speaker, this in actual fact is the beast box that was being done by the Ghana Enterprises Agency. Mr. Speaker, go with me again to the same page, the next one, the Ejumara program that they are touting as an innovative program. They are saying their unique business startup policy aimed at facilitating the creation and tracking of mentoring of minimum of 10,000 businesses. Focus on young people. Mr. Speaker, this is the You Start policy. And this the finance minister was claiming that some of these policies have been cancelled. He said the USTAT have been cancelled, 1D, 1F have been cancelled. Mr. Speaker, the 1D, 1F is finding expression in their budget, which is the rapid industrialization. It is the same policies. Just give credence to the MPP, the same policies which are copycat policies. Mr. Speaker, the next point I'll elaborate on is the lack of commitment. Mr. Speaker, I'll turn with me. You remember that in the 2017 budget, Mr. Speaker, you remember in the 2017 budget, when MPP
Honourable member, your time is up. I'm adding 1 minute more.
Oh, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member, I'll give you 1 more minute, please.
Oh, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members,
when
honourable members,
was in power
please.
In 2017,
it is the members at the table who gave me the time, so it's not me.
Mr. Speaker, let me quickly rush through some of their policies that they are lacking commitment in it. Mr. Speaker, the first one is the big push policy, which they are the big push, which they are targeting $10 billion. Mr. Speaker, averagely, they are supposed to allocate $2.5 billion per year to this big push, which is translated into around 40 billion Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, they've only allocated a paltry 13.8 billion. It is only 33%. Is this showing commitment to their... We need 400 million just a startup for this. This is a clear case. Mr. Speaker, go to COVID-19. There was a nuisance tax. It was inhumane. Luckily, they came into power. They had the opportunity to cancel it. Mr. Speaker, it will interest you to know that they have budgeted 3.8 billion Ghana cedis for COVID-19. It is 1.1 billion, more than what we received. We brought it's a clear case, Mr. Speaker, 1 million quota jobs. Mr. Speaker, if you can...
The backbenchers on my right.
Mr. Speaker, let me conclude.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker,
thank you, Honourable Onyina. Thank you.
Let me conclude. 1 minute,
Onyina,
Mr.
thank
Speaker,
you so
I
much.
your indulgence to conclude in 1 minute. Mr. Speaker,
Honourable Onyina, I've been magnanimous.
is enjoying so much...
Sit down. Honourable members. Honourable Onyina. Honourable Onyina. All those people who are putting their minds on, all those people, you yourself also put your mind on. Please, I'm monitoring all of you. Please, let's respect ourselves, please. So, we will now invite Honourable Kwame Gape.
Mr. Speaker,
Honourable.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to contribute to the budget statement and economic policy of the government of Ghana for 2025, ably made by the finance minister. Mr. Speaker, on that note, I would like to provide them Bible quotation that to him who knows to do good and does not do it, to him it is a sin. The MPP government, why am I saying that? Look at the depth, look at the whole, look at the portfolio, very deep.
Mr. Speaker, do you know the interesting thing, Mr. Speaker? As I speak to you,
Honorable
Ghana's
Asafo
annual
Egi.
expenditure in terms of imported food of rice, just rice is costing Ghana 1 billion to 1.2 billion Ghana cedis in 2022 and 2023. As I speak to you, sugar, common vegetable oil, $50 million. And this is driven by the demand for cooking oil and industrial. In terms of frozen chicken, common meat, frozen chicken is costing us 250 to 300 million Ghana dollars. Mr. Speaker, poultry imports remain high in this country. As I speak to you, frozen meat is costing to 80 to 100 million dollars, as well as other meats. Wheat, 350 to 400 million dollars is costing this country. Maize, we have arable lands in the north all over. Maize grow all over. Common maize is costing this country 30 to 50 million dollars. So all this is why is the planting for food and agriculture? Why is it after planting a lot of planting for food and job? Why is it? Is it planting for food? So you have been importing the Minister of Agri. As we speak, planting for food and agriculture. You have been importing rice. You are not able to produce and cultivate because your policies are not working. You move from planting for food phase 1, now you move to planting for food phase 2, which is supposed to cost 3.3 million Ghana cedis. Why? Zero, nothing is going on. Planting for food and agriculture is a failed policy. I'm telling you on authority. I'm telling you. So, all that I want to tell you is that the good news is here. Listen to the good news. Agriculture for economic transformation, you have arrived. In terms of the research, Feed Ghana program, you have arrived. It will promote food security and food sufficiency in this country. Ghana Grain Development, irrigation for wealth is here because we need to plant all year round. Where is your one district, one dam? In terms of this, you can see that in the country, where we will boost mechanization of agri. As I speak to you, look at the Ghana buffer stock. For 8 good years, they are not able to even store any food. They are only showing school uniform for school children. They are importing to distribute to what? SHS. They are not able to stock food in terms of emergency. So where is your silos you constructed? What are they doing? The silos, as I speak to you, Palugu Dam, where you have spent almost over $11.9 million, there is no block, nothing to show. And you are here talking that you are the best performance in terms of economy. I can assure you, the 11.9 million, you will vomit it. The aura will chase you, and then you make sure you vomit that money. Because I just like to use this opportunity to thank you very much for giving me the opportunity that this Gallia, they are failed government. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Honorable members, we are now going to take, we've already made 9-9. We are left with 1-1. So I will invite Honorable Lawrence, our deputy ranking, and you have 10 minutes.
Right Honorable Speaker, thank you very much. When no rice, no sugar, he was going to point us to the budget statement where those things can be found. They should know that they are in power. They are in power. Government is continuum. And all the issues that he raised, he could not point anything in the budget statement that they are going to do. Right, Honorable Speaker? The budget is a budget. It is a budget of review of tax policies. It's a budget of abolishing only. It's a budget of fiscal consolidation, where, as my friend alluded to, even there is a mismatch of revenue and expenditure. What is going to happen with this budget is that, Mr. Speaker, they are talking about tax reforms, VAT reforms, where they are saying that in the budget, they are now going to invite World Bank or IMF to support them to be able to review the the VAT reforms. The minister said it. Read the paper. Because even the review has not started. They said they are going to employ digital platforms to be able to rake in some revenues. They are now going to make that investment. We are in the first quarter. So it appears to me that all the targets that they are proposing to be able to do will not happen. Number two, our VP that we mentioned are the underlying factors. The underlying factors are too prone. It is the Russia-Ukraine war that they don't want to hear. It is also the COVID-19. That is why Europe grew by 1.7. China grew by only 1.6. Okay? And that is why the world economy worried about. In the days of former President Rawlings, he was always talking about the unjust world economic order. He was talking about the external shocks. In this budget, where are the external shocks being met? This budget does not take into consideration, again, what I call the geopolitics of this world. Now, the world is now on a geopolitical ground. Globalization is now being de-globalized. There is no globalization happening in this country. And therefore, the new nearshoring means that now Europe is looking to bring its manufacturing companies around Poland, Ireland. This budget did not even mention AFTA. AFTA is the single largest word. Budget did not contemplate or mention anything about that, where we are looking to have intra-African trade of about from 13% to about 18%. That would help us to be able to what? Trade among ourselves. This whole budget, the reason why we are having challenges, and that is why as economists, as financiers, we must speak to the truth. Because we are import-dependent economy, we are always having exchange rate losses. The debt service that we pay, most of it is based on the fact that we are heavily dependent on import. This budget was talking about export-driven. Export-driven. Yet when you read the budget, one, we did not own the agribusiness. It will free up the space for them to be able to do the export promotion that they've written in their own budget statement. And I'm not surprised. I am not surprised that from 2.8 to 3.8 as of 2024. You see, again, they said they are going to produce textbooks. The same people say they are going to produce textbooks. They are going to produce pad. They are talking about made in Ghana. Are we going to import these things? It will affect the depreciation of the city. It will affect the depreciation. This will not. So that you can please make sure you go there and make sure these monies that we are proposing. And another, Mr. Speaker, they said they have abolished 1D, 1F. They have abolished USTAT. Let me tell you, I think the whole 1D, 1F, sorry to say, probably is not well understood. 1D, 1F targeted several sectors. In COVID, in 2016, the then government invested $40 million into pharmaceutical space. In our time, we have invested $60 million and more. That is why in COVID, $60 million, that is why That is why you have infusion being produced in this country. Atlantic Life Science, go to Pram Pram, it is there. Now you have NS Chemists producing one of the largest. When Guzitano came here in his industrial transformation, okay, you are looking at agricultural transformation. The whole budget did not contemplate. If you go around, you will see the one you wanted. We provided money to the garment industry, DTRT, okay, export $2 million every month abroad. You have cut all the manufacturing. When we produce PPE in COVID in this country, we never imported PPE. That is a record. We are pro-export oriented than our people on the other side. On SME, I am surprised that they did not provide any policy documents on supporting the SME. And these are some of the manifesto incoherence that did not agree with what they wanted to do. Mr. Speaker, again, as has been stated by my colleagues, this budget does not help the cost of living of our people. They are going to increase electricity every 3 months.
And you should begin to wind up.
In winding up, Mr. Speaker, I would want them to include in their budget statement the geopolitics of this world. The current president, went to Burkina Faso. What did he go and do? He went there to go and negotiate for us to be able to alliance and being built on the sub-regional and regional level, so that we will stop depending on the global world, so that we will be able to keep our money. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you so much. Honorable members, you take the very last person. The name of Honorable.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable member, are you deputy?
Vice Chair. Mr. Speaker, let me take this opportunity to thank you for this opportunity. Let me stand by the established protocols. I will not be introducing the budget issue again, but to go straight to the point because of the time. Mr. Speaker, we are all in this country, Mr. Speaker. When for the first time in Kwame Nkrumah's Ghana, that a president who thwarted free senior high so much couldn't even let them host inter-schools in Koforidua. Students gathered at Koforidua and they had to tell them to go home because there was lack of fun. Mr. Speaker, it is only under Nanado and former administration that they will go out of governance. Then has from 2021 up to 2024 were being owed. It is only under Nanado's government that so much was approved for free senior high. And yet, Mr. Speaker, heads of assistant senior high will complain about lack of food. Who we had approved so much for, the Ministry of Education and its agencies, that were Ghana cedis to be able to mark YE scripts for students. It is only under Nanado's government. Mr. Speaker, when I come to think of some of these things, I don't know why people should even still be having mouth to talk. John Dramani Mahama said he has come to figure. It is not about Excellency John Dramani Mahama. Through his finance that we can release figures that the finance minister will release for the same start to work on. Mr. Speaker, we are going to release the fund. We are going to release the fund for it to work. Capitation grant. Before Nanado left office,
The schools were owed 8 consecutive terms. 8 consecutive terms. The schools were owed capitation grant. We have provided the money for. He said data to Ghanaians. We are Dongo. Kept telling you that time. At Oforsen, we had economic lectures as UPSA. And they used to tell you it was NDC that on their borrowing. Didn't have hair, they were going to. It didn't take time. Then the word headcut started coming up in those governors. Mr. Speaker, let me now go to the budget allocated. The GET fund, you never supported it. Mr. Speaker, NHIS, Mr. Speaker, listen or see Adioyo. To which what we say, we do it. Mr. Speaker, we are going to have 564 million Ghana. Mr. Speaker, mathematical set. We are going to have 4 sets of textbooks for the basic education. It's good to put on record. It is good to put on record that the free senior high textbooks were lacking. The first basic education was deceived. I am education select committee member. We only end up not able to hear. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. 2 minutes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. 2 minutes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good news you are aware. Good news you are aware. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. Listen to the good news. Listen to the good news. 4 billion to support that. That is 33.3% increase forming budget. We are on course to say, Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful.
That brings us to is it debate or comment? I think we've had enough to continue tomorrow. So thank you very much. I hope you are in agreement that you are in my hands now. So tomorrow 10 o'clock.
has pledged to introduce reforms that are underway to streamline operations. Takrady ports, traders, freight forwarders and shipping agents continue to grapple with high import duties, taxes and various charges. This has compelled some importers to opt for services at the Lome and Abidjan ports, thus reducing the revenue generated at ports in Ghana. Mindful to the problems. He noted that the government has already taken bold measures, including the removal of some taxes and COVID-19 related levies to ease the financial burden to establish a 24-hour operational system. President Mahama's 24-hour,
which can be prevented, are prevented in the end to reduce the cost of doing business here. So don't be surprised if we start calling you to have meetings or your comments or how best we can work together in the implementation of the policy.
the Executive Secretary of the Importers and Exporters Association, Mr. Samson Awingobit, welcomed the reform.
We want to engage stakeholders on the 24-hour agenda. It's good because the way forward is, if you look at the current budget that was presented, seems to never leave our source here. I like to tell you. But meanwhile, we need to also take advantage on export.
Members of the Importers and Exporters Association who visited the ports to interact with the GPHA Director General active urge in maritime trade in the sub-region. Ghana Water Contempt Act 2016 Act 921 to strengthen internal control systems, ensure compliance and enhance financial oversight within Tete, a seasoned governance and public financial management expert. The committee will oversee the implementation of internal and external audit recommendations and monitor financial reporting processes. Additionally, it will ensure compliance with relevant laws and policies while advising management on risk, strong internal control systems and detecting early warning signs that may impact operational efficiency or financial intel. Mr. Adam Mutawakilu, MD, he echoed President Mahama's call for public importance of responsible leadership, transparency, and public trust in governance. Mr. Mutawakilu also noted that President Mahama has plans to introduce a code of conduct for individuals in positions of trust that the audit committee would present accountability in the company's operations. We bring you updates from the interbank market as well as the commodities.
Ghana City Banknote contains security features that is used to authenticate the note and verify its genuineness. On the left side of the note, in the plain star area, when viewed against light, is the watermark in the image of Tete Kwashi in the cocoa pod. On the right side of the note, in the big 6 area, when viewed against light, is a line running from top to bottom. At the lower left corner of the banknote, 200, 100, 50, 20, and 10 is a greenish golden symbol with a shiny golden bar that moves up and down when the banknote is tilted. On the 200 and 100 Ghana Cedi banknote is a 3D image stripe running from top to bottom. When the 200 on the 100 Ghana Cedi, the 50, 20, 10, 5, and 1 Cedi have lines running from top to bottom, called the security thread. In normal view, the line is broken. It becomes continuous when viewed against light. When the note is tilted, the star in the line expands and contracts. The visually impaired and the blind know the Ghana city and keep it clean.
Hello, good evening. Let's do session. Mr. John Jinapo has assured stable power supply this week when the upgrading at Awomaso in the Uforiko will become Ghana's next power generation of about 700 megawatts power of the projects.
Residents in part of the Ashanti region have been experiencing for energy and green transition. Mr. John Jinapo's visit to the region is to ascertain the situation and help restore power supply. He was accompanied by at the Awomaso bulk supply station in the Uforiko municipality, the director of Northern Network of Mr. Benjamin Inti explained to the minister that the disruption in power supply of the generator from time of the visit assured that the problem would be substantively addressed this week.
Let me commend GRIDCO for completing this transformer. It's going to witness over the past 2 days. You will have some few challenges. So let me assure you, a very, very improved.
All towards the site and Aska Energy, all within the Awomaso enclave. The projects were at different stages of construction. Upon completion by the end of this year, the IPPs are expected to add about 700 megawatts of power to the grid. This, the minister disclosed, will make Ashanti the new energy generation and supply hub with the capacity to produce in excess for export.
95 fuel at multiple exercise, COMAC's Chief Executive Dr. Revesenopon observed that several fuel outlets were unable to meet customers' demand. He said the shortage is disrupting.
Conducted the mystery shopping exercise across 75 retail outlets in the Bono and Bono East regions. The exercise revealed inconsistencies in automatic tank gauging ATG systems, raising concerns about inventory, inadequate awareness of workplace. COMAC's Chief Executive Dr. Vent future shortages.
There are pockets of things they've been struggling to.
Fuel pump accuracy test showed minor deviations, with some pumps over-delivering and others under-delivering. Dr. Opon recommended...
We have to ask some of them to put it on and also complain that...
Hector Iron spoke with...
So we believe that everything is good.
The chamber called this quality and regulatory compliance.
To ensure sustainable production, Commission Mr. John Yeboah said the guidelines are essential in minimizing environmental degradation and promoting a more sustainable charcoal sector.
Ghana's charcoal industry continues to play a vital role in domestic energy consumption and international trade, with over 66% of households relying on it for cooking. Beyond local use, the country also exports significant quantities of wood charcoal. Sustainable production and compliance with energy news. Senior manager with the Renewable Energy Regulations at the Energy Commission, Mr. John Yeboah, explained.
If you want to go into production of charcoal for the export market, you need license from Energy Commission. Energy Commission, when giving you license, will give you guidelines as to what to do with the license. And they have to work in production for export. Recommended methods, improved carbonization technologies that we have given them so that they can production of carbon dioxide into the atmosphere.
Mr. Yeboah added that adherence to the guidelines ensure economic benefits while promoting environmental sustainability.
Charcoal production is a business that cannot be stopped at a go. It's a sustainable business. It's a continuous business, pending the regulations that will come in the future.
With the growing global demand for charcoal, adherence to strict guidelines will ensure a viable charcoal industry.
It has no chemicals or side effects, and it is suitable for all skin type and age. Regional distributors needed. For purchase and more information, wait.
And now the health segment. The National Blood Service Ghana has held its 2024 annual performance review, bringing together key stakeholders to assess the country's blood service and strategic distribution across the country. A report by Gifty.
The annual performance review brought together stakeholders from the Ministry of Health, health partners, regulatory agencies, private healthcare service, and addressing key challenges. This year, however, challenges were key points on discussion.
A sustainable health system relies on donors being available who have given blood, such that when there are emergencies and there are pandemics and there are any incidents that require blood should be waiting.
The chief executive of the need for stronger donor mobilization, increased public awareness campaigns, and improved infrastructure to enhance blood.
By engaging on a social media campaign, be educating or voluntary blood donation, will find a niche for themselves when we engage on this campaign.
The two-day event was held at Gifty, Accra.
In international news, the World Health Organization says 8 countries, 6 of them in Africa, including Nigeria, Kenya, and Lesotho, could run out of HIV drugs following the freeze on his first day in office. WHO programs could undo 23 million HIV-related so and Mali, as well as retroviral medicines in the coming 90 days, in line with his Americans of critical medical supplies. Government's programs have since been terminated. In sports, the Ghana Arm Wrestling Federation has organized the 4th independence anniversary.
The Center Point Mall in Accra was the venue for the Ghana at 68 Independence Day Arm Wrestling Challenge. Ghana Arm Wrestling Federation opened its arms for pullers from Benin during the 13th edition of the African Games. Present at the event were several dignitaries, including the Minister for Sports and Recreation, Mr. Kofi Adams, and his team from the ministry, the Vice President of the Ghana Arm Wrestling Federation, Dr. Kofi Adu-Ejikun, former Minister for State Enterprises, Mr. Joseph Kujo, and the MP for Brekum West, Mr. Dixon Treduya, among others. Some federation heads in Togo to grab the gold medal. Africa Games medalist Wisdom Amono Stephen in the process, with ease to win the gold medal.
For a sport that somebody will think is a lesser finance sport, has shown that you have a desire
to. World Arm Wrestling Federation, Mr. Charles Osei says their major target is to get Olympic Games representation.
We are working so hard to get into the Olympics. For myself, as a leader of Africa, everything that is important has been done. To get into the Africa Games, we have been able to do it. It has mandated me to lead the process into the Olympics, and it will come good. What I am now seeking to do is to create a reality show and raise like 100,000 as prize money. I have said that sports must create employment, so everybody that plays sports must make some money out of it, and that is the next thinking.
Tokens were presented to deserving pullers. Mabel Yeboah won bronze in the 65 kg women's category. Adefunke Adiniforu from Nigeria picked silver, whilst Mary Rose from Benin picked gold. In the men's category, Benin Amono Stephen from Ghana won bronze, Daniel Akwa silver, and Wisdom Abromachi picking gold. In the 80+ kg women, Ifia Kuma from Ghana won bronze, silver went to Florence Boachimeta and gold. Race Winter. In the men's division, Nigeria's Emmanuel Tuesday picked bronze medal. Abdul Razak from Togo had silver, and Joshua Yeboah won gold. In the men's 90+ kg, Atindana Adams from Ghana won silver. Obilom Chikwueze Stephen from Nigeria won silver, and Mohamed Ishmael from Togo won gold. Sports and identify new talent. The next major arm wrestling event in Ghana is the Kids Arm Wrestling Challenge.
Back at 10 with news tonight. My name is Cyril Furry. Jonathan Intim Dakon was our sign language interpreter. Have a good evening.
In a world that demands resilience, only a few rise to the pinnacle of greatness. For those who are chosen as extraordinary individuals are beacons of honor. Those who have been through the depths of utmost dedication and unyielding perseverance. Excellence is more than an achievement. It is a stride toward influencing change and leaving an indelible mark on society. The Millennium Excellence Awards, the most prestigious awards in Africa, recognizing excellence.
Hello, Ghana! Get ready for the unforgettable Bobobo Easter Fiesta. Join us on Easter Sunday, 20th April 2025 at Mofra Place, Jolu, Accra at 12 noon. Witness the thrilling performances by the 2024 National Bobobo Champions, Elorm, Elikem, and Asogli Bobobo groups, plus a special performance by the All Ladies Agbata Group. Early bird tickets at just 70 cedis before the 1st of April 2025. Tables for 10, 5, and 1. Available with exclusive benefits. Dial *920 *922# to buy tickets or book a table. Media partners: GBC, GH Media, and Hotel FM, Top Radio, and Global FM Ho. Call 0533 Bobobo Easter Fiesta, where culture, music, and heritage come alive.
Previously on Documenting Ghana.
It was not easy for me because I made many enemies. There were many general managers who never spoke to me. They never spoke to me. Very beautiful compound. All the expenses were paid. You know, they had house helps, they had everything. They didn't have to pay for. Then you come and you take all that away from them.
I saw him as someone who had so much on his plate and he needed to deliver, and he didn't have time for excuses.
He gave me a very tough time because it was then that I realized that, look, when you are going in front of this gentleman, Mr. Yamson, asks you.
You better make sure you know your onions before you appear in front of the man. If you know your onions, make sure that open your mouth and speak so that he can hear.
When I took over, the capacity of the capital was over 30,000 tons. I left Unilever Ghana with a capacity of 150,000 tons, 5 times the size. My name is Ishmael Evans Yamson. People call me for short Ishmael. When we made up our mind to marry, the first decision was to marry because Lucy was Catholic and I was Methodist. And the Catholics insist that you have to go and marry the woman hall because that was where the Catholic Church was located. I don't know whether it is still there. But it's interesting because after the marriage ceremony, the priest didn't give me communion because I was a non-believer, and gave her communion. So while we were walking away, I said to him, what God has put together, you had put asunder from today. And he said, oh, I haven't thought of that. I said, yes, but you gave her communion and didn't give me. But of course, we all laughed. I had to work to save money to marry. For the 6 years, that's all I did. Of course, the foundation had been laid before we actually went to church. So Sylvia did the naming ceremony. Then we had our second child 2 years after that, Michael. And then I got transferred to Kumasi. Ishmael was actually born in Kumasi. And then when we came here, after 7 years after Ishmael and 10 years after Sylvia, Ife was born on the same birthday, 7th August, 10 years apart. So then we had 5 children. So Lucy had to make a sacrifice to do night work. So he was a night nurse for many, many years. So during the day, she's at home looking after the children, and I come and take over in the evening. I take her to work and come and do the homework and put the children to bed. And so it was a very good combination. She did very well. All the time I have been away, the children remain here. They come and visit me twice a year. And I used to take them on tour, many of these safaris. But it was a great experience because they all were brilliant students. Every year, I sit with every one of my children for 1 hour. And we talk through their lives, talk through their anxieties and their happiness and just share idea and we have dinner.
He's very caring, very sincere. He's my everything. He's good. He's good, but he's a workaholic. He used to work too hard for my liking.
So we used to call it roll call because you come home from work and as soon as he walks through the door, he would start shouting everybody's name and would run up to him thinking, you know, he's calling you or he needs something. It's nothing. You will come and be like yesterday. He's like, oh, I just wanted to see you.
My father has always been a person with a very big heart towards all of us, his children by blood, his children that he has adopted over the years. He doesn't really take prisoners or suffer fools.
He's very loving and very driven. And it's always been very important for him that the values that he holds align with his beliefs and he passes them on.
Down and had lunch and he asked me a question. He said, who do you talk to when you have things to talk about? And I said, no one, because I was very quiet, very timid, very shy. And he said, and he stayed true to that.
I'm actually named after Mummy had said my coming, so my dad. My dad passed away very young. So Daddy has been a dad, literally. He literally brought me up. He was behind my going to school abroad in the UK. He walked me down the aisle. So when I say he's like a dad to me, it's literally that. Daddy has been that role model and that father figure.
My brother is a caring person.
Yeah, Onyame no yin man yan do maka yan ho. Makra ne man yan. Me ye bedi, me ye bonum. Me ye befia na ode man yan.
Oya beyama. He is the type of man who plays in other people's pain. He's a wonderful person.
For me personally, he's been a father and a brother.
He is someone who have problems you are having, so that if there's any way that he can be of assistance, he will give that help.
He has a good sense of the good life, and I think that's something that's important to note about him.
Knowing that your grandfather...
He's a mystery. I mean, you learn new things about him every day.
He's very loving. He's always accepting us with open arms.
I want to become just like my grandpa.
If I would talk about family pastime, church and lunch will be number one. We sometimes congregate in Cape Coast where all of us will have a house there. What we have to do is to try and get the grandchildren, all of them, to come with us. But that's been a pastime. I believe in the Methodist Church. And I can say that I have served the Methodist Church. I was a chorister at age 9 because my grandparents had brought the church, and so we were a major part of it. In Accra, there was no particular place that I worshiped. Then my cousin, who was also a staunch Methodist and was part of the fancy Methodist church, takes me to the church. So from Jamestown before they came to Calvary.
I saw the Resource Mobilization Committee that was in charge of our harvests and raising funds to build projects.
But a big assignment came when Nana Kuredu Ajiman's mother died. We were in church and there was a big storm. And we were all literally sitting in water. So they then read chapel, because this church has got a name, it's big. Now the place gets flooded every time there's a heavy rainfall. So we agreed and we said to the minister, let's go to the leaders meeting.
Then when we decided to build there with Mr. J.E.K. Taylor, and when Mr. Taylor passed on, he became the chairman of the Resource Mobilization Committee.
Long process. You have to go all the way to the Board of Trustees of the Methodist Church to get permission to build a new chapel. With Bishop Osabute and Reverend Anderson, we cut the sword. It's been quite exciting, but a lot of work. And I'm saying to them, this is God's work, and it shall be completed. And of course, my village, one day I was here when I got a phone call. A storm had ripped off the roof of the Methodist Church. I go there and I was devastated. It is a very unique architecture in that room. The pulpit was handcrafted. And they said, oh, pulpit in Wasa NC. I said, what? So we're going to throw it away? No, leave it. So I come back to Yaniba to go and reshape the pulpit. So they rehabilitated the pulpit, rehabilitated all the pews, and re-roofed the building with a new ceiling. And then I bought them a proper pipe organ to go with it.
To the national level. And at the last conference, we found it very necessary to grant him an award, which it was presented to him at the 50th 12th Biennial Conference in Winneba.
God has been so gracious unto me. So whatever I can do for his service, I will. I've gone through about 7 biopsy surgeries. I've done a routine check here and I found blood in my urine. Everybody panicked. So he brought me to London, to Leicester Hospital. And the doctor I saw first said to me, we're going to do this test, but let's pray. Eh? So the night before the report, and I just wrote what he said. So I showed it to Lucy and I said, we have to go to see the doctor for the report. So we go. Of course, I am panicked because all the things they have told me in Ghana is that I probably have cancer. So we enter the room. The doctor gets up, hugs me. The report came. There's nothing wrong with you. He gave us 3 months to come and report. When I went back, he was dead. I can't talk so much about what God has done for me. And I thank him for keeping me on the track. Well, I serve this country because I have a stake in it. And I have a stake in it not alone. The entire population of Ghana have a stake in this country. So wherever every Ghanaian can serve the country, he should or she should. And I actually got into serve the country very early. I remember during the pre-first revolution, I was also a training manager. And they were struggling with distribution and they were looking for people to go and help the Ministry of Trade to organize their distribution. Then Leman came, set up a distribution committee, and David Dano says, you go and represent UAC. I have served as chairman of, because I was appointed as chairman by the Rawlings government, and Kufuor came and continued my appointment. That's why I did 9 years. And the university was going through great difficulty at the time. For the 9 years I was there, the first thing I did was to say to them, I didn't want to be paid any allowance. But every year, just give me the list of students who benefit. So I never took any allowance in Lagos.
I found him to be a very hard-working person, took the work of chairman very seriously, read all his council papers before coming to meetings, and he stood for integrity. The senior management, through a strategic planning exercise, at a time when, you know, all our facilities were down, he donated an ambulance to our university hospital, alongside funding a number of awards for top students in the university. He, which as you know is teaching, research, and public service. He got us to do a thorough read the statutes of the university.
But when I saw the television screen that examination questions are leaked in, but when I was going to do the surgery, I told everybody I was traveling out of Ghana. So they didn't come. So he came and told me about the story. And
he got the university council to superintend the investigation of the examinations malpractice scandal.
So by the time I left hospital, the committee had done its work meeting. I took 3 copies to the castle to give to the president. I sat there for 5 hours. But they would call education and the minister in charge of education. So in the end, I had to leave the report with the president's secretary. And I left. Monday morning, the president was angry that the news had broken, but I hadn't.
We had one meeting to Legon. The council had been dissolved and Mr. Yamson had been removed as chairman of council.
It's not possible. You can remove your members on the council, but you cannot dissolve the council. The council is constituted under a statute of law. But what he didn't know was that 6 months before the time, I had myself written to the Minister of Education that I was tired, I wanted to leave.
But he stood firm. He stood firm. For that alone, I think the university rightfully conferred on him an honorary.
We had Ben Sawyer Palm Plantation, with which I've had long association. We had a huge plantation, well managed.
Send in food and other provisions to the workers here at the very beginning of the plantation. The whole work from beginning to end is labor intensive, so you need human beings to do the work. And anybody who is behind, you don't want them to be disadvantaged. You can catch them young, then you are good to go and better for it. So apart from this, it was also, you can call it a moral duty, a corporate social responsibility. And for Chairman Yamson and the board in general, and even from the group level, corporate social responsibility is not an optional extra. It is actually part of the core of our business. Having a school that starts all the way from the creche so that working mothers can leave their very young babies and children here so that they are properly taken care of, and then giving the children education right from the beginning. And this is purely in consonance with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goal, give quality education for all.
We are a blessing to the community, and they are also happy to have us. We do actually serve outside the outskirts of Bof, the surrounding communities. Some people do come as far as Mpoho, which is the district capital, to seek health care from here.
Anything you see here, like strategic things, the school, the hospital, and housing facilities, these were things that we will do based on capital expenditure proposals that have to be approved by the board, and certainly, without a doubt, if it was not a chairman who actually promoted these things, management could not have done these things.
I'd been to Malaysia a couple of times, and I knew what Malaysians had done with the oil palm industry. As a student of economics at Legon, we had somehow been made to believe that monocrop economies cannot survive. But Malaysia had proved it very wrong, that indeed you can have a monocrop economy and be very prosperous. Because behind the oil palm industry, and we arranged a visit to Malaysia. And as you land at Kuala Lumpur, and you see these hundreds of thousands, you can see what they had done with the industry. Every oil palm tree that is felled in Malaysia is sawn into timber. So all the furniture is made out of. Nothing is thrown away in Malaysia from the oil palm tree. So I convinced the president. At that time, Major Kweshiga was the Minister for Agriculture. So they agreed we all went to Malaysia. And President Kufuor was so excited. So when we came back, he set up the Presidential Initiative for Oil Palm. And he said I should chair it. So it was the very first initiative that President Kufuor launched. Very exciting. Quite a number of initiatives followed. But it didn't make any impact. It didn't make any impact for a simple reason that to go to a meeting, and the very first thing I learned was that the very first allocation for the initiative had disappeared. The money had more or less been shared. The charge of President's Special Initiatives comes to be with a proposal to go and borrow money to fund it. I said, what? But meanwhile, you sit down. So take it to the minister, copy it to the president. But then when Atta Mills came, he made me chairman of GIPC. I actually was part of the group that wrote the very first Ghana Investment Code. P.V. Obin, myself, Kwesi Boche, John Richardson, a few of us wrote it. And I had been one of the first directors of GIPC. So, you know all these Ghana politics? It took about 1 year before the board was constituted. And I didn't like what was going on there. Because in the past, when we are paying a technical service agreement, there was literally no check on whether the investor had done what they said he would do or no. I said, no. If you bring your application to transfer your money, support it with evidence that it. I know these days it's not being managed well because it takes too long a time. But it was the right thing to do. Because, you know, I discovered that for a lot of the small scale, I won't mention the country, which were here, they were entitled to employ 10 Ghanaians and benefit from investment benefits and the rest of it. What did they do? They employed 10 laborers. If there's anything, a story that one morning broke out, because unknown to me, my friends and my colleagues had planned a birthday party for me. I had no idea that they were going to organize a birthday party for my 70th birthday. I was driving to the office, and I hear on the radio that Ishmael Yamson has spent 20,000 cedis from GIPC to celebrate his own birthday party. I sat in the car and said, is it about me? Then I saw that was also in a graphic. So I went to the office and asked I said, go and pay them immediately. So I called the CEO and I said, but you did this and you never told me. It would have been more than the 20,000 cedis. I would rather have said, pay me that money rather than take your money. In any case, and I told GIPC, we have our internal rules, set up an internal committee to find out. So one day they called me and said, Chief, we are very sorry. And I have the apology letter. I take 1 CD. a lawyer had written to Siraj, because this was the heat of the election, to investigate. So I myself went to Siraj and said, I want it investigated. So I wrote a letter, listed all the state institutions I had served on and not taken one cedi, including the president's advisory name on the list of names of people taking state as my national service. I remember when we were going to represent the president at the Queen's 60th or 70th years on the throne, I was given $4,500 from the castle as my travel allowance and the rest of it. I said, why? My ticket has been bought. I have my own money. So I don't see why you are giving $4,000. But everybody going has taken. I said, no, I'm not everybody. Take your money. So I put all this in the response to Siraj, and they never came back. I served this country without corruption. All the investigation then ended up of saying, we'll go and take 20,000 cedis to organize. I mean, I could fund it myself. So it is good to live a life of integrity. So when it comes to the situation that I was in, you could stand up and defend it. 3 years later, Siraj was gutted. Then he wrote to me and said, oh, please, if you have a record of that investigation we did, I'll bring them to you. And I sent it to them. I never took money from the IPC. Many people don't want to do politics.
Coming up on the final episode of Documenting Ghana.
First impressions of Dr. Yamson, or chairman, great guy, great mentor, someone who's interested in people's development.
His acumen was just absolutely out of this world. I mean, his ideas on the board, his guidance,
just the brain. To think that you would someday lose that brain is unimaginable.
GTV, the authentic and trusted voice of Ghana.
The West African country of Ghana, formerly the Gold Coast, gained independence from British colonial rule in 1957. But the story of Ghana's self-determination between the British and the Dutch occurred in 1872. In that year, the Dutch Gold Coast became a possession of the British Empire. Prior to, the Portuguese remained for 185 years. The Gold Coast endured the European invasion for 475.
We are a people descended from forebears who have fought historic battles and endured heroic struggles through time for freedom and dignity and justice. Our coat of arms boldly announces that we value freedom and justice,
There is a new African in the world. That new African is ready to fight his own battle and show that, after all, the black man is capable of managing the whole affairs.
This Ghana will be defined by integrity, sovereignty, a common ethos, discipline, and shared values. It is one where we aim to be masters of our own destiny, where we mobilize our own resources for the future, breaking the shackles of the Gettysburg colonial economy and the mindset of dependency, bailouts, and extraction. It is a Ghana beyond aid.
Whereas the Portuguese and the Dutch were unsuccessful in exporting their languages to the colony, the British had early success with language. This culminated in the signing of the first agreement that legitimized British imperial rule. It was the Bond of 1844, signed on 6th of March, 110 years prior to independence.
The Bond of 1844, the basis of British jurisdiction in the Gold Coast. Whereas trees and places adjacent to such forts and settlement do hereby acknowledge that power and jurisdiction, and declare that the first objects of law are protection of individuals and property. Human sacrifices and other barbarous customs such as panniering are abominations contrary to law. Murders, robberies, and other crimes and offences will be tried and inquired before the Queen's judicial officers and the chiefs at Cape Coast by their marks Kujo Chibo, King of Denchira, Kwashi Otu, Chief of Abora, Chibo Koma, Chief of Asin, Jebre, Second Chief of Asin, Kwashi Anka, Chief of Donadie, Awushi, Chief of Dominase, signed Kwashi Anka, the Bond of 1844.
Well, the Bond of 1844 was probably the first formal grant of power to the colony within certain coastal areas, or what emerged as the Gold Coast, among some certain fancy chiefs. More important for present-day purposes is the date on which the agreement was reached, that's right, of 6th March, which was later to be taken as our Independence Day.
In the year of 1850, 6 years after the Bond of 1844 was executed, the Gold Coast became a separate dependency of the British Crown. Separate, that is, from other West African territories.
Council. So, in a sense, the history goes back to 1850. At first, the governor had only 2 other members in the council, but gradually the scope of the council expanded because the governor was nominating other people from the Gold Coast.
The Legislative Council, so set up, introduced into the Gold Coast in 1852 the policy of taxation under the leadership of Governor Major S.H. Hill. The purpose for the tax was thought to be reasonable and necessary, that in consideration of advantages of protection, natives should contribute burdensome and most equitable. The proceeds from the taxes were to be applied to the public good and education of the people, in general improvement and extension of the judicial system, and to create greater facilities for the internal communication and increased medical aid. All these were to be done after such deductions towards payments of stipends to the staff of the Crown and other expenses by or for the Governor General. The 70 local signatories were led by George Finagre, Chief of Cape Coast.
The African unofficial members nominated to serve on the Legislative Council: James Bannerman, Blankson, Merchant of Cape Coast; Robert Hutchison, Merchant of Cape Coast; Francis Chapman Grant, Merchant of Cape Coast; Sam, Chief of Jamestown; William Hutchison, Merchant of Cape; Chitham, Merchant of Cape Coast, Town; Thomas Hatton Mills, barrister of Accra.
By 1868, the chiefs and the people were increasingly dissatisfied with the political direction of the British imperial authority, and the educated few were now canvassing for the chiefs to draw up measures for self-government and self-defense. Yes, the term self-government was first used in the Gold Coast for political mobilization in 1868, almost 90 years before independence. A call was made out of Mankisim to all people in Cape Coast and elsewhere to mobilize towards self-government. A newspaper called the Gold Coast on its front page the day after the bill, the following, verse 7, and Nehemiah 5 verse 2, other men have our land.
The imperial authority introduced the land as ownerless land. Resistance to this bill was created by the Aborigines right the bill.
John Mensah Saba became an instant intellectual and political hero when he led the thought that there is no such thing as an ownerless land in the Gold Coast, because land in the Gold Coast belonged to the living, the dead, and the yet to be born. The bill was defeated, and a new one with amendments was enacted. By doing so, Saba had saved the Gold Coast and the West African territories of the land issues between Ian Smith and Southern Rhodesia, now Zimbabwe, that has bedeviled Southern Africa and even persists till this day. John Mensah Saba and the Aborigines Rights Protection Society had solved the colonial and heritage problem by thinking and talking without firing a gun or riots. Saba therefore wrote his name in the Hall of Fame of thought leadership towards self-government.
Gold Coast. He was the first son of John Saba, a prominent man, a merchant of Anamabo and Cape Coast, and also a member of the Legislative Council of the Gold Coast. John Mensah Saba was educated at the Cape Coast Wesleyan School, later renamed by matriculating in 1880, and was called to the in this way. His desire for equality and protection of the lands of the locals on the Gold Coast made him join forces with 1897, the Aborigines Rights Protection, several groups later on that promulgated Ghanaian independence in 1957. Whilst it was rare in the colonial era to find, was however appointed as a member of the Legislative Council in 1901 and was reappointed in 1906. Including the founding of a Dutton Scholarship at Taunton School in memory of his younger brother Joseph Dutton Saba, who had passed on there in 18, promoted an enterprise called the Fanti Public School Fund, which aimed to improve education was so immense. He founded a scholarship at Infantipin School and was always willing to aid in offsetting bills of the school. Mensah Saba died aged 46.
Campaign against imperial rule of the First World War, which was fought from 1914 to 1918. What will be the effect on us natives? As regards our condition, is there any difference in souls of men who willingly have laid down their lives for the glorious British Empire? Unquote. This matter became topical when news of the hefty compensation that the British soldiers, dead and alive, had received from the government as compared to the paltry sums or nothing at all received by the natives. The response was that in 1918, soon after the war, Governor Clifford had assured the Legislative Council that opportunities for Africans to serve will be extended. The following year, 1919, 2 Africans were appointed to the executive levels, but not to very senior positions. They were C.E. Woolhouse Bannerman, a barrister, as police magistrate, and Dr. C.E. Reindorf as medical officer. Casely Hayford congratulated the government on what he called a tentative step forward, All of these matters occurred pursuant to the Clifford Constitution of 1916.
Oh, the Clifford Constitution was also a good one. It was an improvement on, in fact, it was probably one of the first, that attempted to cover the entire territory of the then Gold Coast. It's possible for the colonial government to exploit the people of Ghana, the people of the Gold Coast, and the resources of the Gold Coast at that time.
Governor Clifford was also said to have achieved something significant in the economic modeling of cocoa politics. Here is Gareth Austin of Cambridge University.
For him, the success of cocoa farming in Ghana was a vindication for the argument that it was actually in Britain's interests to leave the land entirely in African ownership. And this was the policy he also pursued when he became Governor General of Nigeria. By the initiative of Ghanaians such as, of course, Teti Kwashi, that was the evidence. And this was not simply a kind of moral argument, it was also an argument about what kind of capitalism, in a sense, works best in West Africa, what kind of economy would bear revenue to exceed its costs.
He used our trade amongst us to development and to make sure that they were properly implemented. So in his time, you could see that many of the big names, through entirely democratic means, I mean, sometimes it was by appointment,
The African leadership was, however, not just interested in picking up posts, but intended that Africans should be highly qualified to accept these posts. Hatton Mills and Casely Hayford had, for instance, urged that Africans and Europeans should be submitted to the same qualification examination. This atmosphere created a high demand for quality education from all Ghanaian families in the 1920s, such that Governor Clifford was led to remark as follows, quote, "Nephew, I fancy." Thus, by 1920, education had become a policy for education to be implemented by an educationist committee whose terms of reference included long lists of detailed matters and whose program of action extended all the way to 1930. The plan was to provide a first-class secondary school, a teacher training college, and a university college. It was the first authentic effort by the colonial government, the native intellectuals, and the chiefs to provide high-quality education for all children in the Gold Coast. The entire program was given such necessary stimulus by the arrival of J.E.K. Agri, a Ghanaian from Anomabo, who had spent 20 years studying and teaching in the United States. The foundation for Achimota School was laid in March 1924, and soon Reverend Fraser of the Trinity College, Ceylon, was appointed principal. Agri returned to become the vice principal. They both selected the staff, and Agri's eloquence and advocacy towards native education has gained legendary status. Casely Hayford and the West African Congress were delighted with Agri's participation in this giant effort to create at once a secondary school, a teacher training college, and a university college for the Gold Coast. That made the Gold Coast the foremost British territory in education in all of Africa. Kweji Agri had not just led the making of Achimota, he had sowed the seed for a great people, for a great nation.
One of the founders of the Achimota School project, wrote with stunning clarity, and I quote, "Don't tell me what you know, show me what you can do." Fate and fortune have placed us with the responsibility and the penalty of Achimota. The products of Achimota School have always been active vessels in the formation of this, for better or for worse. We have a legitimate claim to much of what Ghana celebrates and a burden of responsibility for much of what it condemns. 90 years is a long time. It must be a period of some renewal.
So the story of Achimota and the setting up of the Kolebu Hospital became the epochal occurrences
of the 1920s to the 1930s. The story of Achimota was leaving Achimota after being first principal. He was returning to Australia, and he took a photograph with male and female prefects of July 1939. The lady came Adelaide Akufo-Addo, wife of the 2nd President of Ghana and mother of the 8th President of Ghana, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. 2 seats from her is the lady in white, now circled Victoria. She later became Victoria Chermatin and mother of Mr. Alan Chermatin, the Minister for Trade and Industry.
James Eman Kwedwe Aggrey was born 18th October 1875 and passed on 30th July 1903 and teacher. Aggrey was brought up in a Christian home, enrolled into a Methodist school, and grew in the ranks to become the headmaster. At age 23, Aggrey traveled to America based on his excellent educational background to become a trained missionary in Salisbury, North Carolina, and attended the Livingston College and later became a lecturer. In 1912, he earned his doctorate in theology, and in 1914 followed a doctorate in osteopathy. Aggrey, on a family level, had 4 children and married a native of Virginia. In Ghana, in 1924, Aggrey was appointed by the governor of the Crown Colony Gold in Accra. In what is one of the famous quotes of Aggrey and education on the girl child, he states, "The surest way to keep people down is to educate the men and neglect the women. If you educate a man, you simply educate an individual, but if you educate a woman, you educate a whole nation." His works and lectures touring Africa on the essence of education had huge impressions to the President of Malawi, Nnamdi Azikiwe, the first president of Nigeria, and he resettled with his wife and children at the college north of Accra. He later flew to the States after 3 years in Ghana and passed on in America at age 52.
To sustain the development in education and health that he had brought about, Governor Gordon Gudgesberg designed an economic model that will pay for it and also be profitable to the imperial government in London. This model made the Gold Coast a producer of raw materials such as will be controlled and traded by the imperial government. Part of the resources thereof will be used to pay for the projects and the other part to finance the colonial administration. Sadly, this kind of model is the standard nearly 100 years after Gudgesberg. The 1920s ended on a sad note with the death of Casely Hayford, one of the early successful nationalists and founder of the West African National Congress. Casely Hayford was to fill the vacuum that Casely Hayford's death had created. He had Grant, and together they drew up the plan for national liberation. One major achievement of the Youth Conference under the leadership of Dr. Dankwa was the effort they made to secure a united Gold Coast between the colony and Ashanti. The imperial power had in 19... The purpose of this council was to establish a separate legislative council for Ashanti. In opposition to this, Dr. Dankwa and the Youth Conference drew up a 400-page memo entitled Things to Change in the Gold Coast and presented it to the Joint Provincial Councils of the Gold Coast Colony and Ashanti. A 4-man committee was formed to A.W. Kojo Thompson, R.S. Blay, and J.B. Dankwa. The result was that the Ben's Constitution of 1946 for the first time regarded Ashanti, then including today's Bro-Ahafo and part of today's Western region, as part of the colonial territory. The other hero of this effort was the Asantehene Otumfuo Se Agyeman Prempeh II, who upon hearing Dr. Dankwa speak on the changes recommended, invited him and 3 others to a meeting in Kumasi to hear out the argument and convince himself that joining the colony was the right thing to do for the new nation, part of the colony to form the new nation. If the 1946 Ben's Constitution had had a separate legislative assembly for Ashanti, independence may have been frustrated, and the old colonial strategy propounded by Lord Lugard in Nigeria, called divide and rule, would have impeded the progress of the struggle. But Dr. Dankwa was there at the right time with the eloquence, the circumstance, and the ceremony to achieve unity under the Burns Constitution of 1946. Thus, the Burns Constitution of July 1946 prescribed direct representation by Africans, but it was still authoritarian in outlook, and Dr. Dankwa called it outmoded at birth. The Gold Coast now seemed ripe for self-government based on the strength of the intelligentsia and a widely educated population, as well as cocoa economic.
Was viable in international terms. The other mobilization was any aspect of the colonial system until 1948 was the Ghanaian cocoa hold on 1930, 1934 in Asante, and above all 1930, because cocoa farmers and brokers refused to sell it, what they called the pool, which was essentially an agreement to fix the producer price below the world, well below the world price, in order to force down and that was an extremely worrying development for the colonial government. It refused to do what the firms wanted, what firms like Cadbury's and the United Africa Company wanted, which was to essentially use coercion to end the hold-up. And on the contrary, it thought the firms had been very provocative and irresponsible in forming this cartel. And the hold-up only ended when the imperial government in London intervened. It wasn't possible for the colonial government on the spot to end it. And the imperial government in London persuaded the two sides, the cocoa farmers and the European firms, to suspend their respective actions, i.e. came to Ghana and recommended the formation of a marketing board. But I think the cocoa hold-ups were a very striking demonstration of the economic power of the organised cocoa farming movement, because at the end of the Second World War, Britain had a huge shortage of dollars, having the cost of paying for the Second World War, essentially. And in this context, the great thing from a British point of view about cocoa, and that there was an argument for retaining Ghana as a colony because it was being very useful. On the other hand, it also meant that Ghana was too valuable. The fact that the British government actually made repeated concessions to the demands of nationalists with the Burns Constitution, and then, of course, in response to the events of 19 thought it was much better to avoid taking any intransigent stance that might imperil the continued flow of cocoa that earned dollars. Dankwa and Achimabokwa made much of the hold-ups, but Dankwa didn't manage to lead, he didn't even, I think, really try to lead a mass party.
After the difficulties with the Constitution of 1946, Sir Alan Burns and Lady Burns were recalled to London, and they were replaced by Sir Gerald Creasy and Lady Creasy. By the time of the arrival of Sir Gerald Creasy, the Gold Coast was a modern society and very ready for self-government. The military of the Gold Coast had been well trained. Social life was bustling, and the British and the intelligentsia, as well as the chiefs, related cordially, attending social functions together. Even the football rivalry between Accra Hearts of Oak and Asante Kotoko had begun, and it was staged at the very highest level to be seen by the governors and some of the most influential people in society. was created in 1947 on the 4th of August at Sulpon in consequence of a meeting between Dr. Dankwa and George Alfred Grant, who was the principal initiator of the United Gold Coast Convention, the first real political party in Ghana, the UGCC.
He saw that there were so much trouble everywhere, so he wanted the white people to go away. He wanted to sack them. So he called Dankwa and asked him if he could get about 6 lawyer friends of his so that they could sit down together and they Akwaje, Lawyer Williams, they had the meeting at Father's house in the dining room, and we always, the children in the house, when we saw these people coming, big people coming, we line up at on the veranda just to see them. So we were all on a corridor there. Surprisingly, when I come on holidays from school at Achimota, they used to have all these meetings and so on. So I enjoyed it.
The leaders of the UGCC continued to enjoy cordiality as they planned to take over the reins of government. It was decided that one of the members of the UGCC was to be a full-timer running as General Secretary to spread the philosophy of the UGCC around the country.
Then Akwaje said he had a friend in London. And Father said, write to him and ask him if he would like to come. And within a month, a letter came to say that he would like to come. So Father gave Akwaji £100 to send to him to come. As soon as he got the money, he came. And Father sent his car. He came and stayed in our house for some time.
My father, when Nkrumah was coming to Ghana, they met at the dining table and said, Kwabena, I've been invited to be secretary for UGCC. And he said he was surprised because Nkrumah really did South Africa. So when he said he had been, he was like, really?
Sometime after his arrival, disagreements occurred between Dr. Kwame Nkrumah and Dr. J.B. Dankwa in terms of philosophy, in terms of plan, and in terms of action.
When they saw Paul, then Dankwa saw a letter that Kwame Nkrumah has written to want to deal with the Soviet Union. So at the time, Kwame got upset.
And jubilant crowds celebrate his downfall in the streets of Accra. The military coup in Ghana is the 7th successful revolt in Africa in 9 months. But none of the ousted governments have survived as long as Kwame Nkrumah.
Leader, General Arthur Ankra, father of 22 and former mission schoolteacher, a man who's never concealed his dislike of Nkrumah. Before dealing with Mr. Amir, he had more important business.
Good morning, introduce my colleagues to you. As you've already been told, I need no introduction myself. But on my left here is the Commissioner of Police, Mr. Harley, who is the Deputy Chairman of the National Liberation Council. On my right is Major General E.K. Kotoka. We have called you here this morning completely because of the things that had happened in Ghana and and therefore you could have seen when you work was work from us and from within.
The coup leaders prepared Ghana towards the Second Republic, adult suffrage. Dr. Nkrumah's party, the CPP, was banned from participating in the election.
First of all, I think that God has been the architect of my life. I never knew my mother very well. I never knew my father very well. I had no affiliation with them. I had no chemistry with any of them. The school in the village had started, but I wouldn't go to school. As soon as my grandfather is ready to go to the farm, I'm following him. What I didn't know was that he had arranged with his sister and his nephew. The next thing I saw, somebody had lifted me through the window. And I still remember the window that I was pulled through. At public secondary school, I can say changed my life. So when I see people getting into all manner of things that bring shame to them, I know they do go to APAM because either you are an old APAM.
The Council of States, many people feel it's more or less a lame duck. And nobody knows what advice it gives to the president and whether the president accepts its advice or not.
The first real test for the new constitution was the test of the political parties law. The new political parties law that was promulgated to guide the election precluded candidates and parties from using names, old names of political parties to file for the election. Mr. Gbedema, a veteran politician from the Nkrumah stock, went to court to challenge this process. He hired Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo to be his lawyer and all the political parties of the day associated with the case. The case was argued in the High Court, but eventually the court declined jurisdiction and the political parties law stood at the time. It has now been changed such that old names like the CPP can be used for politics. The 31st December case was a real challenge.
The 31st December case was interesting in that the court constituted a public holiday. It was not expressed in there. And one of the important truths in constitution interpretation, because the judges who interpret the constitution are taken for granted can be read in the development of the constitutional interpretation philosophy of the court, that you don't take the constitution literally each time. You can interpret it in the light of its purpose and its spirit.
Being the date of the last coup d'etat, which ushered in the 1992 constitution, should be continually celebrated as a public holiday, even under the new constitution. The then president of the Ghana Bar Association, who later became Speaker of Parliament, the learned Peter Ala Ajay holiday. The Supreme Court agreed with him by a 5-4 majority. The day had the same leadership as the government created by the coup d'etat, given that they had won the first elections under the new constitution, now constituting themselves as a civilian party. They first defied the court ruling and proceeded with the planned events to celebrate the coup day to the route march. But the constitution had triumphed, and 31st December could not be celebrated as a holiday anymore.
The cease to respond to the basic needs of the people are actually seeking to deny this date of 31st December into our country's history. Our collective reality and thus our collective psyche.
When they wake up in the morning, they flip through the pages of the Constitution to see those who today are rushing to court with such indecent haste and frequency are those who, by their own practice, have demonstrated that they have no regard for the Constitution. There was a time in this country when the judiciary decided on a certain case. Right. No court, no court, no respect. Descendants of those people who today have sought refuge in the Supreme Court to throw, and nobody, I repeat, nobody, the 31st of December from our history.
Another minor legal test was the procedure that had been adopted under the 1992 Constitution, where president-elects were sworn in the public at the Independence Square instead of being sworn in Parliament and before Parliament, as had been the case since the colonial governors through to Dr. Kwame Nkrumah up to the Third Republic. Veteran politician Mr. J.H. Mensah mounted a campaign on the first day of Parliament, the first time the opposition arrived in Parliament under the 1992 Constitution. That was the second Parliament of the Fourth Republic. On this occasion, he was minority leader and had been invited by the Speaker to second the motion on the first day of Parliament for an adjournment of the House in the afternoon for the swearing in of the second president under the Constitution.
Mr. Speaker, Parliament in this country, Sir Noble Arden Clark, Lord Listowel, the late Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, before Parliament, the late Justice Akufo-Addo was sworn into office in Parliament, before Parliament, office in Parliament. These are not colonial precedents. Dr. Kwame Nkrumah was... These precedents of independent Ghana since 19... Seriously, Mr. Speaker, I do hope that we will make use of the precincts of Parliament as other legislatures do in Congress before Congress. Yes, here's your forecourt. Yes, in Parliament, the premises of Parliament, Mr. Speaker, consist not only of this chamber, but of the premises of Parliament. And the premises...
Order, order!
Of Parliament, including your own office.
Honourable members,
Mr. Speaker, the premises of Parliament,
please,
including your own office and the whole, because it is our wish on this side of the House that the authority and dignity of Parliament should be affirmed and reaffirmed on every possible occasion as one of the bulwarks of our freedom.
At the Independence Square this afternoon, I will put the question without debate. And the question is that at 2 o'clock. As many as are in favor of the motion say aye. As many as are against say
campaign, the event at the Independence Square was slightly changed in terms of the architecture. The president-elect now took the oath directly facing Parliament, and the event at the Independence Square has since become a parliamentary session presided over by the Speaker of Parliament. The losing candidate decided to test the petition dragged for 8 months, and eventually a verdict was given in favor of the announced winner, President Mahama. The losing candidate did not appeal against the ruling, but gave a widely applauded concession speech.
In the circumstances, the petition is therefore dismissed. Our various judgments, for the sake of convenience, are handed over to the registrar of this court.
Brings finality to the election dispute.
we shall not be asking for a review of the verdict, so we can all, in my upbringing, and in what I have done with my life thus far, makes it imperative that I accept a decision made by the highest court of the land, however much I dislike or disagree with it.
Eventually, as fate would have it, the losing candidate under the new constitution.
The president and the spirit of can do, the whole notion that nothing can be done once you put your mind to it. And over the years that I've known him, he's been somebody who's the fact that they kept telling him that when you do one thing and you are not successful, you do it again, you try again, and you stay determined and get it done. So the whole notion and spirit, you will be able to do it. There's one spirit and an attitude which motivates young men and women who've had an association with him. And even in government, less than 100 days in office, this whole attitude is brought to the presidency, both to our countrymen and women, to members of his government, and to young and privileged ones like us, that you can do it. If you put your mind to it, you get discipline, you have integrity, you have a core value system, and you are hardworking, you should be able to achieve what no black nation has been able to achieve in the world. And that Ghana will become the wonder of the world, the star of Africa, if we put our minds to it. I think that whole concept of can do is something that, for me, is extraordinary.
I do in the name of the Almighty God swear.
Do in the name of the Almighty God swear.
That I will bear true faith.
That I will bear true faith.
And allegiance to the
government of Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo well in this regard. He does not seem to lack much in terms of cerebral capacity. Success, however, will turn on how much his government can convert that cerebral capacity of his and of his team into impactful action.
Shall submit myself.
I shall submit myself
to the laws of the Republic of Ghana.
To the laws of the Republic of Ghana.
And suffer the penalty for it.
And suffer the penalty for it.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Up next, Alpha Lotto Draw.
And welcome to the winning zone Tuesday game. Koblanom and Ian Semre Beteki few 37. Vida since any animal prediction in any number
55.
55. 55.
Edionubako.
37. 37. 37.
21.
21. 21. Yo, Midamuni Nara as say. Okay, so 1 to 90 ball. 1 to 90, Yada say. Over to you, Benny.
All right, Delta Tuesday, single 1, 2, 3, 4,
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, Delta is predicted 38, James 60, Raphael 39, and Asantua single 6.
Okay, so 1 to 90 balls, first finger for the ninth. Delta Tuesday. We have 68, 6, 8, 68, 6, 8, next finger. 63, 6, 3, 63, 6, 3, next finger. Of 23, 2, 3, 23, 2, 3, next finger. $18, 1, 8, 9. We have 74, 7, 4, 74, 7, 4. Okay, so with 3, 18.
Good evening.
Delta Tuesday, we have 63, 18, 63, 24.
As
for Delta Tuesday, 68, 18, 63, 20, Akpakakaka.
Yesterday 68. 18. 63. 74. Bonsoir, messieurs. 68.
68.
60.
18.
And 74.
74.
23.
23.
18.
18.
And 74.
74.
Thank you, monsieur. We numbers no House Kasanima. Alaji Ade. We numbers for Delta Tuesday 68.
Goma Shata Kwas.
The 63. The 74.
Sabayindo Fudu.
Mungo di Alaji.
And just 9th, and Delta Tuesday game like tonight, which give out winning numbers 68, 68, 63. We have another game for you tomorrow. That's the Omega Wednesday game for Wednesdays. Even with the winning numbers and machine numbers. Excel Thursday game, even if that's lucky winning numbers. For Saturday, we have the Ken Stars Saturday game. Amanom and Kwame Nomodash. Then we have our precise Sunday machine, US machine to make some money. When Kumase or 057-258-74335. Takwa, your number is 050-406-2836. Suyami 053-252-9456 or 054-991-4214. And Natakra de Tadi do call us on 024-294-2897. The coastal machine numbers for tonight.
Machine single 3, 3, 4 Tuesday 56, 47, single 3, 14 and a 15. Any winning numbers need for Delta Tuesday 68, 68, 63, 63, 23, 23, 18, 18. She numbers now Babu the NHS and the Delta Tuesday live draw on Ebebe. More winners, congratulations. Join your channel. Omega Wednesday game. Ochina's the same way.
This one.
You bet see ya.
Good night.
Welcome to the highly anticipated second edition of Spectacle. This is the pressure we're talking about.
The scope of the producer's work. From there, we just jumped on the train.
Chapter 2, Chapter 3 to 6. Your ultimate destination to an unparalleled entertainment experience. Get ready for the hottest vibes, the juiciest gossip, and unfiltered interviews featuring top-notch pundits. We will dive into the latest buzz from Parliament.
The micro minority.
We will explore the intriguing, ugly moments in entertainment. Join me, your fabulous big sister Higa, as we uncover this and many more other captivating stories in the thrilling journey through the entertainment landscape.
This man is an angel in Africa.
Nijitainment.
Get ready! The Obonu Mega Cash Lucky Box brings big wins. Simple. Dial *426*4# on all networks or play on our web portal, gbcghanaonline.com, and win up to 500,000 Ghana cedis. Remember to follow prompt. Play now and win big with Obonu Mega Cash Lucky Box. M Cash Lucky Box. *426*4#. Win big and win large. Terms and conditions apply.
MedShare. 100% natural, it has no chemicals or side effects, and it is suitable for all skin type and age. Regional distributors needed. For purchase and more information, contact us on 0244892413 MedShay. the natural...
Hello, Ghana! Get ready for the unforgettable Bobobo Easter Fiesta. Join us on Easter Sunday, 20th April 2025 at Mofra Place, Jolu Accra at 12 noon. Witness the thrilling performances by the 2024 National Bobobo Champions, Elom, Elikem, and Asogli Bobobo groups, plus a special performance by the all-ladies Agbata group. Early bird tickets at just 70 cedis before the 1st of April 2025. Tables for 10, 5, and 1. Available with exclusive benefits. Dial *920 *922# to buy tickets or book a table. Media partners: GBC, GH Media, and Hotel FM, Top Radio, and Global FM Ho. Call 0530.
Next, News Tonight.
Tonight, Infrastructure and Regional Affairs, Ernest Kumi. $400 gas trained to safeguard Ghana's water bodies. Warned 6 countries in Africa could soon run out of HIV drugs following U.S. government's freeze on foreign aid. Ahmed Mubarak Muntaka has defended the attempted arrest of the Akwetia MP, Member of Parliament, Mr. Ernest Kumi, citing compliance with a bench on Tuesday, March 18, 2025. Mr. Muntaka clarified that National Intelligence Bureau officers were simply carrying out the court's orders when they attempted to arrest Mr. Kumi.
Kumi, Member of Parliament for Akwetia constituency. The warrant was served on the National Intelligence Bureau, NIB's Eastern Regional Office through the National Security Coordinator. Right Honourable Speaker, the circumstances surrounding the attempted arrest of the Member of Parliament, there was therefore to carry out the 5 for committer for contempt. It could have been avoided if my colleague had gone to court. If he had gone to court the day they needed him, it would have been. My colleague from Bimbila and I were in this chamber that if you know there's ready to follow the consequences. And my colleague, you and I all agreed. And we affirmed to the positive that yes, we're ready to take the oath as members of Parliament and suffer any issue. He's clear on his mind that he was going.
His concerns about discrepancies in the 2025 budget presented by the Finance Minister, Dr. Atuforsen, speaking in Parliament on Tuesday, March 18. Dr. Adam noted that the allocated funds for initiatives like free tuition for first year in the budget estimates the form of funding for major government formation program.
I am wondering how the minister is going to implement this budget when you have a funding shortfall for goods and services of 50. I'll give you, Mr. Speaker, education priority initiatives. Paragraph 374 provides for the free tuition for first-year students in 9.8 million Ghana cedis, 292.4 million Ghana, 65.6 million Ghana cedis for textbooks. If you total all this, Mr. Speaker, you get 1.3 billion Ghana cedis. Meanwhile, when you go to appropriation in the appendices, only 800 million Ghana cedis is provided. Paragraph 390 of the budget provides that a total of 1.5 billion Ghana cedis has been allocated towards. Again, you go to the appendices, which is the meat of the budget, and only 924 million Ghana cedis is provided there. Again, a shortfall. You can also look at the Big Push initiative. It's a 10 will give you 2.5 billion $. $2.5 billion will give you 40 billion Ghana cedis. Meanwhile, in appropriation, only 13 billion Ghana cedis is provided for the Big Push for this year.
Meanwhile, Chairman of the Finance Committee of Parliament, Mr. Isaac Adongo, has dismissed concerns raised by the ranking member, Dr. Mohamed Amina, such as removing limits on and healthcare.
I heard him talk about refuse to provide textbooks, they're rather teaching our children Pasco. You go and buy past questions for our children. Past questions here, brains of our children. We are providing the people who capped the GET fund are today asking the minister who is uncapping it how much money he will make. This red, gold, green in our secondary schools. And our children were lying and sleeping everywhere on the corridors. You were rather centralizing GET fund. You were taking the money from GET fund just so the president can fly a private jet. And we are making sure that those monies are spent properly, and you are questioning that also.
President John Mahama has reaffirmed Ghana's strong commitment to deepening ties with Sierra Leone, highlighting the vital need for stronger, and President Julius Maada Bio engaged in discussions on regional security, economic partnerships, and the shared vision for Africa's role in reshaping global governance.
Blends gratitude with strategic role in global affairs. The visit comes amid growing security concerns in the Sahel and a rising demand for Africa's voice in global governance. Following a high-level closed-door meeting, the two leaders addressed the media, where President Mahama expressed appreciation for attending this year, reinforcing the solid foundation of their bilateral ties. The leaders agreed to establish a permanent joint commission for cooperation, setting the stage for long-term collaboration across key sectors.
Indeed, we have discussed a broad range of issues quickly as possible so that it becomes the institutional framework for us to build our cooperation.
Ghana and Sierra Leone focus on agriculture, energy and education for stronger cooperation.
Issues of agriculture and food security. We discuss issues of power and electricity, and how we can work together to enhance the West African power pool. We discussed the best avenue on which we can build this cooperation together.
The presidents emphasized the need for a unified ECOWAS response to combat terrorism in the Sahel and ensure regional stability.
As an old fame and the issue of the current Alliance of Sahelian States and ECOWAS, and we compared notes because he had previously that it can form the basis for us to continue to cooperate as members of the same sub-region.
President Mahama also commended
on the effort that is being made to get a common African position on the issue of Security Council reform, and we are very so that he can be the advocate.
As part of his visit, President Mahama met with the Ghanaian community in Sierra Leone, assuring them of his administration's commitment to addressing concerns related to work permits and taxation. He pledged to ensure their welfare and economic stability in the country.
Buying 20 disinfectant, buying stain remover, and so on. You were buying liquid soap, buying zone power bleach, factories, and no beer. It was so easy.
The Obonu Mega Cash Lucky Box brings big wins. Dial *426*4# on all simple. Dial *426*4# on all networks or play on our web portal, GBC Ghana Online account, and win up to 500,000 Ghana cedis. Remember to follow prompt. Play now and win big with Obonu Mega Cash Lucky Box. *426*4#. Win big and win large. Terms and conditions apply. It's annually approved on the Caritas Lottery platform.
Welcome back from Harvard University and Massachusetts Institute of Technology, both in the United States of America. Conversations between the Vice President and the students, some of
takeovers, Ghana's political stability started taking roots in 1981 after a coup d'etat that ended all coups in Ghana. Constitutional democracy restarted in 1992 and has endured decades in the context of Harvard University. The students who came on an exchange program were interested in knowing more about Ghana's democracy.
The first thing you need to be aware of is that, and find ways of piecing the society together so that we can share a common vision, wants something good for the country. So if you pick all the good things that everybody is bringing, and then they all feel they are part of what is happening, it becomes a good antidote to unity.
The students.
You also wanted to know what my priorities were. The biggest priority is the country. It's the people who live in the country. It's the quality of life. But narrowing in, it's about the many people who operate in the margins. And some of us feel that is not acceptable. Too many of them. And especially children. And especially women. So even though we have a whole department for women and gender and so on, insofar as I'm a woman, it's like all the women's affairs are on me. I accept that, but I also know that background. We are looking at the women in the margins and what the issues are and how to help them to with, so that we are all in this together.
Presidency, Rachel Quarty reporting for GBC News.
During the meeting, the Vice merely a charitable act addressing a group of students from the Harvard Kennedy School and the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. Professor Nana Jinopoko further asserted that Africa will no longer tolerate economic disparities.
I've heard the president of the country. You see, one of the questions we have now, he hasn't asked himself. How much leaves our continent to his country? He hasn't asked himself that. They think it's just charity. It is a fraction of the things from our continent stayed. We'll have children begging in the streets, women do. Okay, all in South America. When the agreement in the 70s was signed, who pulled out? You know, I know. Now all of us, and we are responsible, and we should look at where the whole thing starts and let people take responsibility and stop passing on their responsibility to the people they are disenfranchising. Now you see how everybody is boycotting the things your country is producing. Why is the world angry? That's a good question. And again, it has been going on for too long.
Protects women's rights, speaking to traditional leaders in owning land and stress
honors and awards. So each display of culture and tradition, Queen mothers, chiefs and leaders from across the country arrived in elegant kente and beautiful beads, their presence symbolizing unity and progress. With drum beats and cultural performances, they discussed leadership and ways to empower women. Speaking to over 100 Queen mothers, Dr. Zenato Ajeman-Rawlings made a strong case for gender equality in leadership. She urged women to support each other and explore creative economic solutions like a barter system for farmers. She also called on making.
The agri sector in general is difficult, and it doesn't matter whether you're a woman or a man, but I think it's harder when you're a woman. And so the important thing is for women not to work in silos, to build networks amongst each other, and to make sure that they keep those who are the resource persons close, so that they can get the support and succeed, because that's what we're looking to do.
Miss Alberta Akosa, the executive, especially as foreign aid declines, did women and persons with disabilities build careers in agriculture.
It's a new government. They should take this project very serious.
access to land.
The Queen Mothers pledged to train at least 100 people in BBC News. Gifty AJ, Accra.
Water guards tasked with monitoring and protecting Ghana's water bodies. The initiative is a key effort at restoring and preserving the water resources while addressing pollution and the impact of illegal mining activities in the country.
Blue Water Initiative program stakeholders. These Blue Water Guards will serve as frontline monitors, ensuring early intervention and protection of river bodies from activities of galamsey. The first batch of the 400 recruits have reported for a 4-week training at the Nslibu Forward Operating Base of the Ghana Navy in the Jomro municipality of the Western Region. The 4-week training conducted by the Ghana Navy aims to equip them with the necessary skills, advised the recruits that while the training will not make them military personnel, it will instill the discipline and expertise needed to execute their responsibilities.
It's an opportunity to be part of this program. Very timely and appropriate opportunity to the menace facing our water bodies.
And utilize the Blue Water Guards program, which aims to train this year alone 2,000 dedicated individuals across the country to protect, ensuring that our water resources remain a source of life, livelihood, prosperity for generations to come.
The Deputy CEO of the Minerals and Regulation of Ghana's Natural Resources.
A new call for Ghana continues to face challenges in combating and children. The Director for Advocacy at the Internet Rescue Mission.
As a form of modern slavery where force, fraud or coercion are used to exploit individuals for laboring, particularly involving children. To address human trafficking across the country, especially on the Volta Lake, tackling roots, raising awareness and involving local communities. As Ghana marks its 68th Independence Day, a missionary and leader of Jesus Rescue Team Ministries, Mr. Michael Davis, highlighted the agency of rescuing children from trafficking exploitation.
There are a lot of young people, when you go to the Afron place, you go to AAG, you go to other places, they are being enslaved. And as a missionary, it breaks my heart. But getting to know that there is an organization that cares for them, that gives them hope. A lot of young guys are desperate. So watching people who are going through slavery whilst they think they are going for greener pastures, I think a lot of people who have watched this, they are going to have a second.
Out the increasing prevalence of human trafficking in this menace.
Sexual trafficking is one of the industries across the world, and now organ harvesting. So people are duped and these things.
Others say to effectively overcome the community engagement to prevent trafficking,
the Mafi Traditional Council in the Volta region has organized an artificial intelligence training for the youth in the area to empower the next generation of young people. The 2-day training program was sponsored by Central Bank. It is part of their AI Africa project.
About 100 youths and traditional leaders, they received practical training in AI applications and prompt engineering, ethics and other techniques. The Mafi Traditional Council intends to empower especially its youth with digital literacy to harness the agriculture and tourism potential of the area. The paramount queen mother of Mafi, Mama Sename, is optimistic.
So far as they know what is in there, they know the technologies and how to apply them, it will benefit.
The project is intended to train millions of youths in artificial intelligence across Africa free of charge to lead in an increasingly AI. The training sessions at Mafia Didome were being used to develop agriculture and tourism-based projects to enhance job prospects. A citizen of the overall goal is to educate over 3 million youths
that seeks to use artificial in the practical, and they also seek funding from African Diaspora Central Bank to let Mafi develop at the pace that we want to transform Mafi. This is an opportunity to reduce.
Encouraged Ghanaian youths to embrace AI and digital literacy to ensure that the country achieves its dream of industrialization.
community on a 40-acre land at Contempt to the Ghanaian Muslim Ummah. The land for the mosque was handed over to the National Chief Imam, Sheikh Usman Nuhu Shaributu, in 1995 by the late former President Jerry John Rawlings in replacement of a mosque demolished for the construction of the Rawlings Parliament community but abandoned took over by sourcing funds for the work to restart. On our landmark series today, we give you some facts about the Ghana National Mosque Complex. And the Greater Accra Coordinating Council have presented some items to the affected fire victims of the Laboni Senior High School in Accra. The Director General of Persons in Need is not only their mandate but a call to duty.
This is and today is what we have brought to help. It is we will continue to work together with all stakeholders, Ministry of Education, the regional administration, the administration of the school, the headmistress, and then we believe that further help in the future can come to make the situation here a bit better.
As you would have noticed, workmen, and that was assurance to provide temporary
Tax and legal clinic for students in taxation, financial compliance, and legal obligations essential for sustainable entrepreneurship.
With SME domestic revenue mobilization. To this end, young entrepreneurs from UPSA, Accra Technical Clinic, a platform for learning and discussion, helping young entrepreneurs to understand the role of taxes in business growth and national development. Representatives from key institutions including the GRA, Opportunity International, Fidelity Bank, the Society of Women in Taxation, and Revenue Mobilization Africa were featured. They provided a one-on-one interaction GDP, improving tax compliance among businesses, components to boost domestic revenue mobilization. So this technology and the University of Ghana were the participants for the tax clinic, a platform for learning and discussion, helping young entrepreneurs to understand the role of taxes in business growth and national development. Representatives from institutions including RA International, they provided one-on-one with Business Revenue Division. Mr. Victor ensures that the appropriate taxes are paid.
And they ought to pay income that you have, additional income you have earned. That income ought to be added to your business income and taxed appropriately.
A fiscal policy advisor at Oxfam Ghana, Dr. Angela Azuma Alu, urged young entrepreneurs to familiarize themselves with tax regulations laws to not only protect their businesses but also contribute to the country's development.
We are hoping that even as this information is going out, that other young people would also be compliant in their businesses.
Clinic on the theme, Accelerate Action for Gender Parity,
has pledged to introduce reforms aimed at reducing costs and making Ghana's ports more competitive. He said plans are underway to streamline operations and align with government's vision of a 24-hour economy.
Growth tema import duties taxes, and various charges. This has compelled some importers to opt for at the Lomé and Abidjan port, increasing the revenue generated at ports in Ghana. In all of this, the Director General problems. He noted that the government has already, to ease the financial burden, established a 24-hour operational system and Mohammed's 24-hour economy.
The costs prevented are prevented. So if we start calling you to have meeting policy.
The Executive Secretary of the Importers and Exporters Association, Mr. Samson Aringobit, welcomed the reforms, expressing optimism that they will make Ghana's ports a preferred business destination.
It's good because the way forward is, if you look at the current budget that was presented, seems the government is ready to talk about export economic driven. And if you do see the number of containers that leave us, we need to also take advantage on export.
Members of the Importers and Exporters Association who visited the ports to interact with the GPHA director during Ghana's competitive edge in maritime trade in the sub-region.
John Jinapor has assured residents this week when the upgrading works also in the Oforikrom municipality will become Ghana's next power generation and supply center by the end of this year upon completion of the ongoing installation of about 700 megawatts power by 3 independent power producers. Mr. Jinapor said this when he toured the site of the project.
In part of the Ashanti region have been experiencing for energy and green transition. Mr. John Jinapor's visit to the region is to an electricity company of Ghana. At the Angomaso bulk supply station in the Oforikrom municipality, the director of Northern Network, Mr. Benjamin, explained to the minister that there is a supply of capacity of the generator from 66 MVA to 145 MVA, which was near completion at the time of the visit. Such would be substantively addressed this week.
It's going to play a very piece. Has to do with the fact that when you are switching from one transformer to the other, you will have some few challenges. So let me assure the people of Kumasi, delivery of power.
Mr. Jinapor also inspected installation works on the American power plants. They as well toured sites for the installation of combined gas-diesel generating plants by 2 of the independent power producers, Senate and Aska Energy, all within the Anumaso enclave. The projects were at different stages of construction. Upon completion by the end of this year, the IPPs are expected to add about 700 megawatts of power to the grid. This the minister produce in excess for export.
Fuel at multiple fuel stations across the Bono and Bono East regions. The chief executive, Dr. Riverson, upon observed that several fuel outlets were unable to meet customers' demands. He said the shortage is disrupting service delivery and eroding consumer confidence in the fuel supply chain.
East regions, the exercise was to evaluate operational efficiency, compliance with company standards, and overall customer service quality. The exercise revealed inconsistencies in automatic tank gauging ATG systems, raising concerns about inadequate awareness of workplace safety protocols. The chamber recommended mandatory safety training to prevent risks. COMAC's chief executive, Dr. Rivers, prevent future shortages.
There are pockets of things they've been struggling to get access to AGO. The regulator knows what is wrong. I believe this is a time to have a schedule, a proper and appropriate and sustainable schedule to have products imported and executed and also distributed to the members.
The upon recommended recalibration to ensure uniformity at the pumps.
Most of the pricing boards were not working. We have to ask some of them to put it on.
Hector Iron spoke with Energy News.
For now, we don't have much challenges here at the station. It's still a new station. We are just 7 months old. So we believe that everything is good.
The chamber called for immediate corrective actions and pledged its support in implementing measures to enhance service quality and regulatory compliance.
The other license to ensure sustainable production practice at the Commission, Mr. John Yeboah, said the guidelines are essential in minimizing environmental degradation and promoting a more sustainable charcoal sector.
This charcoal industry continues to play a vital role in domestic energy consumption and international trade, with Ovaso exports significant quantities of wood charcoal, strengthening its economic ties with markets in the Middle East and Europe. To ensure sustainable production and compliance in licensing process. Speaking with Energy News, Senior Manager with the Renewable Energy Regulations at the Energy Commission, Mr. John Yeboah, explained that the guidelines help in ensuring a balance between environmental responsibility and charcoal production.
If you want to go into production of charcoal, license from Energy Commission. When giving you license, will give you guidelines as to do, and they work in line with the guidelines with the license. Also, of charcoal production for export, to think about efficiency and sustainability of the industry. So they have to use amended methods, improved technologies that we have given them, so that they can produce efficiently and minimize the use of food and minimize carbon dioxide in the atmosphere.
Mr. Yeboah added that adherence to the guidelines ensure economic benefits while promoting environmental sustainability.
Charcoal production that can be stopped at go. It's business. They have to follow the rules and regulations are there now, and then the regulations that come in the future.
Key stakeholders to assess the country's blood services and strategize for the future. The event focused on strengthening blood collection, processing and distribution across the country. A report by Gipti AJ.
The annual performance review brought together stakeholders from the Ministry of Health, health partners, regulatory agencies, private healthcare providers and voluntary donor groups. The discussions centered on significant progress in voluntary blood donation over the past year. However, challenges such as low donation rates, logistical constraints, and the need for enhanced public education were key points on discussion.
A sustainable health system relies, and there are pandemics and there are any...
The Chief Executive of the National Blood Service, Dr. Shirley Owusu-Ofori, emphasized the need for stronger donor mobilization, increased public awareness campaigns, and improved infrastructure to enhance blood collection and...
By engaging on a social media campaign and educating and advocating of voluntary blood donation, will find a niche for themselves when we engage on this campaign.
The two-day event was held under the theme 20 Years of Celebrating Giving. Thank you, blood donors. Reporting for GBC News, Gifty AJ, Accra.
Case families and individuals living with the condition this morning took to the streets of Accra to raise awareness about it.
Clad in colorful outfits and carrying banners with bold messages, participants walked through the streets of Accra. The campaign called for stronger social support systems for individuals with Down syndrome. This year's theme, Improve Our Support Systems, highlighted the persons living with the condition. Various organizations, health professionals, and passionate individuals joined. Were hopeful the campaign would change society's attitudes towards victims of Down syndrome and influence.
Nation of the State address the President read. The President made it known that there will be free tertiary education for persons with disability. Meanwhile, there is less access to education for persons with intellectual disability to also get a portion when it comes to education.
At the end of the walk, the group made a government commitment to improving the lives of individuals with Down syndrome.
His Excellency John Dramani Mahama is going to ensure that vulnerability is reduced to the barest minimum. And so policies of these ones are reduced is what we will look out for.
With a reminder that every individual, regardless of his or her ability,
says 8 countries, 6 of them in Africa, including Nigeria, Kenya, and Lesotho, would soon run out of HIV drugs following the freeze on his first day of. WHO Chief Dr. Tedros Ghebreyesus on Monday warned that disruptions to HIV programs could undo 20 years of progress. It could also lead to more than 10 million additional cases of HIV and 3 million HIV-related deaths. Dr. Ghebreyesus said Nigeria, Kenya, Lesotho, South Sudan, Burkina Faso and Mali, as well as Haiti. Trump's executive order paused the first foreign policy. It has affected, including HIV drugs, greatly hampered. Programs have since been terminated. Among others, celebrate Ghana's 68th independence anniversary.
For the Ghana at 68 Independence Day Arm Wrestling Challenge, Ghana Arm Wrestling Federation opened its arms for pullers from Benin, Togo, and Nigeria. The championship commemorated arm wrestling's historic feat with several dignitaries, including the Minister for Sports and Recreation Federation, Dr. Kofi Ado-Ejikun, former Minister for State Enterprises, Mr. Joseph plus 80 kg category. Ghana's Grace Minta beat opposition from Nigeria, Benin, and Togo to grab the gold medal. Her compatriot Florence Boache and Ifia Kuma won silver and bronze medal to take home gold medal in the Joshua Yeboah from Chicken Wing. The Minister for Sports and Recreation, Mr. Kofi Adam.
Is a lesser finance sport, has shown that you have a desire to nurture the young to grow, and we will back you.
The Vice President of the World Arm Wrestling Federation, Mr. Charles Osei-Sibi, says their major target is to get Olympic Games representation.
We are working so hard to get into the Olympics. For myself, as a leader of Africa, everything that is important has been done. To get into the Africa Games, we have been able to the Olympic Games, and I'm happy that the world has. I am now seeking to do is to create that sports must create employment.
Tokens were presented to deserving from Nigeria picked silver, whilst Mary Rose from won bronze, Daniel Aqua silver, and silver went to Florence and gold to Dismint. In the men's division, Nigeria's Emmanuel Tuesday picked bronze medal. Abdul Razak from Togo had silver, and Joshua Yeboah won gold. In the men's 90+ kg, and Mohamed Ishmael from Togo won gold. Sports and identify new talent. The next major arm wrestling event in Ghana is the Kids Arm Wrestling Challenge.
Thank you so much for watching. Good night. My name is Sarah Fu.
One where waste is no longer just a problem, but a resource with endless possibilities. Across communities, innovative minds are finding new ways, textiles and 10 Agriculture Center, an initiative in creating jobs, especially for on the circular economy, which Lugent and has joined us. Good morning of today's validation workshop on circular. Hi, Mutala.
And we are coming to you from civil society organizations, from the United Nations Industrial Development Organization, UNIDO, and also we have some players from the recycle economy. And so before we even delve deeper into this, we want to understand the circular economy is all about. Joseph Yeboah is the engagement and partnership lead. Engagement lead. Ghana Economy Center. One for us.
Right. Thank you very much. So, when we talk about circular economy, it's a moving away from economy where we extract resources from the environment, use, consume, and dispose. Point materials in circulation for local period. So we're talking about we extract produce goods, not the way we consume and dispose. So first of all, I think that we need to talk about circularity. We need to think about, so how then do we minimize, first of all, avoid waste, minimize the waste, reuse material, and also talk about recycling and the rest. So it's a whole chain of activities that which require all stakeholders to be on board, to rethink how we engage with them, so that we to sustainably harvest resources to make sure use this resource.
Talking about seeing resources from the environment, the products that we generate every day, plastics were just before and that become a threat to Ghana. How are we converting this into a community?
So let me talk about the Ghana Circular Economy Center. So the Ghana Circular Economy Center, funded by the Global Affairs Canada and implemented by the United Nations Industrial Development Organization. The Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology is responsible for the agri and processing sector, and then also with the University of Cape Coast University and City Waste Recycling, which is the value chain lead for plastics, which is in Accra, responsible for textiles. And in terms of the
to divide us. We are all working hand in hand.
The boundaries are to serve as a definition of our territorial integrity.
Establishing Act 2010. The Ghana Boundary Commission was set up to address the increasingly complex nature of issues, limit and manage Ghana's international land and maritime boundaries within the framework of national. The machinery of the Ghana Boundary Commission became operational in 2020 with the appointment of the Commission's first executive head. Prior to this, ad hoc works along Ghana shares maritime boundary with La Côte d'Ivoire, Togo and Nigeria. Aside Nigeria, Ghana's international maritime boundary with Togo and La Côte d'Ivoire has been disputed. While the resolution of Ghana's maritime boundary dispute with Togo has been through a series of negotiations, that of Côte d'Ivoire was resolved through arbitration, a proceeding instituted by Ghana pursuant to the mandatory dispute resolution provisions.
I was basically the cartographer for the Ghana team with respect to negotiations. So we had a lot of procedures, and in terms of also trying to calculate and analyze the possible maritime boundaries, what we were to lose or gain from all possible scenarios.
After 3 years of proceedings, the International Tribunal for the Law of the Sea, ITLOS, ruled in Ghana's.
Back in 2009 till about 2012, when we went to court, and that was the ITLOS proceedings. The line that we proposed as Ghana during the negotiations, and which we stood firm on, of the methodology and the techniques used by the court to delimit the final outcome for Ghana and Côte d'Ivoire.
There was a ruling by the International Tribunal of the Law of the Sea so far as our western boundary is concerned. But it doesn't end there. There's supposed to be an implementation of this verdicts of this rule. So there are continuous discussions between the bank is yes, nobody is encroaching on anybody's area, or no activities are being done by citizens of both countries. The lagoons and rivers that there are some rivers and lagoons that also separate the country, and so that one has to be properly delimited.
Including oil-rich blocks where exploration rights had been granted by Ghana. Ghana got more space further deep into the maritime space when the UNCLOS granted her an extra approximate 350 nautical miles called the Intercontinental Shelf.
Of marine space beyond the 200 nautical miles that the UNCLOS prescribes, and possibly exploits or also manage that space very, very well. GMPCs make sure that Ghana knows what is out there in terms of on the seafloor and the water column and beneath the seafloor as well.
Overall, Ghana's experience with the maritime dispute reinforced the importance of deep space, but also on issues surrounding her mandate of the Ghana Boundary Commission. With the acquisition and setup of office space and the recruitment and secondment of staff, the Ghana Boundary Commission became...
According to the Public Service Act of Ghana, every organization is expected to have a scheme of service. Here we have on our organizational structure the governing board as the apex for administrative purpose. Then we have the of the commission.
The Ghana, as we started, will keep approved by the Public Services Commission. We have set up various departments, like the Research Department, the Policy Plans and Programs Department. We have the Boundary Operations Department, we have the Administrative Department, we have Survey and Delimitation Department, and then we have other auxiliary sections within the Boundary Commission. We have devolved in the Boundary Commission is to have an executive management committee, and that is made of all directors and key sector heads, which discusses policy issues and structure and policy orientation.
Legislative instrument to run affairs, the Commission's work got underway.
The Ghana Boundary Commission has a law that has been established. The act was passed by Parliament in 2010. However, we have realized over the period that the functions of the Commission itself is not widespread as compared to other neighboring boundary commissions. Additionally, the membership of the board of directors of the Boundary Commission was limited and did not cover certain key areas. So this is one of the key reasons why we had to come up with a new bill so that it will replace the current act that we have that administers the Ghana Boundary Commission.
Welcome to the highly anticipated second edition of Spectacle. This is the pressure we're talking about.
The scope of the producer's work. From there, we just jumped on the train.
Chapter 2, Chapter 3 to 6. Your ultimate destination to an unparalleled entertainment experience. Get ready for the hottest vibes, the juiciest gossip, and unfiltered interviews featuring top-notch pundits. We will dive into the latest buzz from Parliament.
The micro-minority.
We will explore the intriguing, ugly moments in entertainment. Join me, your fabulous big sister Higa, as we uncover this and many more other captivating stories in the thrilling journey through the entertainment landscape.
This man is an angel in Africa.
In a world that demands resilience, only a few rise to the pinnacle of greatness. For those who are chosen as extraordinary individuals are beacons of honor. Those who have been through the depths of utmost dedication and unyielding perseverance. Excellence is more than an achievement. It is a stride toward influencing change and leaving an indelible mark on society. The Millennium Excellence Awards, the most prestigious awards in Africa. Recognize.
Up next, Breakfast Show.
Breakfast News here in our studios in Accra. And in some few minutes, opioids worth 22nd female Director General of Prisons, Parliament to address health concerns and confidentiality. Fuel prices expected to drop significantly in late March. And Rwanda severs ties with Belgium over neo-colonial delusions. Don't forget, we are streaming live on Facebook at GTV. Forces has made changes in the command of the Ghana Armed Forces. A statement issued from the presidency and signed by the president's spokesperson and minister in charge of service chiefs for the Ghana Armed Forces. They are Brigadier General William Ejapong, Acting Chief of the Defense Staff; Brigadier General Lawrence Kweku Betano, Acting Chief of Army Staff; Commodore Godwin Livinus Besing, Acting Chief of Naval Staff; Air Commodore Eric Ajin Frimpong, Acting Chief of Air Staff; and Brigadier General Glover Ashong Anan, Acting Chief of Staff. These appointments take effect from March 24, 2025. Meanwhile, President Mahapong Pepra at the presidency, Mr. John Mahama thanked them for their dedicated service to the nation and assured them of his willingness to rely on their valid experience, varied as the new Director General of the Ghana Prison Service. He also announced the appointment of 2 acting security chiefs, DCI Samuel Basantali Amadu as Acting Controller General of the Ghana Immigration Service and DCFO Daniela Mauli Into Sapong as Acting Chief Fire in Ghana's security institutions, stressing the need for strong leadership to enhance efficiency and public safety.
Roles of the Ghana Prison Service, the Ghana Immigration Service, order, upholding justice and protecting lives and property. He emphasized that the efficiency directly impacts the well-being of Ghanaians, the rule of law, and Ghana's global reputation as a peaceful and stable nation.
Seasoned professionals with years of experience, unwavering dedication, and a thorough understanding of the institutions they have now been appointed to head. Their track records speak for themselves. And I have
The newly appointed Chief Fire Officer was directed to spearhead fire prevention efforts, enhance emergency response systems, and enforce fire safety regulations without compromise.
The Acting Chief Fire Officer, Daniela Mausi Sapong. As Chief Fire Officer, your leadership must focus on prevention through public education, emergency response readiness, and strict enforcement of fire safety regulations. You have my full assurance that this administration...
For the new Director General of the Ghana Prison Service, the challenge ahead is to modernize Ghana's correctional system, shifting its focus from mere incarceration to rehabilitation.
Our new Director General of Prisons, Patience Bafuboni, the responsibility falls on you, Mrs. Bafuboni, to lead the charge in transforming our prisons.
Addressing the responsibilities of the new Comptroller General of the Ghana Immigration Service, President Mahama stressed the importance of securing Ghana's borders against illegal activities.
For our new Comptroller General of the Ghana Immigration Service, Samuel Basantali Amadu, I charge you to intensify intelligence operations and work closely with other law enforcement agencies to dismantle human smuggling networks. Surveillance at all entry and exit points.
Prison Officer Patience Bafuboni assured President Mahama of effective prison management
services in our part of the world. In 20 current 1 CD 80 pesos. And you also are on record for being the first and only sitting president who took time off your busy schedule to visit the prisoners at the Insawam medium security prison. And they are hopeful that with the initiative come true.
To the outgoing heads of the Ghana National Fire Service, the Prison Service, and the Immigration Service, President Mahama extended his sincere.
Now, Parliament has inaugurated Speaker of Parliament, Mr. At the inauguration ceremony, the Speaker of Parliament.
The 6-member board, chaired by the Speaker of Parliament, Mr. Orban Bagbin, comprises the Minority Leader, Alexander Apenyomakin, Majority Leader, Mahama Yariga, Clerk to Parliament, Ebenezer Ahuma Jitro, former MP for Afajato Asibeyibwa, 2 co-opted members, First Deputy Speaker, Bernard Ahiafo, and Second Deputy Speaker, Andrew Esiama Mwaku, are expected to bring their expertise to the table.
I swear by the Almighty God.
Addressing members of the 9th Board and management of
challenges that need to be addressed to ensure that safety and security of members and staff. This is vital in achieving uninterrupted and effective functioning of Parliament. I believe the 9th Board will work assiduously to make this a reality.
The ceremony was followed by the inaugural meeting of the new board for the Parliamentary Service. Rachel Kwoti, GBC News, Parliament.
Marking to establish a dedicated hospital. Party leader, Mr. Mahama Ayariga, 2025, where Mr. Apenyomakin emphasized.
The Speaker, to seeing happen in the 9th Parliament. 1, a hospital for Parliament. We are within certain confines. Great costs for this Parliament, the Commons. Even within the chamber, there is enhanced security. Here in the public gallery, anybody at all can throw anything at a member of Parliament. And at least to depart from this old infrastructure, though it's fit for purpose, of the legislative arm of government.
Right Honorable Speaker, I definitely don't believe that a hospital is the priority. Very close to it's adequate to provide stage in the finances of this country. We should have a political class building a hospital especially for itself and not wanting to mingle with ordinary Ghanaians and the facilities that they use. So Parliament, we have a clinic which is in keeping with what most establishments have, and I believe that if anything at all, we should just improve upon the issue of security. I do agree that we need to rethink the way that our compound is arranged and etc. I don't think that the security issues I totally reject as well. At this
The shipment was en route to Niger, its final destination.
A joint operation at the Tema Harbour led to the seizure of a mass consignment of unauthorized opioid. Manufacturer details included 26 cartons of tapentadol 250 milligrams, 160 cartons of tafradol, 100 cartons of Timakin tapentadol 120 milligrams, and 190 cartons of diazole loperamide 2 milligrams. Officials say the quantities and dosages of these drugs far exceed the limits set by the Food and Drugs Authority, FDA, raising serious concerns about their intended use. The Chief Executive of the Food and Drugs Authority, Dr. Mimi Darkon, highlighted a worrying trend of drug trafficking. She said the seizure penalties associated with prescription drug abuse. Though the shipment was documented as being in transit to Niger, authorities say it was not properly declared. Present at the port expressed deep concern over the rising misuse of pharmaceutical drugs and called for stricter monitoring and enforcement.
Per our rules and regulations, per our laws, there are only 2 areas, designated areas, for the import international airport. Drugs are not imported through our land borders, and therefore I encourage all the stakeholders, even if it is paracetamol and it's going through our land borders. So the law is clear. We're not going to reinvent the wheel. In fact, we are also looking at tightening our regulations regarding transit goods, because usually they hide behind transit goods.
Market, where they are abused by vulnerable groups, but will be immediately disposed of under strict supervision.
To answer questions on alleged corruption-related charges against him. A statement issued on Monday, March 17, 2025, and signed by the special appear in person before the OSP on June 2, indicating his suspected return to the country.
12/2025, the officer, a fugitive from justice for failing to respond to an invitation to address high-profile corruption investigations. During a media conference, wanted individual and must return to the country for questioning on cases involving the National Cathedral Project, Strategic Mobilization Limited, and other matters. Condition and Monday morning acknowledged a lawsuit filed by Mr. Oforiatta contesting the declaration that he was a fugitive. The statements also revealed that Mr. assuring the OSP of his availability. As part of this arrangement, the OSP has mandated Mr. Oforiatta to appear in person on June 2, 2025. The statement warns that failure to read notice and the initiation of extradition OSP emphasized Kemem suspect in 5 ongoing corruption investigations. Meanwhile, the former Finance Minister, Mr. Ken Oforiatta, has filed a lawsuit against the office for declaring him a wanted person. The suit, filed at the Accra High Court on Thursday, March 13, 2025.
The significant decrease in fuel prices, driven by a drop in global crude oil prices and a corresponding decline in refined products prices, 4.5% drop in petrol prices. a 3.8% decrease in diesel, and a 3.9% reduction in LPG. Dr. Riverson Opong explains to Energy News.
And the stability of the city, or we call the forex. In the past months, we've seen the city hovering between 15 to 16 cities, but stabilized. And the word in the future sales market impact at the pump price, the international benchmark prices for sales. That will obviously affect the landing price for the BDCs to lift.
Now let's do some international news. Rwanda has cut diplomatic ties with Belgium, saying it has been consistently undermined by the European nation during the ongoing conflict in the Democratic Republic of Congo. 23, a rebel group at the center of DR Congo's crisis. The authorities in Kigali, Rwanda's capital, have given Belgium diplomats 48 hours to leave the countries and labeled Rwanda's decision disproportionate. Despite assertions from the UN and US, Rwanda has denied backing the M23. In a statement, illusions.
Good morning. Yes, I'm better today than yesterday. What about you?
I'm very well, thank you. How is the weather looking like today?
Yeah, thanks so much. Morning over the entire. We are anticipating some few areas like other parts of the country. We expect the sun to break through today, making it bright, sunny, and then a bit hot over the entire country. We expect temperatures around 34, 33 for the coastal strip, 34, 37 for the middle and the transition. The north, we expect temperatures around 38 up to 40, 42 degrees Celsius. Those around Bolgatanga, Navrongo, Boku areas, Sandema will be in the 40s today. Those of us in Tamale, Yendi, Salaga, Dambai, advising that they should try as much as possible to avoid the hottest parts of the day between 11 and 3 p.m. And then also try to be hydrated. A wide brim hat to shade them from the direct solar radiation. For rain today, yes, we have some few rains over the southern sector, those in Ho, those in Akimodan, Kufuridia, those around the Volta and part of Greater Accra. Yes, some stormy weather over the oceans, especially going towards Cameroon, Libreville areas. They need to take precautions. Water lake pretty cool now, both areas into Atimpoku, and then likely to affect some areas around Soka Kofe.
There you have it. Let's take precautionary measures. And that was Felicity from the Ghana Meteorological Agency. That is how we wrap up for today. For more news, log on to the second edition of the Ghana Tradition. Please stay tuned. We have more for you. I am Nadede Aye.
Buying 20 disinfectant, buying stain remover, and so on. You were buying liquid soap, buying zone power bleach, factories, and no beer. It was so used.
Shea is a 100% natural oil, just a pea size of all ages and has no side effects. Medshea, the natural way to keep mosquitoes away.
Welcome to the highly anticipated second edition of Spectacle.
This is the pressure we are talking about.
The scope of the producer's work. From there, we just jumped on the train.
Chapter 2, Chapter 3 to 6. Your ultimate destination to an unparalleled entertainment experience. Get ready for the hottest vibes, the juiciest gossip, and unfiltered interviews featuring top-notch pundits. We will dive into the latest buzz from Parliament.
The micro-minority.
We will explore the intriguing, ugly moments in entertainment. Join me, your fabulous babe, Sister Higa, as we uncover this and many more other captivating stories taking the thrilling journey through the entertainment landscape.
This man is an angel in Africa.
As we always say, payments.
Get ready! The Obonu Mega Cash Lucky Box brings big wins. Dial *426*4# on all networks. Follow the prompts, pick your lucky box, and win instant out. GBCGhanaOnline.com and win up to 500,000 Ghana cedis. Remember to follow prompts, play now, and win big with Obonu Mega. The Obonu Mega Cash Lucky Box. Start just multiply.
Meridian Atema. I mean, those are the lyrics that I know. Welcome to the second day of us bringing to you everything Ghana. Somewhere in the studio, Jay, what's up? The cooking at the palace
and everything.
You know, to wrap up the show, it was also
the
beautiful.
Cultural dances.
The cultural dances. And we
as well, yes. For the breakers and everything. It was a nice deep dive into the Ghana culture. So we want to say, Wanamo Fiamo, Ojeko, to #GTB Breakfast. Welcome again.
Welcome again. Lots on the show this morning. I have know about it. Then we'll bring you sports. The Black Stars is on the news. They are beginning the training. We'll bring you all of that in international sports news. Our main discussion today will focus on prominent Ghana personalities. Thelma will sit down for that. So there's lots on the Ghana-centric side.
Oh, yes,
Jay,
yes. Well, what for topics throughout the Tamo headlines with Kafui the Tamo showbiz inside the Ghana Palace, a journey through history, culture, and tradition. So a lot coming up on this guy. Chofa che enu chofa eha elache. Chofa che enu chofa eha elache. Yes, basically saying a physician does not drink medicine for the sick. How will you get well if the physician is taking the medicine for you? So let me try my guy again. Chofa che enu chofa eha elache. Yes.
Nice, I like it.
Oh yes, exactly.
Sounds very rhythmic.
There's a lot happening. So Studio One, Ghana Palace, we are doing a deep dive into our heritage.
Jay, you're about to be the main coming from a Liverpool fan. We're back. Centric feel of the breakfast show this morning. Achomi Maltiti Saida Sadek, and I'll be doing the discussions with Jay from Studio 1, and then we'll be crossing with purified drinking water. And on today's health segment, we're focusing on the human papilloma virus, HPV. Now, its transmission-associated health risk, cancers, the importance of vaccination and the role and provide practical health advice. So you'd want to listen to this so that you don't run along with the myths that you hear all around what HPV is. And to do this discussion with me is Dr. Barbara Entra. She's board-certified family medicine physician. Dr. Barbara, is the month for HPV.
Yes, March is the month for HPV.
Right, absolutely. You can watch the conversation on GTV Ghana. We're streaming live there on DSTV channel 278, our website, gbcghanaonline.com.
HPV stands for human papilloma virus.
Okay.
And so, as it says, it's a type of virus.
Right.
And we know there are many viruses. You know, we had COVID virus some time ago, but this is another type of virus. And there are many HPV viruses that affect human beings.
Okay.
Maybe between, they say, 150 and 200 of them. More importantly, they also cause cancer. Genitalia, that is in of the womb. But it can also cause cancer of the vagina. And in men, they are not... they are also partly, they are also involved. It throat, it can do that. Contact. And so to 90% of people who have had sex at one point of their lives may acquire HPV virus. The good thing is that there are a few who which means they don't cause cancer, and some are malignant. They can cause cancer. Yeah. So the ones that that are of utmost importance to us are those which can cause the cancers. Yes.
Okay.
Sexually transmitted infection.
Wow.
Yes.
Not HIV,
no gonorrhea or chlamydia, but we don't hear a lot about it because sometimes when people are infected, it's not obvious. Like if you had gonorrhea, something is happening, and so you go and get it. And that is why, because that is when we will find
the condition and complication starts.
Remember, I had mentioned that, okay, let's say you are, and that's the most important. We have low-risk HPV, stuff like skin warts, you see genital warts, flower lesions around. In women it's the vulva, main ones. But if you get then, and it persists, remember I said persistence. Then unless you are screened, we will not know good screening tests that people can do. And that is why that's one of our main thrust. Information, education we do to help people who are treated. So actually from the time you get the infection, there's a period where you may have a pre-cancer lesion. That is 10 to 15 years before somebody who is infected going through the pre-cancer stage, and then cancer. So it gives us a wide window of opportunity
to do something,
and that is where the screening is important.
Right.
And that's why we have that message to the public.
Is the vaccination like the cervical cancer? See the symptoms that present itself are not.
Yes, and even during the pre-cancer stage, serious, close to cancer itself, which we can talk about later. Screening. For screening, and then she goes for screening. She's either clear or they may see a pre-cancer lesion, and then that can be treated. So, but then the other thing which we mentioned earlier on was the vaccination. And actually the vaccination is usually given to treat the children between the age of 14.
Okay.
A country like Rwanda has been vaccinating their children for over 10 years.
Rwanda is actually far advanced.
Yeah, they are.
Seeing the urgency of doing that.
I know there are many Ghanaian, top health officials who know the importance of HPV. Fully, we'll keep our fingers crossed. They said it will come out this year.
Okay, free vaccination?
Yes, they'll add it to the schedule for the children.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so they would vaccinate children probably between the age of 9 and 14.
Right.
Now, when the vaccine first came, about 15 years ago or so, the children were having 3 vaccines. It's a series of 3 vaccines.
Okay.
Yeah. But now they found out that they are able to, vaccines that we have, some of them are 2 and up to the age of 26. You can be vaccinated even up to before they become sexually active. Yeah.
So somebody who is first of the vaccination.
Well, once the Ghana government gets it, there's a special vaccine alliance which supplies the vaccine to pretty cheap for them.
Right.
But right now, if you are a woman and you say, okay, I want to go and get, for the adults, you actually need the 3 series.
Okay. So, very pricey.
And parents are vaccinating.
What about the treatment? So,
okay.
the screening.
Yeah, because
to be treated, right.
So thank God, women who may visit their doctors have heard about the pap smear. Okay. And that has been used for many years, the pap smear, where you go and the doctor will, or midwife, nurse will
it's very uncomfortable.
But I always say that if you've had a baby before, it shouldn't be bad from the cervix, surface of the cervix. And we either put it in a special fluid or we scrape it onto, we smear it onto a glass slide, and then it's taken to the lab, and then they look for changes in cells associated with the HPV virus, and so they'll generate a report whether the virus. Visual inspection with acetic acid. Acetic acid is actually vinegar, and what we do is that we paint vinegar solution and wait about less than 2 minutes. And if HPV has infected the cells, they're whitish. So it tells the person screening that something is happening to the cells that are weak, 3 days, whatever. So if anybody is screening such a woman and she sees that, then the woman will be referred to have other tests, like the pap smear, and then the other one, which they take a swab from the cells, whether HPV is suitable. Change the pap or the HPV.
Okay.
Because when we are swabbing you, we want to see the whole cervix, and so the vinegar will take it up.
Right.
But as you get older, that area tends to go inside. So sometimes for people who are older, we advise that they do the pap or the HPV.
Right.
Now, the tests also, it's according to your cheapest test.
Okay.
Yeah. It may be anywhere between maybe $45 to 60 cedis, depending on where you go. And some people subsidize it. Like I have an NGO, so we subsidize the screening.
Right.
But
They understand
it's more
the
value to them.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. So you'll be interested. It's interesting to know that even if you go to and I've screened women in marketplaces, I've screened women. People may do it at an antenatal cleaning to the people in the community on Cervical Cancer Awareness Month, which is in January. This is the HPV one. Some nurses, midwives who have been trained to screen, they will go to the community and screen them there.
So it's not antenatal clinics, your NGO that
some
provides
people
services.
also they may be going to have a gynecological surgery. And so with the treatment, like in Ghana, cervical cancer, that is preventable. And there are treatment modalities that are used. Some are surgical. Some are, they would remove part of
prevent childbirth.
Because of course they will give you something to numb you and all that. But there are not many nerves around the cervix really.
Right.
So of course, if they find out that the cancer has spread, they may remove the whole uterus and the cervix. So it depends on the stage. For the pre-cancer lesions, they may use that method to take out, part of the cervix that is involved. And then the other things that could be used for the coagulation, heat is used and applied to where the lesion is on the cervix, And with that, they use like a magnet, the thermocoagulator, and it's only a few seconds, 1.5 minutes, and it's cleared. And then you have to hold. It's also applied. It will kill the cells.
Let's a few seconds on
society. It's a worldwide organization with people from different countries, and Ghana has advocacy together because we want there is a body, and there are nurses, doctors, lab scientists, awareness, and then lobbying so that we get the vaccine in the country.
Doc, lots that you have given us insights on HP females, early screening, early detection, how it says. Well, she has a social enterprise and physician, and she's been giving us expert, analysis of Ghana. You can watch it again, understand it, and know how at risk you are and how you can get treatment early. I am Alti Decider Sadek. Remember that this show is the Gas-centric show this morning, and we will be crossing over to the palace as and when the Gat-Mancha Palace, I must say. So stay with GTV Breakfast.
Technologies is taking place in Accra, Ghana from March 17 to 20 of 2025. African scientists are pioneering gene drive technology to combat malaria, and this event will bring experts together to discuss genetic solutions for tackling vector-borne diseases. The Congress, co-organized by the National Biosafety Authority and the African Genetic Biocontrol Consortium, will focus on genetic biocontrol's potential in a changing climate. Key discussions will include malaria control, innovation 3, aiming to use science and technology for socioeconomic transportation. I've been joined by 3 guests. The first is Dr. Fred Abuaji-Enchi, who is with the Department of Animal Biology and Conservation Science. Good morning, sir, and welcome. Yes, seated right next to him is Madam Vaiba Ahuja, who is the Chief General Manager, Biotech Consortium India Limited. Good morning, ma'am, and welcome to you as well. And to Authority Ghana, good morning to you all once again, and welcome.
Good morning.
Thank you. To best understand the conversation and to delve into it, I guess in layman's terms, we want to know what genetic biocontrol is. If you can help us with that.
Talk about genetic biocontrol, it's good to bring us to a point where we would all understand what it is. So you have 3 words: genetic, biocontrol. So let's start with biocontrol and what it is. There are 2 big words, but essentially what it is we've all had that experience. You get a cat, or eliminate, the mice completely. So that is what you call biocontrol, where you're using one organism to control, another organism that is not desirable in your environment. So this can be one that is a natural enemy, of the organism within the same environment, or you can introduce a new, organism into the environment to control it. Various technologies, biotechnology, to control what you have.
Okay. Well, I was hoping you would say something about cockroaches, but...
Advances have happened globally in modern biotechnology, you see. Not just in any country, but globally. Like information technology has changed our lives in the essence to biotechnology. And there are techniques like genetic engineering, gene editing, and gene drives, These are the technical, in agriculture, genetically engineered crops, and so on and so forth. Lot of products are coming, and we have these gene editing techniques which are helping us to hear that a lot of such developments were early scientific community, the regulatory. We have these genetic technology for solving our problems. And I think this can definitely contribute to solving some of our problems, like he said, insects, mosquitoes, and so on and so forth.
Yes. Dr. Fred, we're talking about vector-borne diseases, and we're talking about biocontrol and everything. So moving forward, how best do we solve this?
So when we talk about vector-borne diseases, it's important vector-borne disease in sub-Saharan Africa. And using such an approach to control that, using gene drives to, there are several that as of now, presently, most of the developments are taking place in the lab, and we do believe that in the next malaria vector, Anopheles, ultimately that's what we are looking at.
Okay, so does that mean an end to mosquitoes, or just that when they bite us, we just won't get malaria?
Currently there are two approaches that are being worked on.
Okay.
One is called population suppression, whereby you can engineer the mosquitoes to control their population, such that and the other approach, which is called population replacement, whereby you can engineer the mosquito such that it will not be able to malaria. So those are the two.
I think we can have it rolled out when it comes to 10 years or now. But there are some. And how have you dealt with it over the years?
It's a reason why we have regulators within the space, and as researchers, and technology and innovations. And in the history of mankind, we know, what can happen without regulations. And that is how come the same government which is saying, I am driving, economic development with science and technology, knowing that able to achieve its end of having these technologies being utilized to help our economic development, at the same time to ensure that so that by the time a product comes to market, we are not only sure of what the potential harms can be, looking at the pathway to harms, we are the way. And it's part of the reason why we have this whole, about the use of to hear everybody. That is how public engagement is so much important, and it's an integral part of what we do as regulators.
Like when you interact with the public?
For now, we haven't done any formal, from our side, we haven't done any formal engagement. We engage with the public, hear what the public, has to say, and take that into consideration, in our decision making as
to the party for less developed countries, the developed countries and the rest of the world.
Yeah. So that there are a lot of discussions, safety assessment, how we should be rolling it. A conference of parties, which was held in countries were represented, and there a set of guidelines have been accepted globally, by all the parties, which will be the base public. So we definitely see a lot of part of the development metrics. And to do, and in fact, gene editing is one of the bases of the development of genetic biocontrol organisms also. So that technology is very easy. Build out the national regulations, easing out the use of the technology, taking into account the sentiments of the, like you said, public engagement also. And then we have investing a lot so that, some products are also going to come up in the crops area very shortly. They're releasing, and so, we can see it's very easy to do. And also the level of the scientific research has definitely increased. That is the most important thing. Yes.
The technology itself has huge potential beyond just beyond malaria, for veterinary use, for even for crop pest control, and so on and so forth. So when it comes to research funding, our government and from aware, most of the funding that we get from the West is being cut over the years.
USAID and all that.
Yes. So with that charge of the
time where these technologies will help us battle perhaps sickle cell cancer and all that.
Yeah, when you talk of gene editing, it's already being used.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I'd like to thank you all for coming into the studio this morning. I've been speaking with Dr. Fred Abuaji-Entry, who is the Department of Animal Biology and Conservation Science, and also with Madam Vibe Ahuja, who is the Chief General Manager, Biotech Consortium India Limited, and Kwame Deasamoah Otre, who is the CEO of the National Biosafety Authority, Ghana, on the second Global Congress on New and Emerging Genetic Biocontrol Technologies. Thank you all for coming. There's a lot more up next there, but Maltiti standing by with sports. Please don't go anywhere.
Welcome to, we're sampling the Ga tradition, bringing it, narrowing it down to stories. Let's begin with the Black Stars. because they are in the news for good reasons. Moving into the 2026 World Cup qualifiers, the Black Stars gathered in Accra on Monday. 2026 World Cup qualifiers. Now the team will face Chad at the Accra Sports Stadium on Friday, March 21, before traveling to Morocco to take on in getting the team ready for the challenges ahead. Now, not for duty, with the rest expected to arrive later. Ziggy Joseph Wallacott, Benjamin Asari, Gideon Mensah, Mohamed Salisu, Razak Simpson, Antoine Semenyo, and Kamaldeen Suleimana, and Kamaruddin Mahmoudou. March 18, 2025, that's today, with the remaining Minister for Sports and Recreation has made a passionate appeal to Ghanaians to throw their weight behind the Black Stars as they prepare to face Chad and Madagascar in the 2026 World Cup qualification games. Adams made the call during the Black Stars' first training session on Monday, March 17, 2025, emphasizing the importance of unity and support in achieving their goal.
You need it just like any other person. Qualification is like the air that we are breathing. That's how bad I need it, and so I need it, just as any other person needs it, just as you, the media, need it, just as Ghanaians out there need it, I equally need it, and I know the players also need it. The coach himself have told me he also wants it, so we are all working towards that. Let's see how it goes, and I know God will smile on us. I just told the players that there's nobody better than them on this African continent. So they should.
The Minister Kofi Adams instilling motivation in the players that there's nobody better than them in the African continent, and as they say, the world. Now, the president of the Ghana Football Association, GFA, Ketu Kreku, led a delegation from the Executive Council and Regional Football. Kreku emphasized the importance of collaborative efforts between the Football Association and the Sports Ministry in promoting football and sports in Ghana. Ketu Kreku acknowledged the vital role of a stronger partnership between the two. Kreku also emphasized the importance of addressing challenges constructively through balanced and fair reportage. Empowerment story, because Rafa to Union G unopposed and takes over from Herbert Mensah, who is now president of Africa Rugby. With her extensive background as an athlete, actions which drew the presence of key stakeholders, including World Rugby's Dave Gilbert and the acting director general of the National Sports Authority, Yampofo Ankara, also saw the election of new board members. Prince Kweku, Emmanuel Carlos, Abdul Said Samed, and Sakut Amenga Etigo were all elected unopposed, with Anita Tieku taking up the role of women's representative. And the president of Ghana Football Association, we did say earlier on, meeting the sports minister and how pushing for collaboration. So that's how we wrap up the sports on GTV Breakfast. But let's bring you what's happening in the world of sports. And so I'm going to take you to the board pretty shortly to bring you what's happening on BBC Sports, GBC Ghana Online, Sky Sports, and ESPN. Fatu Inusa, who has been elected for the Black Stars, and they are training sport. And world number one, Ariana Sabalenka, 2664. One other tournament has been beaten by this 17-year-old, and so you definitely want to look out for her. She is on her way to big things. Premier League, and Arteta must be joking. Now, there's this other story on what Arteta is saying. Let me just take you back so that when I bring you that story, you will. For that, Messi is left out of Argentina World Cup qualifier. So this is for the Major League Soccer win over Atlanta United, but report Ballon d'Or winner has a low-grade injury to his adductor muscle. Unfortunate news for Argentina, but we'll see how Messi heals and joins back the squad. So I did say the Chelsea story, you know, Arsenal beat Chelsea over the weeks. I also saying that, has he seen their attacking, midfield? Their guys are solid. So that's the story there for you. On ESPN this morning, comments. And the Arsenal people are happy people this week. We can't say same for the Liverpool people. And the Magpies, who have broken the 70-year-old jinx to win. Get your sports news on gbcghanaonline.com, local and foreign. I am multi-decider Sadek, and we will be crossing over to the Garmanche Palace for the Ga part of the show, showing you tradition, culture, and letting you understand all the history of the Ga people.
Over to you.
I go Mambike Swalloy. When we phone, where Manchester, Niji Niga. We have recounted the history of the Ga people today on my mind, even from pre-colonial Ghana. Welcome to GTV Breakfast. Wow.
Well, welcome to day 2 of us spending time here. Yes, and then I'll be looking forward to, walking inside the Gamanches Palace. We'll be taking a historical journey through culture, looking at drawings on the walls, and so telling the Ga story, the Ga way. Welcome, my name is Valerie Danso.
Indeed. So stick around with us. Promises to be very exciting. headlines, and I have a stellar cast here to look into the issues. Ambassador Ni Ayikwe Utu is a former Attorney General and former High Commissioner to Canada. And in the middle is Niboy Abe. He's the head of the family of the Princess Amelinkpa Taki family. And closest gentleman, welcome to the palace. There was a big story yesterday where Ghanaian customs officials seized approximately 20 million cedis worth of opioid drugs at the Tama port. Health Minister Kwabena Minta Akando has pledged to prevent Ghana from becoming a hub for drug trafficking. Additionally, recent investigations have highlighted the involvement of powerful entities in facilitating the influx of opioids into the country, and it's raising concerns about regulatory oversight. We've had efforts to do public education campaigns and stricter regulations on drug importation. With Ambassador Otu, is this a new thing? I mean, there have been so many drug busts over the years. What are the challenges really in preventing?
Because they keep producing these drugs and they know the harmful effects that they get. And these are normally smuggled. Think of controlling pain to take their minds off. And it is when it is abused that it becomes something else. Or if you have gone through, yesterday somebody showed me a video of his own dog, 5 big dogs just attacked him to the extent that they had to cut both. Such a person will go through a lot of excruciating stand. Now, what is the big deal? Again, if you start it, I mean, most of you are in the media, they die very early. And most killers and abuse of drugs and all that having with Canada, Mexico, and the youth, you keep talking, they won't listen. They are so adventurous, they want to go and try it. And you may not be lucky. Some may try, they have a little, difficulty with it, they advise, then we have a psychiatrist or something here. Others, they try. Why do you even want to try it? So it is the adventure of the youth, number one. Number two, the drug dealers making a lot of money, from what I know that when they are caught, under the narcotic, because there's quick money, love for money. He knows that when he smuggles a few of these drugs into the system, he will make lots and lots of money, So it's a huge problem. It's a wide problem. It's not a Ghanaian problem. It's everywhere. And it's worse in the Western countries.
On the regulatory side, what can Ghana do really?
Oh, no. I mean, all the regulations are there. As I'm saying, you make illegal profits from that kind of thing, which confiscate even your properties. And yet they continue doing that. So it is the quick money. They even recruit young girls into the business, promise them all sorts of things, give them, carry them on the body, take this. Now with the X-ray machines, it was killing people, but now they say you should go to the ICC for some of those things. So, I mean, it's like armed robbery. Nigeria was shooting armed robbers. They didn't stop. Ghana introduced. It's education. We keep education people. And the worst part is that it is the well-to-do people in society whose children rather fall victim to these things because they come easy by the money. And they can go and steal their parents' monies, go and buy drugs, and you is going by itself. And otherwise, people like to shave. They don't want to see this why, as we used to call it at the university. But wear dark goggles to hide the redness of their eyes and shave off because they say that your head becomes so hot. I'm telling you. So I said, so if I shave my head and put on dark goggles, am I not showing evidence of doing those things? So I don't want to shave my head.
That's all.
I will shave it. I don't even want to wear goggles. Finish. Things like that. So it's quite a problem. We visited the Accra Psychiatric Hospital. And there was a part there secluded for rich people's children and the rest. Educated well because their parents want to make to go. It's education, telling them of the dangers that they should not get involved and punishing these people continue to punish them hard, make it unrewarding.
So punishment and education.
Yeah.
On the education note, I'll come to Mr. Nino Abe. Is the education going down? Are the youth getting to know of the dangers of opioid drugs?
Yes, because currently, if you should, and then you see these young people trying to jump at it. Most of them will do this thing, doing it, and being rich men's children. The rest, and these things are as if it's a statue. We must also commend our custom officers at the ports. They are doing a good job. Some of these gallant officers, obviously, whoever imported them would maybe through the agents try to compromise them to let this thing go. But maybe they stood their grounds and ensured that this drug haul is busted for purposes of stopping its further flow. The truth of the matter is the destination is to plan for Accra, but to outwit the authorities to suggest that this is not meant for Ghana is on its way out.
So it could probably it was meant for here.
It's I think education homes to trying these substances, and these are or whatever in very extreme them off shelf or whatever. At times they are even in restricted parts of the pharmacy. Okay.
So more regulation, more education.
Exactly.
Okay.
That is the
what is happening to the body when people take opioids?
Well, let me just start by saying good morning to everybody, and good morning to Mr. You know, dancing and going out, and at that time of Jimmy Hen, then you raise inquisitive, and cocaine is another derivative of alcohol, yes. And you find that cocaine comes from coca leaves from South America. This one is, I think, from the Afghanistan area and all. So it's the addiction that becomes the problem. And when you do
just one hit,
yes, I think the biology of the person. You have to be like, it's like alcohol. You have people. This is also you can equate it to alcohol. You know, alcohol, I think, destroys a lot of people even more than the cocaine, because government encourages people even to drink. The VAT on alcohol is not as much as what you see on these illegal drugs. So we need to, as it were, talk like we talk as I thought they would be, with the issue. We used to children smoking or indulging in alcohol. I look at his face, I know it's but like we were before. Ghettos more than the African tramadol or what there. He said, hey, Charlie, no more that. Yeah, I will drive away. I can drive all night. Oh, is that right? Okay. But it can even depress you.
These people.
Well, so
what's happening?
It will be the side effect. He's not getting enough of it. It's not getting the amount that is no drug. Then he falls into comatose, the side effects of it. It's not laughing, or you see something that is very strange about the body. Yes. So these are very bad things. Parents too have a responsibility to have an eye when you are working in your house with the children or your grandchildren around. You have to have a forensic eye, I call it. You are walking around, even if you're at work, you must be able to if you're there. That should be a red flag. They listen more to his corner, then you have a problem, a huge problem. So
Is it easy to get people off the addiction? I mean, medically.
Sometimes you need like nurses and doctors to wean him off the drug. So you can start slow dosages, small dosages, small, and then you wean him off. Okay. But that could be in a very confined environment. I mean, Ambassador says here that most of this high profile. I remember a time that Michael Jackson came to live properly. And all I know they give was a benzodiazepine well. So our boys in this music business are out of the system. Or you are
people's children, the rest. You find them in the ghettos. So it is these same people who steal money, huge monies and go and spend it with their friends in the ghettos. They supply. So you see, was talking about the money aspect, that when they don't have the money, that begins to, I don't think it's that extent. All the petty stealing.
Station for some matter. At the university, who was the source was very worried. You know, so
almost
become addicted to
it. And the children think that there is money to spend on foolishness, smoking weed and all sorts of things, stealing the money.
That is supposed to come out. And when you take these drugs, so, you know, and this is sung in this, they cannot, it's now totally absolutely, I think, the person might be doing it for years. So it is imperative.
A lot more must be done.
It is imperative.
A lot more must be done. Before trying to grab them, but it's a report from a Nigerian drug trafficker. 2005, it's a report from a Nigerian drug trafficker. 2005, some passes were never recovered in the seized at Kotoka. Seized at Kotoka. In 2016, 500 kilos of cannabis, also known as ganja or weed, seized in the Volta region en route to Nigeria. 2019, NACOP intercepted 152 route to Nigeria. 2019, NACOP intercepted 152 GRA and NACOP seized 1.4. Arrested a syndicate smuggling 1,200 kilos of cannabis opioids. Syndicate smuggling 1,200 kilos of cannabis opioids concealed in a medical supplies container. Opioids concealed in a medical supplies container, and then recently, which is just yesterday, an opioid bust at Temaport saw customs officials seizing 20 million. At Temaport saw customs officials seizing 20 million. Ambassador Ni Ayikwe that I want us to deal with. Ambassador Ni Ayikwe that I want us to deal with. This has to do. That I want us to deal with. This has to do the Ghana government launching. This has to do the Ghana government launching the blue ways of this project. 400 years in region. The blue ways of this project. 400 years in region is parting river health action. Ambassador I'm interested in the collaboration. Possibly be aware. Interested in the collaboration. Possibly be aware of what's going on.
Most of the and you allow people to come and engage in the gathering. You know, some of the chiefs who are involved, and there's that school of thought that why don't we empower to ensure that people are stopped. Like we just spoke here about drugs and the benefits, the economic benefits that accrue from it. And you know, Galamsey is also about gold and others, and it's also about gold and others and money. So when will they stop in fighting Galamsey? You don't see anything really coming out. I do recall 2020 thereabouts, whilst ND's MPP saying we will arrest all of them. NDC say, oh, don't mind them. NDC say, oh, don't mind them. When we come, we even release program on the. We lost in all those areas. So why should we go there again? They have taught us a lesson. We don't want to lose. We don't want. For example, our president was saying that people need to work, so we must try and balance, what is happening with, the need for people to find jobs to do and all that. So honestly, I am a little bit worried whether indeed we intend to fight this thing, or whether because of the economic advantages we are deriving, to the extent, if you remember 2020 that the Galamsey people decided that they were going to give pickups to the government to the opposition, because the processing of license. So they want more. It's a huge border. It's a huge. This group that they are taught to go and fight, they are unable to do it.
You're not too confident that to work.
Oh, they make sure that the people, Parliamentary, okay, to assist, but to use them as the main. No, I doubt. I mean, we are looking at the surface of the other time. When we got to Nsawam, the color will tell you that they're seeing the color. And then, the MPP bringing in.
They want the quick money.
And
Palm takes a long time.
Palm and tree. And I think there was an effort to even, if you purify and they still keep on once and for all. Is it a military thing? I don't see how these people as a backup to the military, to give them information about what is happening. So they can, I don't know whether they are going to arm them. Are they going to be armed? That's a good question.
The news doesn't say anything about that yet, but we'll have to get more information.
Our private securities, they only those people most of the time we hear when they guns. So if they are not holding any gun, maybe as people to lead this fight, and it's a certain period, and make sure that we don't give our Chinese coming. Who took them there? Well, you know your own people who took them and went and showed them the place to do whatever it is that they are doing. And then you turn around and then you complain that it's Chinese. But how come that nobody is able to see? Because their color is clearly different from our color. So you see a few people working there, you think they are not Ghanaians. Just even make a report to somebody. But you go and almost every time they are busted, you see a number of Chinese involved. Other ways of doing, mining without necessarily alluvial mining, this kind of thing, using water to wash and the rest. When I was in Canada, do this alluvial thing. They don't use water. There are other means. I remember even our MPP brought some machines which they said those alternatives.
Indeed.
But otherwise the money keeps driving everything. It's the money.
It's a bit like the drug trade as well.
It's just like the drugs.
Isabe, Blue Water Guard initiative to deal with galamsey.
Greatly Honorable voices destroying our water bodies everywhere, every time. And the financial inducements is what overrides every form of, reasoning. Right now, our newly appointed Minister for Lands and Natural Resources, he is giving new promises. Such had also gone on in the time of trying to also get a group to go maybe out of school and are being trained, not even, over. Okay, so there was a time when we had footages going around in social media where a police officer, uniform, kingpin, you understand me? It was so demoralizing to see, okay? Somebody who to basically do the right thing, now being complicit to what is ongoing. Ghanaians in front, right some. Okay, so these young men who will go and fish out information and then give it to the military to pounce on people who are still, because I've also seen footages with people who are saying this galamsey will never stop. It pays more than anything, and it's the money. No coffee.
No problem.
You see, so until this thing, is done in the this galamsey menace is going to stop. Not going to stop. When you look at our river bodies, now the Ghana Water Company is even finding that they get to enable it be made drinkable for the population.
I think only the Volta region and Greater Accra, the last regions,
because they are all heavy with metals, cyanide, and all of that. So at the end of the day, it will maybe cost them more, but it will have also effects on the consumers at the end of the day. These things don't happen in a day. It takes a length of time before you realize the effects. You go to the doctor and then we be contaminated. And we have had predominantly infested with this mercury and stuff that.
So briefly, are you confident that this Blue Water Guard initiative thing can make an impact?
Well, I don't want to sound pessimistic, but they should be given the opportunity, particularly empowered
The fight against galamsey. This is another new dimension.
It's a country that has been blessed with gold, the curse on us. I'm saddened that somehow we are not able to, as it were, grapple this thing by the scuffle of the neck. Should have been able to quickly have happened. People have got, and that's what we have facing us stuck in the face. Well, complicated matter as it is suggested that will help. I'm for it till we can get to a certain formula that will help. There are those who do not have any job to do that to go and do galamsey. How do we sort them out financially? I expect that as we go on, we get more challenges because when you look at the DRC Congo and Rwanda and the challenges going on there at the moment, it's to do with minerals.
M23 and all that
yes.
stuff.
And at the back of it, stopped, then you can see a darling boy of the UK, not very long, ambassador. All because of these minerals and gold matter. And see how best we can reshape it for those who have earnings to have from it, to be able to have a way to do it from some form of illnesses like non-communicable diseases, like kidney diseases, high blood pressure, and all water. What are we going to do about it? Sit down and constantly review the strategies that we use. If this doesn't work, what do we do? If this doesn't work, and then look at templates that I used to say in South Africa, and challenges like that. What are the methodologies that can work? The scientific methodologies based on science, not some voodoo man comes and say, hey, Charlie, let's go to the village and get there. It's gone. Those days are gone.
1034, we've looked at the opioid education now because the Asante policy. During a meeting with education affecting students, Otufo emphasized that additionally, the Asante was to focus on those in need.
Well, you see, I think the proctor evaluates, but we don't care about the evaluation. Why are these taught and listen to feedback? Perhaps it would have changed course somewhere along the line.
So they were not listening?
But, sure. Everything looked very rosy to us, that the feel-free education was just doing that fine. We are told we are coming to learn those things from it. So every policy which will be about politics, and we will leave off. I'm hearing, are you saying that all these things were part, of the problem? I thought we had sufficient food for them, buffer stocks, like widespread. But what are we being told now? Is it that widespread that they didn't have food?
Yeah. If you talk to the people who went through the system, they'll tell the children. They'll tell you.
Or done something about it. It's huge. And
maybe feedback was being seen as opposition from
politics. If it is true that it's not going down well, and that there is a need for some change, why not? But why flip-flopping at once say that, no, we are going to stay the course. Now you see all the problems and the things they are talking about, creating the impression that it's something that they would want to.
Maybe policy should be politicized.
Politicized.
That's my takeaway from you. Mr. Abe, free SHS. Let the people who can afford it pay so that the government can afford.
I think it's for 32 the second. There are a few parents who are willing to pay that are served on their children at times look a bit skinny that they are being given. Evaluation plays a major. It's a policy on which I stood and won election, so it had to be bulldozed through. However, splendid as it was, 3.5 million, education, and when the education levels in these children are actually of a certain class wishing to come and take over, they need to make sure that children from either better households or the less privileged are all given the opportunity. Some are brilliant, but needy. Because of a few cities, you see somebody and then the inability to also go to school with other colleagues might, let them veer into something that ordinarily wouldn't have been their choice. But when you are left with no option, you take whatever comes your way. At a point in time, you could realize that when we were even looking for this 3 billion free SHS should be looked at, that is obviously ways we could get under
tweaks. So the rich people should, your brief thoughts on the free.
Those who can pay should pay. You should, like, ask people, go and pay your tax. You know, some will pay, some wouldn't pay. You know, so if you make it like, look, somebody has to pay for boarding and we will pay for feeding, you know, we have to look at those issues. The whole thing started with a political jive, like free SHS. And most people who don't have, but they loved it. You know, so President Nana Akufo-Addo drove through to it. I remember him going, I think one of the biggest budgets in the whole financial sector. You know, we have also the objectives will be well described. So it's not only the feedback; the policy must be so coherent that you follow it constantly. If you don't, and you get to the review point, or what we call evaluation point, you can also come back and say, look, we are getting it wrong here. Let's go back and do this. Oh, we are getting it wrong here after 1 year. Like every big program, mistakes will have. Talk about review. We should review it. Well, the schools are even poor. They're having a walls around it. Problem. And the teachers themselves. And something is happening. All these incidents that happened, there was a case that people were behaving as if they did slide.
So issues ahead that need to be.
A lot of issues that no coherent policy. So why do you go for something that you can't pay?
No, it's not that we cannot pay, but there's a bet.
Something that you can't pay.
No, it's not that we cannot pay, but there's a bet. It's huge. You know, it's very, very huge. So it led to difficult balance. I will agree with him. You know, to say that those who can afford must pay would lead to discrimination.
Yes.
Why don't we just say that government is going to take half? Reduce it drastically. More and more people are educated and they understand the issues better.
Ambassador, we didn't talk about the football.
Football. We're playing a game on Friday.
Yes.
We'll win.
We will hope that they don't watch football.
Football. We're playing a game on Friday.
Yes.
We'll win.
We will hope that
you can watch it. Talk to them.
Yes, please come. We'll see.
Ambassador, High Commissioner to Canada and former Attorney General. Palace, we've got a lot more. We're locative, and then we will be taking a look through the palace itself with Valerie and her team. So you stick around. This is GTV Breakfast.
Before you go, at least once again, we have to send us this palace.
Yes,
you know, it's something that must be harnessed and then promote
the breakfast.
Right.
That's what I'm the way money
personalities, the culture and everything with Thelma at the Palace. We're coming here into the studio to brief you a bit about Trek GH's The Volta experience, doing this together with Lifestyle TV. So, ladies and gentlemen, thrill seekers, adventure lovers and explorers at heart, have you ever dreamed of escaping the ordinary and diving headfirst into an unforgettable adventure? Well, the time is now. Trek GH presents The Volta experience. Now, just picture this. Bump and hike up the legendary Mount Afachito. It's Instagram worthy. You can share all this We are touring the Monkey Sanctuary, the Blue Waterfalls, and a canopy walk. There's a candlelight dinner, a movie night, indoor games, hiking up Afajato, lunch buffet and pool party, and then the party on the bus with DJ Phantom, you know, and that's going to be fantastic. The bus will be leaving GBC, the forecourt of GBC at 6 a.m. on the 22nd, so you don't want to miss it. We have Mount Afaja, we have the Willie. Yes, 020-510-7705 or 030-395-9604. Yes, you call. Probably brought to you by LSTV. This is called the Volta Experience. So as we're experiencing the Ga culture, you know, it's going to be amazing. It's going to be packed. It's going to be fun, and I want to see you all there. All right, trek GH. We won't trek too much, but it will be an adventure-filled one. And keep watching the show. There may be prizes coming up for you, and then you get to get yourself a ticket to be a part of this experience. All right, all right. First up is 77, 54, 20. Three winner numbers are 77, 70, 90, and please remember that I'm also here. Yes, please bring us a share because I've announced the winner. For me to also do some birthday dedications to everyone. First up on the screen, we have happy birthday to Mrs. Augustine J. Darko of a wonderful day filled with joy and Tina, and also to may your day be as special as you are. Best wish. Happy birthday to Parkwesi. May Allah's protection and guidance be with you all day, Haron, Harrison, Afo, your children, Jaden, Jeremy, Jason, and Janelle, along with your loving wife, Anne, your sister, Adjoa, and your parents, Lady Bishop, and President, many successful years ahead. And your sister wishing you happy birthday. Richly bless you all that. And to Emilia, I can't say happy birthday to you, Emilia. Your big sister, Beatrice Okanse, is sending you love and prayers, asking for God's blessings to Madam Patricia Anderson of Savior Basic School, health upon your life. Happy birthday to just coming in from his wife. We love him so much. Of course, we love to call him Dr. Boat. I don't know why the screen has changed, but we will show that picture. And and my fighting mate. I'm beyond grateful to have you in my life and wish you a day filled with joy, love, phenomenally special. Cheers to another year of happiness together. Happy birthday to you, sir. And now everyone else, enjoy.
In a world that demands resilience, only a few rise to the pinnacle of greatness. For those who are chosen as extraordinary individuals are beacons of honor. Those who have been through the depths of utmost dedication and unyielding perseverance. Excellence is more than an achievement. It is a stride toward influencing change and leaving an indelible mark on society. The Millennium Excellence Awards, the most prestigious awards in Africa.
Fear the man can wa bahodia. Tuan betumo. Mobile mo sanke kawa na stay be kwa from her. So mo have sham. This one can be what
buying 20 disinfectant, buying stain remover and so on. You were buying liquid soap, buying zone power bleach. Factories and no beer e was so use. You didn't crack so yeah.
First of all, I think that God has been the architect of my life. I never knew my mother very well. The school in the village had started, but I wouldn't go to school. As soon as my grandfather is ready to go to the farm, I'm following him. What I didn't know was that he had arranged with his sister and his nephew that he would bring me in the morning and they would trick me to take me to school. The next thing I saw, somebody had lifted me through the window. And I still remember the window that I was pulled through. My public secondary school, I can say, changed my life. So when I see people getting into all manner of things that bring shape to them, I know they do go to APAM. Because either you are an old Apasian or you are not. But if you are, you have to live the motto of the school.
Showing every Tuesday and Thursday at 8 p.m. Starting on Tuesday, March 4th.
Get ready! The Obonu Mega Cash Lucky Box brings big wins. Dial *426*4# on all simple. Dial *4 and win up to 500,000 Ghana cedis. Remember to follow prompt. Play now and win big with Obonu Mega Cash Lucky Box. A minimum of 5 Ghana cedis to play. Your lucky box awaits. The Obonu Mega Cash Lucky Box. *426*4#. Win big and win large. Terms and conditions apply. If NLE approved on the Caritas Lottery platform.
Welcome to the highly anticipated second edition of Spectacle. This is the pressure we're talking about.
The scope of the producer's work. From there, we just jumped on the train.
Chapter 2, Chapter 3 to 6. Your ultimate destination to an unparalleled entertainment experience. Get ready for the hottest vibes, the juiciest gossip, and unfiltered interviews featuring top-notch pundits. We will dive into the latest buzz from Parliament.
The micro-minority.
Today, we will explore the intriguing, ugly moments in entertainment. Join me, your fabulous big Sister Haga, as we uncover this and many more other captivating stories in the thrilling journey through the entertainment landscape.
This man is an angel in Africa.
As we always say, Spectacle, it's all about the entertainment.
Good morning to you, Your Royal Highness. Tabiene. Okay, unupai basho ake ha ni wakase no Ghana history. We are going to engage more with our elders to learn more about who the Ga people are and which of them have played some, even in the pre-colonial independent struggle, these prominent Ga personalities. And the welcome back to GTV Breakfast. In addition to Numo, we've been joined by a historian, a poet, and a cultural activist who will also be sharing his perspectives on this conversation with us. Nikwa Dintre, welcome to GTV Breakfast. It's a pleasure to have you. So yesterday we started a conversation to present-day locations spread across the country. I think that the last point we were making was about how the Gamashi is different from the Osu and is different from the La, and understand why the divisions exist when we are all Gans. He is Gamanche for all the Ga people, on why the divisions exist and why the Gamanche is only Manche for the Gamashi people and not for the other Ga tribes that we know.
Me?
No more? Yes.
Yes, okay. Yesterday, you realize that all the chiefs that are, and then they all attend meetings, the recent past new Gamanche. Niamogi started to Usu Manche. Now, I don't know, I was saying really the limitations of these paramount chiefs were endorsed by the Gamanche from this very...
So the Gamanche gave them freedom?
Yes.
To operate?
They are detaching themselves from the Gamanches to allegiance to Gamanche.
Okay. Ni, what do you have to contribute to this?
Thank you. Took things for granted. There was, as Gans, don't go away from me. That was the idea. But if we had known pending signature to documents, yes, that's what happened. You know, it's quite unfortunate that we are not seeing the strength in the unity that we had. And we've drifted away from the center, thinking we can do it all alone. Now, when the state, the bigger body of the state comes against one town, what can you alone do? By the united front, you have a bigger voice. Let me give an example. There was, to the governor, the Gamanche.
Was this in pre-colonial time?
Pre-colonial.
Okay, so pre-independence.
Pre-independence, yes. It's a documented history. Stopped. And mediate.
What we've done as well as we could have, perhaps. They know who their Santehene is and the scope of power that he wields. Mm-hmm. We are not there yet.
Yes,
what's the progress towards this united front to bring the gains that Ga people are looking for?
Individually, people friendship, we go, people are connecting. But when it comes to the collaboration,
from the chiefs?
From the chiefs and the clan heads, this is where we expect that collaboration, that unity to be reborn, to be reinitiated.
Okay. I'm asking all this because we are going to talk about prominent Ga personalities. And I'm guessing that scope extends beyond Gamashi, prominent people in Gamashi, but it goes into Osu as well. So who do we say? Nameji hena no bi ni ke ebaga obanyo wacha megbeake moneke prominent people who we can point to and say this person. I'm guessing you won't have a conversation without mentioning his name. No more. Let me start with you.
Yes. Kentucky you are in our present generation has been the word, the name, the icon that every Gadangwe person would love to talk about if it comes to achievement, if it comes to chieftaincy, if it comes to principles and then other delegation of officers and then allocation of personalities to make sure that the Ghana state moves forward. The King of Accra. Kolewoko.
Where is Accra?
Accra is the
boundaries.
The area that they speak Ga is Accra. The traditional boundaries within which the Ga language is spoken is Accra. Everywhere you at the Homoa Festival, the performances, anybody at all, whether Alagba Minjo, awodu domino after fa afene fe kokecha gani and it is a cry.
But now it's been watered down because Ablekumeba Kuma. Okay.
To me, in Leno, Yake, Kiagbe a dance show. Mo fe money amo dam in a yempine, Ibache, Hene Biokeshoni.
So Kentakitaria was lord over all these areas where the Ga language is spoken.
Ga language is spoken.
Ni, what did he contribute what was his most significant contribution, Kentakitaria?
Kentakitaria United Ga, they intellectualized everything.
How long did he rule?
The year has escaped me, but he ruled for a very long time.
Okay, and under his leadership and the other clans who now have their own paramount.
See, the issue with the name you mentioned, Gamashi, happened to come from Gamashi, but not for Gamashi alone. Yes. You see, this kind of segmentation is what we have to overcome.
Okay. I just want to understand whether at the time of Kentakitari to understand that, so I can situate it in today's context.
Over the entire expanse that you can think about, yes. He ruled over everybody and everything monolithically. We came in bits. So there's that common by side. If had not been our language, we would have been together. And leadership from Gamashi was able to rule over the others.
And that was in Kentakitari's time.
Well, Cheme. Then Niamugi's thing. And then Niamugi's demise, I could say that is when these Paramoncilla, this thing started. Then, who made us within the Ghana states owes allegiance to him. And then he played his role very well. Let me give you a typical example. When you, as I said yesterday, when you go to Osu, you see same payment there. You go to Matosu, you go to Teshin, you see Asola also there in La. You go to Nungwa, they are there. So all these things doesn't mean it was created just by fun or for fun. That is because when you should look at these from other tribes are visiting, set up the entourage to meet Osumanche's presence is according. To which they are also given. So you see that all this that we, the Osu people, because our lands are here and there, we are having the highest land in the government because the white people were the Gamashi Manche because we're installed from above, giving us Gamanche all the time. We are here. This is our land.
The succession is a whole other conversation that perhaps we should have about how a Gamanche is chosen and who determines who the next Gamanche should be. The contention here at Takitaria days where he was of the Ghana. You want to, a quick one, because there are other personalities you want us to talk about quickly.
Yes. Madumo in Ghana. We have Madumo Procedural in Ghana, where there's ban. We call that name. There's a house called Krokoto Way. When Lakpan back pay you, they come all the way from Krokoto Way to go and beat the drums for La Yokbemo. When Numo is going to be installed, there's that collaboration with. So I don't see why we in time one traditional area will
not Bonnie.
To add, yes, you were talking about this Niamugi. Let me put it this quickly. During Niamugi's time, before he made, he set the decisions to make sure that all the other parts of the quarters should have paramountcies. There was a customary right which was performed here that all these paramount chiefs submitted a ram with a drink signifying that they owe allegiance to Gamanche. And it was performed right here.
In this palace.
In this very palace. And then we have living leaders who can attest to these events. So, which is only valid between we, the people, and then the government. The stool and then the government is trying to destroy the good tradition that we have. I don't understand. This is the problem. This is what we should try and then have a table. You cannot have a paramountcy without having a lord. Who nominates you?
Okay.
Who signs for you?
Okay.
Please.
So pre-colonial and colonial era, we've talked about Kintakitaria the first. Now we are on another key personality, Nikwabna Boni, and his activities, especially around 1940. Who was he a chief over?
Said that the qualities of a good leader, following of his people. These are the tandem. Show leadership. Go against colonial powers. A chief, without the benefit of high education, was able to stand his ground, call his people and say, we are not going to do, or any Congress or any political party to push him. He said, no, we are not going to do this. And who inspired we have to do
a fighting spirit,
and we shall do it. I'm not, but I want our chiefs of today.
So for Nikwade's courage that he learns from, what can we learn from the life of Nikwabna Boni?
Now, would only found on the shelves of history able to come on board Kakaloy. That abano no money say na moye.
Beneficial.
No mona no kedjomo ketri ne share your blamboni be at all times. Because none of fear is still rings bell in our ears and our minds up to today.
So of the three gallant soldiers, the more intense independent struggle that we saw. So his name is in there.
It was a mixture of everything. The people were so intense, a little spark. Just a little spark. So I believe he initiated the movement. That was the final push that really catapulted us to the fight for self-government. Yeah.
And people pride themselves on having one of our own as part of the Big Six. Mr. Emmanuel Obeche-Bilamte, what did he do?
Emmanuel Obeche-Bilamte's history, if I should say, without politics, his name wouldn't have been heard. Because you realize that it is only a particular political party that comes into power, and then they talk about Obeche-Bilamte for some time. But we, the indigents, that we own him as our father, our grandfather, there has never been anything in honor in his name.
There's an Obeche.
We are the guys that we all in his honor. There should be events. Sometimes it happens that the history of our brave men gets washed down the drain because we don't even project them.
And we know that in that family is also the late minister Jacob Obeche-Bilamte. He also came from that. Yes. That was his grandfather, I believe, if not his father. He's one of the Big Six.
When I live in a country where I can't see any honor given to heroes, what do you expect me to do? I wouldn't quote. I will not quote.
Schools, buildings, sometimes whole communities after prominent people.
We only name after them. What next? We have to show appreciation. We have to do something more for today's age to see the importance of dying for your country.
What is the Ghana state doing for?
Yes.
In honor of the...
You see where we are sitting today was acquired under the tenure of Mr. Yisi Kwe, who was the mayor, and Nkrumah, acquired this place to be used as a mayor's annex.
He acquired it as a personal
property? For the mayor's office. To be used as an annex.
And how did it become the Gamanche?
He had it in mind. He had it in mind Mr. UC Kwe, a royal of Akumajing.
Beautiful question.
No. Born and bred in Kolewoko.
Kolewoko.
Yes, sir. Is an uncle to the current Akumajing. Have you ever heard of his name? Never. Just to give an example of what we don't do as a people. We don't recognition.
Charity begins at home. So why you can make a case for we've honored the person up to the level why don't you do that?
Yes. You also know that for some time it's not been easy with Ghana. So we hope and pray that all.
I have another name on my list called Atoko. Some of the areas where Atokwashi's name was almost a household name. I mean, after Swalaba all the way up to even Akotolante, because the family lived around those.
Atokwashi he's more got into politics because he realized that when O'Brien no chumobe, O'Brien, what Nibia Kenya, Yakoma, he be commodle, honor, but Fietene, a Fietene, Wakwake, Wanya Wafi, something now.
Let's not wait.
Let's have the feelings that this is what you are supposed to do. But you heading men and all. What to question Mayamaka, a jig Daniel, a Janglish, Ajumako, ni Ajumaku de Rampo, Eba Yamakuicho, Danny, a choice, a tuning sang Ewa, Osha Fort, James Fort, I will a more, a jele, a dumoshi, a fake campaign, ni Nkrumah Kena MP, your do that.
Odododio has an interesting story. I'll let you tell it to us quickly. We have only 10 we now call Odododio. It was previously Ashedukete. Anate Anangme Anate. What's the story of Odododio? Why does it have such a name?
Odododio, the enclave you see over there, Ashedukete previously. Odododio is a fight. It's a friendly fight between two groups. You know, in those days, you show your strength by pitching it against your fellow man, not to hurt, but to show that, to subdue your friend with your muscles. So it's such that two groups will agree to fight. So on the set date, one group will be there, other one will be there, and one will shout, "Odododio!" Another group will respond, "Hawaii," and they will come and clash.
The guys love their fun, don't they? And that many of whom were inspired by this group called Wulome. No, you are a Wulome yourself, but you don't sing. But this group, they started something in the 70s and the 80s that gave birth to all these other traditional Ga.
Wulome, the same as Anita, she had the concept of to entertainment.
That was the founder of Wulome.
Yeah, that he did very well if it comes to music. If it comes to our language, lyrics, cultural roots are all domestic. That we live happens to have it as
they have to cover their head.
They have to cover the Roman. Also speaks a lot. Perform. They are the only group who seek the permission from the Nile at that time before performances. Now it's all them in white, you see them in red and then that stuff. But you see, Wulome has never changed the traditional colors and the traditional outfits. You understand? And then looking at Wulome playing with their lead vocalist, Namanwa, used up to date. When there's a program everywhere in Ghana and they start playing Wulome, you see that the tempo changes.
Everyone is on board.
Every grandmother's had something they call dance. Yeah, when you dance, it's a live band. That
Pantalon.
Pantalon, yes. That thing is coming back with this generation. But as it's coming back, we are trying to, and other. It's very fine. But Wulome, we have Nocheme, we have the Bukon Dance Ensemble. Meneka Sheno Wanake, Kashek Malogo Fiona, Kolomashiba, Kolomashi.
Right. And that's more active.
Yes, that's more active.
Then you can, it's more danceable. But the contribution of songwriters, prolific ones like Sakakwe people were, and I'm sure that you will mention some of them.
All the way to the beach. I was looking at the cocoa being carried to the ships. Where are we selling this cocoa, and how much do we get? So he used the power of the language to question politicians. Yes, some of the things they did. And then you see, folklore. It's one way of preserving your cultural element. And it's about the central drainage system designed by
sewer system.
Yes, by Buzia, when all the roads were dug, and you know. And then this song, it's about the World War, the destructions. They did all this, and then you see, in your language, you have your history, you have your entity, you have everything. When you are able to keep your folklore, it's one sure way of preserving your history and your tradition. That's why I love Ulome.
Where are the women in all this? We haven't mentioned a single woman, and I know a woman that history should not forget. Okay, no more. Dodia Kaibi.
And then
the Queen?
The Queen.
Okay, what did she do?
Ruled the Ghana people for some time. Correct word for me to use. It's not a regent.
A regent.
It was a regent.
Yes.
She was a regent.
Okay. Yes.
Who looked back for the kings when they went for war.
Okay. So she was a warrior.
She was a warrior. She was a warrior who never went to the war front, but she was a brave warrior who ruled and had it.
Okay.
And then it got to a time how cruel she was.
Strict.
She was very, very more than
to the
strict.
point of wickedness.
Of course, Dede Ashikinshan the financier. All the political activities that took place in Ghana was centered in Gamashi. Yes, in Gamashi. So many Ghana women helped the CP run the party and their political activities. And Dede Ashikinshan was prominent. Yes. Makola woman with so much wealth. And, you know, politicians have...
So everybody.
But in this case, meant by providing CPP with money.
Coins, 50 peso coin. So that's a bit of history for you. It's from the Palace of the Gamanche. We've been doing this with Numu Akwa Mensah III, who is the Nai Wulomo, and Nikwa Dentre, who is a historian, poet, and also a cultural activist. We have promised that we will send our cameras to them individually so they can tell us a lot more about the Ga people, who they are, and what they've contributed to this country called Ghana. So it's not the end of the story, it's just a pause to catch our breath and then get on with other things until we are able to bring those interviews. Numo Kenny, Nyayuradon, Mindanyeshi, Akeshinyekewe Bagbagan, He, Sunny. If you want to watch this all over again, GTV Ghana, we are streaming live. We are from the Gamanche Palace in Accra. We'll have some cultural performances. The Ago cultural group is here and others, and the items that you see. There's an elephant that has a little animal on top of it. What does it mean? It's very significant for Ghana people, but we'll take a break on that music. We'll be back.
Taki the second. Taki, yeah, as in Gamancha Taki.
Welcome back to TV Breakfast. We are in the Queen's Kitchen. Once again today they are coming to Rago. Na Juyo Oshedu Obolo Juete Chofayelo. Hey, this name there. Mini Chofa you. Chofa Fetu. So Chofa means medicine. What does that mean?
Okay, so it is divine fortification.
Divine fortification.
No, well, I am immune rather to chofanji. Or call from Keba. Iyomo.
Manya blabo. Who find a way as a brand.
Manya denchema. Take many difference. What's the difference? Why do some people say quickly and some people say quickly?
A bear quickly. Fine. Day quickly.
So those of us who say quickly, we are not.
Oh, fine.
We have to correct all the winning.
When I wear 10 down. What did you do a echo? Yes. Yes.
The mix of pineapple,
orange, ginger,
shito, cashew. Nakai.
So with some cold symptoms. As soon as I had to find, he's killed. So walk us through. So there's palm wine. And some of that.
Wabafe in Sashua, which is the fresh fish light soup, pepper soup. no ele ayole clack 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 ne do obanyo ke come ya yes usually no ko ni afa wonu na afa yes it's a starter.
Sorry.
Yeah, it's a sure. It's a sure who work so ne like pepe ni ke ofa ihani la chako una Paul say ne timo fe ke egbele kelewele ye die e kenkete enie agbene wo ba fi ashankun. One of the snacks ni a large game ashankun ake amadan chulu ni fio amadan chulu eni wo shie lene kaklo she na ke mamuwo mi.
So this is pounded
ripe plantain ni sabola yemi oba han le oda na fuflu muchulu na shimi okeba futu keke wo boye ba mi keke wo ke wo front no mi wo ba shan.
She's going to make it
oba
to bake.
Yes.
Trust that it will taste
delicious. Agbene wo ba shan bolo.
Okay.
Le wo ke atomo ke mama atomo. No ake shan bolo atomo ke abeli eboni ke afona ya fe ma ka gbele no boni wo ke ho pepele keke manye keke wo ma aton ami wo ke ba futu abolo wo ke ba futu atomo na ho wo ke ba pato ma mi basically san keke wo ke atomo efutu wo ke mi keke wo shan. Yes.
Excellent. So it looks like we are in for a very, very massive treat. But the star of the show is
it's down there.
And you will see this at any Homo festival, whether it is in Gamashi, whether it's at Osu, it's at La Teshi, or even Tema. This time with palm nuts. Why is it only palm nuts with that?
Oh, me, the potato most of the time, me simplify.
There was not enough
food, yeah.
So they used for the
work for any, for him.
And so that made the obvious choice for the cockroach.
So it's always goes
to the work for it.
Tumobenu ochohi no wie. Wo pepule wo nu ake meat alo lalo eho. Ison lo son ewo oda yemi. We showing we onyankle. Lo e kwesumo na ibai to ma jele.
Full of fish.
Yeah. Ene neke onyankle. Ene saflo.
So no meat in there.
Find that there is no book where you realize that yeah, like fast.
I see you are making some banku as well. What's the banku doing?
No, I believe you know ni.
I believe I feel like I'm for.
I'm a for ni. Agbelo. Adioye.
Okay.
Ayo. When they are cracked corns.
And all our Christian friends are also fasting.
Well, I played you here.
You see, now I have to step back carefully because when nature when you can't can be baba.
I can be no beta. Vocabele mamu echi. Ewo efutu. Ke hene bi eboke yo ewo mi. Oba ho ke mashida. Fine.
Because if you put it in this one, expect like this, will embarrass you. I plead you.
This is how it is.
So we've seen now Oboshi Taki the second, who is the agent to cook
Mama.
This is the famous Odido.
Odido is
that
ready.
Was trust that your sinuses will be clear and anything that is stuck in there. So we are seeing the pineapples and all the other ingredients that's been put into the Odido. So this is good herbal tea. There's sugar cane.
Yeah.
Pineapple.
You should try it at home. All this is coming to you live from the palace of the Gamanche. As once again to all the Ga foods that you should really be tasting. If you're watching us, leave a comment under our stream and we'll read some of them as we are. Because depending on what time of the day it is and what okay.
Ni te da ke ni wo wo se wo ho ni chon akpeteshi ni pure down.
So we can use palm wine to make.
That's what is used. There are other things like the sugar cane one, but akpeteshi denche ten akefio. Because
and you it was an ote
gameke oye ni apa ejo kotoku emi. Ko ba ka e wo komie denche. Bonita flat e mo fe mo yo komie gangbedi be a. Ko ba sia lo ba ye. Ni bi baba o ya komie. Na ni komie wo na kan no.
Okay, wo bi ane tiger nut ele o mi le fi
atangme very very nutritious. Atangme ehike ha mo ni ye ni mpo kenyo ekpe atangme
if you don't have
an appetite it's so nutritious. Like it has so many vitamins and other things that the body needs, especially if you happy for ni ekpe atangme for no if you're richer.
Okay, good for breastfeeding moms.
Exactly.
You get more milk
exactly.
if you have more of the tiger nuts, which the guys call
when you work if you atangme mlichi.
The right tiger nut pudding.
Work more feel. Then I abele no hu ni akefio. She mene akeni joshelo ye bie keni okay ayebu. Gamani homo esecho. Woni eni komi homo inyemi boli echo ne won wakeni ashiko.
Okay.
Ashiko ele hu abele manya ha wa wale bibio ne se na abele na ho.
Okay.
Ni waka ko shijo. Abele na ho is also a snack. Actually ashiko.
Okay. Ina keshin ni bia uno ke ho dido
si garlic be odido mi osukon hu be odido
Okay.
Mene me fe yemi odido osukon ke garlic ke fe akefio woke wolo tamon sasho ani wo le shito
so that it will lose some of. See, we've introduced you to lots of Ga foods.
Ashiko.
I'm waiting for that koshi to be put on top, some coconut to be added, and then we'll start digging into it, having a taste of something originally Ga. Right here from the Queen's Kitchen, Manye Patashi. Manye Patashi, and you want in Yam of Femalo Manchepe. Oh, fine, a camoconta or Yang Bebanye.
Oh, fine, a care in the Shenye no Ebanya. Check 0243556075. Manye Patashi. It's a mobile bar.
Okay.
You walk out travel about setup if you walk
near snack.
Daji.
This is your flag. They know
the soup bar.
The soup bar.
Online.
Social media.
The soup bar, Manye Patashi.
Manye Patashi is where you get all these and more. And
authentic.
Authentic Ga.
No na shimi that be ene wo ho le kron nye na ke wo be mami floor ye coming no
but this is Manye Patashi. We'll go and check on other things around the palace and then perhaps we'll come here again to wrap it all up. But if you need any catering service, authentic Ga traditional meals and more, you can reach them on their social media platforms. And the soup bar, the performance, and then the conversation around the palace on the symbols that you are seeing on the walls. We'll take a break. We'll be back shortly.
That's a long way.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Wow. When I dress in language. Adinkra, no fair cook meaning.
Ene gbobilo. Ene coach egbo ke wa na.
Ni mean again? Jinyame.
Janyongo. No ne.
Shimoko eko meko huni ye bobo eno mi ehie sanfleko.
Sanfleko nkpo. Le hu samai. Sanfleko nkpo kole gan.
Ono na moni.
Adowa ke boni o kole oti o ha. Mo fe mo eye moni nyole. Allo na le na kai. You work okay show Oba boy show
So it's about wisdom, and we're talking about this totem, this symbol where the emblem. You must be very smart if you're a small animal like the deer or the antelope to get on top of an elephant. So the symbolism is that no matter how great and mighty you think you are, somebody may be smaller than you, perhaps does not have as much as you think you have, but they may be able to have something that you don't have, and so they'll pull a fast one on you, and they may be able to get on top. So a lot of symbolism going on around the Gamanche Palace, and everything that the queens wear is a testament to this.
Samai ni yo mi chon oshidam. Okay. No ewo coach egbo ke wana.
Okay.
Chon akeshi. It's the tiger. Coach legit tiger. Okay. So the king of the animals is the lion. But the king of the forest is the tiger. Okay. Ewo becomes its skillfulness and ability to control the forest doesn't get old. Okay. Nino say no cheme. No say arrow no ne.
Oh, okay.
Hunter.
Gain. Okay.
No ne. Dani woye janyongmo ni wona game anime. Ene atole lame. No na ni lapan ehion lapan wulo mo hion. Atole obanyo okenyense mi fe echon isu.
Now that we've learned about some of the symbols and what they mean, let's go and get a bit active in the dancing corner. Then we'll whip up enough appetite to finish all this food before we leave this Gamanche Palace. Today, Neil will sack us from here. If he doesn't come down, we are not going anywhere. So here is some more music of authentic Ga, traditional drumming and dancing live from Gamanche Palace. See you.
Ghana City Bungalow contains security features that is used to authenticate the note and verify its genuineness. On the left side of the note, in the plain star area, when viewed against light, is the watermark in the image of Tetekwashi in the cocoa pod. On the right side of the note, in the Big Six area, when viewed against light, is a line running from top to bottom. At the lower left corner of the bungalow, 200, 100, 50, 20, and 10 is a greenish golden symbol with a shiny golden bar that moves up and down when the banknote is tilted. On the 200 and 100 Ghana cedi banknote is a 3D image stripe running from top to bottom. When the 200 Ghana cedi is tilted, the star on the state sword expands and contracts. On the 100 Ghana cedi, the bird on the parliamentary maize flaps its wings when tilted. The 50, 20, 10, 5, and 1 cedi have lines running from top to bottom called the security thread. When the note is tilted, the star in the line expands and contracts. At the top right corner, visually impaired and the blind, know the Ghana cedi and keep it clean.
In a world that demands resilience, only a few rise to the pinnacle of greatness. For those who are chosen as extraordinary individuals are beacons of honor. Those who have been through the depths of utmost dedication and unyielding perseverance. Excellence is more than an achievement. It is a stride toward influencing change and leaving an indelible mark on society. The Millennium Excellence Awards, the most prestigious awards in Africa, recognizing excellence.
Hello, Ghana! Get ready for the unforgettable Bobobo Easter Fiesta. Join us on Easter Sunday, 20th April 2025 at Mofra Place, Jolu Accra at 12 noon. Witness the thrilling performances by the 2024 National Bobobo Champions, Elon, Elikem, and Asoglu Bobobo groups, plus a special performance by the All Ladies Agbaja group. Early bird tickets at just 70 cedis before the 1st of April 2025. Tables for 10, 5, and 1. Available with exclusive benefits. Dial *920 *922# to buy tickets or book a table. Benefits. Dial *920 *922# to buy tickets or book a table. Media partners: GBC, GH Media, and Hotel FM. Top Radio. Media partners: GBC, GH Media, and Hotel FM. Top Radio and Global FM. Call 053 Bobobo Easter Fiesta, where culture, music, and heritage come alive.
TV.
Run right in. Yeah, cold, huh?
It's gonna be a big kettle.
And let me know if you strike oil, okay?
Hi.
Hi, how are you? We're waiting here forever.
Why, you can't take it?
Come on, let's go. You know, there's things you can tell me. Not as bad at communication and so on and so forth as you might think. I've lived in the world.
I'm not pregnant.
No, I wasn't saying that.
Yeah, you were.
You seeing someone?
Yeah.
Someone with a name?
Nah, you wouldn't like them.
Well, how do you know that? How do you know I wouldn't like them?
I wish you had someone.
Well, who says I don't have a honey stashed away somewhere? You're my girl. It's hot.
And I don't know if I can eat it.
You all right? You've been at the doctor, yeah?
When's the last time you went?
I get a physical every year.
Oh, that's right, they make you.
Hey, careful. So how'd you get time off work?
You don't even know what I do.
Of course I know what you do.
Dad, I'm a glorified intern. I can get off when I want. I wanted to come home.
I'm glad you did. Maybe you'll tell me what's bothering you. Yeah? Want to lie down? Go on. Go upstairs. Lie down. I've got your room all ready for you.
I know you do, Dad.
Or, ginger ale. That'll settle your stomach, okay? Always keep some ginger ale on hand. Yeah.
Dad.
Yeah.
Oh my God, Dad, I have to go to a doctor. Dad, I gotta tell you something. I should have told you something
Thinks he was white from what he could see through the eyes of the ski mask. Yelled out one word, Craven, and then he fired. He hit that man's dead.
Feel something? Want something stronger? I know somewhere in here there's a bottle of Crown Royal with dust all over it. I don't care if it's now. I'll sit with you, okay? Get out. Get out of here. It's not a basket case. Get out. Somebody get him some coffee.
Want a glass of ginger ale?
Get him a ginger ale. Won't react to things like this. Officer involved.
Officer involved. Well, we ought to do that for everybody, right? Officer involved. Who the fuck do you think you are?
Well, if you want to get philosophical, I'll get philosophical. Why don't you come stay with Carol and me?
No.
You gotta stay here.
That's where I live.
Well, you won't come with me.
Can everybody just get out of here? Just finish what they gotta do and go?
This is someone armed and dangerous.
What do you think I am? Can everyone get out? I don't like them gawking at me. Can they just go? Finish what they gotta do and go. Get out! Get out! Craven's phone? Hello?
Are you all right? Dad, are you all right?
Yeah, fine. Who's my little girl? Who's my little sweetheart?
daughter of a Boston from her home in Roslindale by a man thought to be targeting her father.
Kathy, from what I understand, police don't have much to go on right now.
Lisa, there's still a lot of unanswered questions when it comes to this case. 24-year-old Emma Craven was gunned down outside of this Roslindale home on the porch just behind me. Now, sources tell me the suspect in this case may be someone Detective Craven came across or had a run-in with while he was working. They also tell me that
You all right?
Craven
Yeah, I'm fine.
was the intended target of this shooting.
You must have an instinct on this, something.
Not off the top of my head, no.
All right, well, they want to see you upstairs first anyway, so...
Right. Yeah?
Yeah.
This is off subject. This is my daughter's phone. I need a list of all her contacts. I gotta talk to her friends, associates, whatever.
Yeah. Janet can do all that. Don't worry about it.
Blocked incomings, too.
Tom, I am so sorry for your loss. Anything you need from me and Mary. All right, and let us know about the arrangements.
It'll be in the Globe and the Herald. I haven't been down,
Yeah.
Thank you.
Bill's a cut thing. Officer involved. So, you take a leave of absence?
No. Oh, since it's me that's gotta figure out who would want to kill me for reasons only I would know about, then I'd rather get paid for it so the rules don't apply.
He's right, isn't he?
I think he is, yeah.
Now, I gotta see you, Tom, the media.
I don't want any part of it. I'm not gonna sit in the murder room. There's no point to it. There's no physical evidence. If you had a gun or something, Jesus, let me hear. I gotta drive around. I gotta think.
You do what you need to do. You keep me informed. I'll punch you in.
I gotta go. Coroner wants to...
Tommy. I'll have him sent to your house.
Sure.
Heart seizure due to shock. Tom, this is very difficult.
Let's get it over with.
Is this your daughter? Emma Charlotte Craven?
Yes, it is. Leave her alone. Let me have some scissors.
What was that, Tom?
Scissors. I need some scissors.
Don't cry, Dad.
I don't know if I can make it.
You have to.
And you're wasting 2 guys here at my house, Bill. If you want them in the neighborhood, have them going door to door.
Someone's trying to kill you, Tom. Just staying.
I got nothing. Nothing. I don't have enemies. I never lived life or said what I thought enough to have enemies.
Listen, you know I understand.
I'm not starting a personal conversation with you, Bill. Don't get nervous. And tell the 2 uniforms in the cruiser to stop pissing in the bushes. your beach.
Tom! You ready for this? Ski mask found in a hedge 5 doors from you. We got hair, Caucasian. It's in for DNA.
Mr. Burnham, yeah? Yeah. Settle down, all right? I'm not gonna hurt you. See, you know my daughter. What are you, a boyfriend or something? Yeah. All right, okay. I'm Emma's father. I'm gonna let you go now. You're gonna be all right, okay?
Yeah.
Okay, be nice, okay? Jesus.
I'm sorry, but you gotta get the fuck out of here now.
Give me a minute, all right? I want to ask you a couple of questions. If you answer the door like everybody else, what the hell are you so scared of? Is this your handgun? Huh? How did my daughter get a goddamn handgun? Did you give it to her? Is this your... How did my daughter...
I gave it to him.
All right. Why? I didn't notice a shotgun in your list of weapons. You own one?
You think
This
that
is your pistol. You're licensed in Vermont. It's illegal in Massachusetts. I tell the local police barracks you open the door with it. That's an automatic. You're in jail. Not that I don't have you by the balls already for trying to stick me in the doorway.
You'd be lying. I don't care. I know you. You're her dad. You never came to visit her. Didn't even bother.
Oh, what kind of trouble she was in?
Can't talk about that. There were security strictures, clearance to work what we do.
I can understand you won't.
There are probably 2 fucking guys out there watching and listening to us right fucking now. No, I'm sorry, but you gotta get the fuck out of here now. Please. Or I'm dead. There's something I need to give you.
Yeah, sure, go ahead. Thanks. Look, I'm gonna leave you alone now until you realize you gotta talk to me. All right? Yeah. I know you're a good guy, otherwise Emma wouldn't have had nothing to do with you. Here's my card. It's got my cell on it, okay? Call. You were right, I don't like him.
Why did you have a gun, honey? So what is it I can do for you, Milroy?
What do you do usually, Jedburgh?
If someone has a national security problem, they dial a number in Northern Virginia, and then I decide what happens next. What's your problem?
You're a consultant in security. I'm merely consulting.
So consult.
Of Defense Department contracts. It's not an agency front, that's what you think. It's a real private company.
That is unusual.
They have private security, autonomous security.
Well, I'm autonomous myself.
3 people died making their escape. A 4th, an employee who may have been involved, has been killed.
By Northmore Security?
I didn't say that. No one would. Fact is, we don't know. She was shot dead 5 nights ago. Her father's a Boston detective. The Boston police are working on the assumption that her father was the target.
And what assumption are we working on?
That he wasn't.
Who killed her?
That's not the issue at this point. National security is the issue. I know your function, Jedburgh. This has to be cleaned up.
Whatever it takes.
Yes.
Are you absolute?
She was killed in Boston.
Yeah. But this isn't part of that.
You think it's a funeral robbery?
Yeah. Look, I don't want this getting mixed up with the other business. I don't need the trouble, all right?
You do me a solid in Boston sometime.
Thanks.
Hello?
Hello. My name is Tom Craven. Your number was in my daughter's phone record. I know what happened.
It says in the papers what happened. So, I want to keep running the shop.
Look, I'd like to talk to you in person. Will you do that?
About Northmore?
Yeah, sure, about anything you want to talk about.
How do I know you're you?
Well, when you meet me, you'll know that I can't be anyone else but him, his father. Will you help me?
I'm here to see John Bennett.
Detective Craven. Jack Bennett. I'm sorry for your loss.
Thank you.
Can I say how she's very well personally, but she is well thought of. She is missed.
Thank you.
Tunnels and lawn. Well, we lease it.
For money?
Coffee?
I'll have a ginger ale.
Certainly.
You have interesting friends.
Yes. This facility, R&D in general, brings a great deal of money to Massachusetts, as reflected in the tax breaks. How can I help you?
I suppose I want to know what my daughter did here.
In what sense? She didn't tell you about her work?
Perhaps because she was following your security protocols.
And what are they in your understanding?
I don't understand anything. She never talked about her work.
Right. Despite her qualifications, your daughter was a trainee. Of course, she was a full employee, and there's a benefit package, which I suppose you should see personnel about.
I'm not interested in that just yet.
All our people are very well insured.
I bet they are.
Well, what we do here. Northmore is essentially a research facility. We have a mandate from government to develop a safe and clean energy source based on fusion technology. It's very green.
Weapons. You make them.
Well, if we did, it would be classified. Now, I can tell you, because you're a policeman and have access to this information anyway, that Northmore is an important part of the nation's nuclear stockpile and maintenance program. We ensure that the nation's nuclear stockpile remains ready for the president's order. Not weapons, raw materials.
Emma was a part of this?
God, no. As an intern, she didn't have any direct involvement whatsoever. She worked on the research floor. We all...
You mean that she was shot instead of me? I've taken up enough of your time. I'd like to talk to her friends, if any.
Yes, of course. I'll see what I can do. I'll tell personnel. Get you a list, contact numbers, so forth. Can I ask you a question? What does it feel like?
Craven?
You ready for this?
I'm ready for anything.
We have a DNA match.
Oh, really? Give me this skinny.
Give me one. Contact. Moving.
Couldn't be any other way.
No buzz off this guy? Nothing? This guy was a comer in his profession. This guy was a hitman. What's the matter? Hey, you're looking at something. Tell me what you're looking at.
It says in the evidence log the hair you found was 2.5 inches.
So he cut his hair?
Not as recently as a week ago.
So what are you saying?
I'm not saying anything. Hair can stick to a hat for a long time, years.
Decades. And why would a probe blow off 2 barrels of a shotgun instead of saving one for his target?
Creeping up on a bereaved man at a murder scene is not very bright.
Mr. Craven, we have things to talk about.
Like your name and what you're doing here?
Like who shot your daughter.
You know who shot my daughter?
If I was looking for a man that might have shot your daughter.
The known killer.
The unusually well-known killer. Makes you think. What are you burning?
None of your business. Yeah, go ahead.
Cigar?
Not celebrating just now.
I know you don't smoke. I saw your DARPA file. That's my way of telling you you got a DARPA file.
You gonna tell me what that is?
Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency. The slogan is Scienta Espertentia. And I know you know Latin.
Sto sursum. You know what that means, yeah?
Stand the fuck up.
Please do so. Well, it seems you know one in particular.
Just some English guy standing on my lawn with a District of Columbia driver's license.
Thank you.
Is Northmore part of DARPA?
Well, that's hard to tell.
Why are you here?
Your daughter was flagged as a possible terrorist threat to the United States of America. I said flagged, I didn't say she was.
It's funny the Boston Police Department didn't come up with that one.
Funny if they had.
What the fuck are you burning out there? Fucking Christ.
My English friend, Mr. Davenport here, about 6 feet tall, 220 pounds, is enjoying a cigar.
You said my daughter was a terrorist.
I didn't. But someone did.
Who are you, Mr. Jedberg?
I'm a friend of the court, and I'm a bit fucking cold out here. Pills, pills, pills. Not like when we were kids. And it was pills, pills, pills in a very different context. You're not much of a partier, are you, Craven? I mean, what do you do for fun?
What do you mean, recently? What's your interest in my daughter's death?
Well, I don't like the look of it. I mean, what do you think? Do you recognize them?
Should I?
They broke into a U.S. classified nuclear research facility. Then they drowned in the Connecticut River when they'd making their escape. Now, I know that sounds bollocks, but it's not.
Northmore isn't federal.
Her apartment was tossed.
No. What does Northmore do? What have they done?
The people that drowned belong infrequently and not very well. You can look them up. The organization itself, but not the dead guys. They're classified.
She was more like me. If she did anything, whatever she did, she would have done it alone.
There's a to act, even if it means the end of you. Now, let's just say she...
Anything. She meant to, she wanted to, but she didn't make it.
Which is me. To allow you to continue your investigation, even though you sometimes burn the evidence in your own back garden. And you, an officer of the court.
I'm not gonna arrest anyone.
I never do.
You're gonna try and stop me?
It depends. See you around. But you know, sometimes I feel like Diogenes. You know, the guy who walks around with a lamp, looking for an honest man.
How'd it turn out?
Well, for him, chance.
I thought you were gonna wait until I was a nice guy. As a career move, man, I seriously need to be seen telling you to fuck off. You have no idea. You don't understand. Go home. Go home. Go home. There's nothing you can do to me. There are times when you don't have a choice what kind of fucking guy you are. And you understand that because you're doing it right fucking now. May I?
Drinking the good stuff because your job's going so well?
Is this an intervention? Because if it is, I'd like to call a few people that don't whack me around because I'm afraid for my life.
I assumed you'd be some kind of scientist.
Didn't think your daughter would go for a grease monkey?
Something like that.
Yeah, if you want to beat yourself up.
Oh, what if I Broadway musicals? You look at me like I'm crazy. Somebody shot my girlfriend. Have you factored that in?
What do you know about Nightflower?
See any granola or C4 in my cabinets? Look, I'm under contract. I have a 5-year contract. I'm surveilled. I'm gonna lose my fucking job if I talk to you, no matter who's dead.
How did my daughter get people through the security at a classified nuclear R&D facility?
What's wrong with she had help?
You.
No. I passed a polygraph at work.
What happened? Come on, level with me here. I'm not a cop now. It's just you and me. What happened? But you got somewhere else we can talk?
Emma was writing to Senator Pine.
What's your name of the lawyer?
Sanderman. Anyway, it was these Nightflower assholes. She got him in through the cooling tunnels. I mean, she didn't go in herself. She was there.
How was Emma exposed to radiation?
Suppose she wasn't in the tunnels.
What happened to the people that went in?
There's a protocol. He's insane. In case of a breach, they release irradiated steam. No, I can't prove this, and you can't prove it. I mean, these are clever fuckers, right? You're a cop. You gotta help me.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I will help you. Just come with me. Tell me the truth. We'll get you deposed by a lawyer.
No.
All right. You can always change your mind. In the meantime, here, this is yours. It's loaded.
That's illegal in Massachusetts.
Everything's illegal in Massachusetts.
What does it feel like?
Good evening, Senator.
Good evening. Great to be here.
Senator, 2 days ago, you gave a speech in which you criticized your colleague, Senator Stafford, for his position.
Well, we all have positions, Gordon.
But Senator Stafford...
I think the American people are asking, with good reason, whether the price they have paid for their security is too high.
With respect, that's an answer one would expect. But how does it jive, Senator, with your support of secret research facilities in Massachusetts?
I am curious about what
Senator, what can you tell me about Northmore?
I'm not familiar with the business practices.
Well, the parent company is one of your biggest corporate donors.
Well, all I can say about my donors is that they're completely vetted and above board.
Senator, there is a serious and growing petition movement to ban military research and development in Massachusetts.
I understand that. I understand that. But people have to read. Now, to talk about your question about Senator
No.
What's more, Massachusetts?
Everything's illegal in Massachusetts. Payback for the Tea Party. You ever had wine before?
No, not with any pleasure. Besides, with you, I think I'd have to switch glasses when you weren't looking. Gun down at my home. And I want to know what you think about that. I had a source says the Nightflower people were intentionally exposed to radiation while in the tunnels. But that source is dead now.
He wasn't a bad guy.
No.
Now, you know better than anyone. Cases like these are never solved. They're simply too complicated, too much hard work. There's a lot going on out there in this world. You just never can connect A to B.
How do you know that?
Because I'm usually the guy that stops you connecting A to B. It's part of what I do.
An employee in Northmore, and I wanted to blow the...
And we can talk about it.
I'm not walking in the dark with you.
You're a wise man.
You on my side?
Well, it's hard to tell. You know the Scott Fitzgerald thing about an artist who's a man who has two opposing ideas in his head, and you know, he believes in them both simultaneously.
I heard of it.
Well, that's sort of the beginning of it. I don't know what it means to have lost a child, but I know what it means never to have had one.
Yeah. Got nobody left to bury you. Oh, by the way, thanks for not killing me.
Detective Craven, how do you feel about a suspect being identified?
You're here later than everybody else. Is that because you got a lousy boss?
I'm so sorry for you. I'm sorry I have to be here.
It's all right, take it easy. You got a business card or something? It's too late to be out here. I'll call you, huh? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I interrupt?
No.
I'm Thomas Craven, Detective Thomas Craven, Boston Police Department.
Yes. I mean, no, we had a consultation. She never formally became my client. Yeah, I asked her on a date, yes?
Well, how'd it go?
Fine. Fine. She was a nice girl.
Can I ask you what this is about? She came to your office. She wanted to blow the whistle on something. You know where that's from, right? When the cops used to blow their whistles.
I can't talk about that.
I don't want you to talk about that. But then later on that night, you invited her out to dinner. How inappropriate all this is. Let me say right off the bat, I know you couldn't represent her in a non-disclosure contract, but you probably suggested some further discussion on the matter over a nice plate of spaghetti and meatballs, huh? I think you had two agendas. One, you wanted to have sex with her. Hey, I'm not passing judgment here, okay? And two, and really, Mr. Sanderman, I think you wanted to know more about...
This is a highly irregular conversation.
You organized Western Mass for Senator Pine, who's put your name before two different governors for district court judge. So you were about to say something?
I don't have anything to say, and you are out of your depth and far from your jurisdiction.
If you don't talk to me, I'm going to the Globe and the Herald. I'm going to tell them my daughter came to talk to you about Northmore, that you were Northmore's attorney, yet failed to disclose it to her. And then you'd be right in the middle of a big-ass story saying how my daughter was the target, not me. Is that what you want to be? Yeah?
What evidence would you say that?
Oh, I'll forge a fucking diary. I don't care. Getting you in trouble is good enough for me. Listen, asshole, this is not about police, okay? This isn't about police and arrest and all that nice shit. This is about me knowing what I have to know and the fact that you got to tell me. No, I want to see the senator.
See the senator? Who the fuck do you think?
Look, Daddy, lots of ABCs.
Hi.
I want to go to her apartment. I want to see her things.
That's not a good idea right now.
I'm sorry. I am so scared.
Look, I would take you for a cup of coffee someday, but we have to just talk now. I'd like to ask you things about her, personal things maybe I never knew, but there's no time now. Look, I can't take this.
I introduced her to them.
Introduced her to who, honey?
Nightflower. Fuck, you know. Corporations this, corporations that.
Just keep it straight.
They had a little shack on the river. Nightflower. I am so afraid.
Who are you afraid of?
Ass off.
What were they doing at Northmore that Emma wanted to expose?
I'm insane.
Okay, whether it was this, that, or whatever. What were they doing at Northmore? Why did Emma go to Nightflower?
Because she couldn't go to the papers because of a contract. And the senator wouldn't help, and you are not hearing this from me. All right, you are not. I run a luggage store. I got a 3-year-old.
I'm not hearing this from you. What were they doing at Northmore that Emma wanted to expose?
She had this for you. In case.
I know. Go back to your baby, okay? I never saw you. All right? Go on.
I gotta tell you something else first.